Chapter 1500. Dawson turned his head with difficulty. He saw that Chun Zhao still had one hand in his pocket and the other around his neck. Thorn skin, rot body, strength, multiplication, beast frenzy. Chun Zhao felt a sharp pain in his palm. Then Dawson broke free from Chun Zhao's grasp. Chun Zhao looked at his palm. There was no wound. Why did it hurt? Dawson was an enhancer spiritualist, and not just one type. Twisting his neck, Dawson grinned at Chun Zhao. Surprised, right, Mr. Druid? Before approaching the Hydra, he'd already known that Chun Zhao was a spiritualist. After all, Chun Zhao couldn't be an ordinary person wandering around a deserted island like Amarantha. So, he'd been prepared for battle. When he saw Princess on the third deck and Snow White, who'd pounced out of the cabin, he was sure that Chun Zhao was a beast druid. The others revealed their real weapons too. Of course, their real weapons weren't guns, but magic tools or spells. Looks like you're an enhancer too. Dawson snickered. Chun Zhao's grip on the back of his neck just now still felt uncomfortable. But Dawson wasn't afraid anymore. Thorn skin could counter all enhancers. At least when the difference in power wasn't absolute, it had an absolute advantage. Snow White, just bite it to death. Throw the body into the ocean. Don't eat it. Spit out the meat in your mouth, Chun Zhao ordered. Chun Zhao was strict with his pets at home. At first, he didn't even want them to kill people. Later, he'd gotten angry a few times and let them kill. But he definitely couldn't eat people. This was an instinctive human rejection. In a natural world, any intelligent creature would reject its own kind. Snow White dragged the body with the broken neck to the edge of the deck and tossed it into the ocean. At that moment, a shark leaped up and dragged the corpse into the sea. Chun Zhao's face darkened. He'd forgotten about the 5 tiger generals. They thought that he'd fed them. Forget it. I'll just eat it. When Dawson and the others saw the shark eat their companion's body, their expressions were unnatural. Boss, he fed Stan to the sharks, so we'll feed him to the sharks, Dawson said with a dark expression. Boss, I saw that the woman on the boat was very beautiful. A malicious smile appeared on the faces of the others. Ah! Suddenly, the person who spoke felt a sharp pain in his neck, and a cold light flashed. Raymond, who had been curled up on the railing of the second deck, made his move. More accurately, he moved his mouth. Raymond was now 3.5 meters long. He still didn't have the physique of a python, but he was definitely stronger and more agile than a python of the same size in the natural world. Raymond bit the man's neck and lifted him up. At this moment, King Kong also came out of the cabin. King Kong, go in. We don't need you here. What a joke. King Kong had the strength of dozens of tons just by casually moving its arm, and it did not know how to control its strength. If he smashed the deck, he would lose hundreds of thousands of dollars in repair fees. Kill this guy first. Dawson could see that none of the animals here were ordinary. Moreover, all of them were extremely murderous. Once they made a move, it would be a life. Take that giant snake, for example. It didn't look thick, but it had amazing strength. He bit his own hand and lifted it into the air. This bite force and strength were probably even stronger than pythons of the same length. And his lightning-like speed was something that pythons couldn't compare to. One of them secretly cast a curse at Chun Zhao. But when the curse reached Chun Zhao, it disappeared immediately. Boss, my curse is useless. Let me. Another person jumped out. His tone was very confident. He took a deep breath and breathed at Chun Zhao. A mouthful of poisonous mist surged toward Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao waved his hand. He wasn't afraid of poison, but could a glutton be poisoned? Chun Zhao was afraid of the guy's tone. Scram. Chun Zhao only punched. But the person who had spat out the poisonous mist had already exploded. Dawson's pupils constricted. He could vaguely see the shadow of a fist. If Chun Zhao released the shadow with all his strength, they would see hundreds of fist shadows. But Chun Zhao only punched once. It was like a single frame of film. The human eye couldn't capture more than 27 frames per second of a single image. For example, when watching a movie, if it was less than 27 frames per second, there would be stuttering. If it was more than 27 frames per second, there would be brain fatigue because the brain couldn't process the image. Simply put, the brain couldn't keep up with the speed of the image. Therefore, The standard for modern movies was 27 frames per second. Chen Zhao's punch was much faster than 27 frames per second. It was also an instant, not a continuous image. It would be strange if these people could see it. Chen Zhao grinned. Oh no, Fei Lai said not to dirty the boat. Dawson was starting to doubt whether Chen Zhao was an enhancer. If he wasn't, then Chen Zhao's strength was a bit shocking. But if he wasn't, how did he make one of his companions explode from a distance? He couldn't remember how an enhancer could hurt someone from a distance. Could it be that he cultivated another element? If it was a witch, he would believe it. After all, witches always had a surplus of magic power. But if it was a wizard, his magic power would be used up after a few spells. What was the point of learning another element? He might as well practice the spell he was best at. The spell just now was really powerful. It made a person explode instantly. But he couldn't use it too often. Otherwise, he would have killed everyone on his side long ago. Go together, Dawson ordered. But he didn't go up himself. Instead, he had his subordinates go up. Chen Zhao suddenly raised his hand, and a person flew into the air. Everyone's attention was attracted by the person. They watched as he flew more than 10 meters in the air and glided in a perfect parabola. Then, Lao Guan jumped out of the sea. Accompanied by the person's scream, he died in the shark's mouth. Come, let's see who wants to be fed to the sharks next. Chen Zhao had a faint smile. From the beginning to the end, Chen Zhao had one hand in his pocket. Damn, nameless fog, go die. A cloud of fog enveloped Chen Zhao. He could feel that the nameless fog's magic seemed to be corrosive. Chen Zhao didn't feel anything, but he didn't want his boat to be contaminated. The mouth of gluttony opened and swallowed the fog. Chapter 1501. Another person charged over. Chen Zhao grabbed the person's head. Mist shot out of his palm and poured into the person's mouth. Then, the person's mouth started to corrode. The person started to struggle and reach out for help. Chen Zhao saw that this wasn't going to work. It would be disgusting if he didn't beat the person up. He lifted the person's feet and threw them into the sea. At the same time, he ordered the 5 tiger generals to stay away from the corpse. Don't get sick from eating it. Even the seawater couldn't stop the corpse from rotting. Clearly, the nameless mist wasn't anything good. Seeing that Chen Zhao actually ignored the mist and even absorbed it. Then, he spat it into his companion's mouth. Everyone's expressions changed. Who's next to be fed to the sharks? No one wanted to go up anymore. Everyone looked at their boss, Dawson. Dawson could only bite the bullet and go up. Sir, actually, we came with good intentions. We didn't want to have a conflict with you. Your pet attacked us first. Dawson could only lie with his eyes wide open, even though he knew that basically no one would believe his words. Oh, Chen Zhao replied casually. If that's the case, can you go back to your yacht now? Dawson's heart skipped a beat. If it were him, he would definitely kill all of them with absolute power. But Chen Zhao didn't do that. Could it be that his magic power had reached the bottom? That's right. He'd killed so many people and had to control so many animals, including the sharks in the sea. His magic power must have run out. Dawson looked at Chen Zhao calmly with a smile. But you killed so many of our people. I can't just do nothing, right? Chen Zhao suddenly moved. The next moment, he appeared before one of them. His 5 fingers pierced through the person's neck. Then, Chen Zhao lifted his arm and threw the person into the sea, attracting the sharks to fight for food. Look, I killed another one of your people. What do you want? Everyone bristled and backed away in fear. Dawson's expression changed. He also took 2 steps back subconsciously. Damn it. Chen Zhao had only used one hand from beginning to end. It wasn't that he didn't have any strength left. He hadn't used his full strength from beginning to end. Sir, I'm sorry for my attitude earlier. You're welcome. Smiling, Chen Zhao flung the blood off his hand. But since you're not willing to return to your ship, I don't think I need your ship anymore. Fist shadow. In an instant, Chen Zhao threw out 100 punches. Bang, bang. Under the astonished and horrified gazes of Dawson and the others, their yacht was twisted and deformed before sinking into the water as scrap metal. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat. It was obvious that they had provoked someone they shouldn't have. As a guest of this ship, I've always been very tolerant. Now, do you want to be beaten up by me, or Jump in his sea to feed the sharks. Tolerance? Is this what you call tolerance? Dawson gritted his teeth. There might still be a chance. He still had his thorny skin. Dawson charged at Chun Zhao and opened his arms. He wanted to use his thorny skin to counterattack. To be honest, Chun Zhao had already sensed Dawson's strangeness. Actually, Chun Zhao wanted to try Dawson's strange spell. But the point was that Dawson was a big, rough man. This made Chun Zhao's idea of trying disappear. Chun Zhao grabbed Dawson's shoulder and squeezed it tightly. Dawson immediately felt intense pain. He grabbed Chun Zhao's arm with all his might, trying to hurt Chun Zhao through his thorny skin like before. But this time, Chun Zhao didn't let go. The thorny skin couldn't be seen, but it was indeed there. Chun Zhao could feel invisible thorns piercing his skin. However, this invisible attack didn't do much damage to Chun Zhao. The first time was an accident, but as long as he was mentally prepared, Chun Zhao didn't even feel pain. Is it fun? Chun Zhao crushed Dawson's collarbone. Even with his thorny skin, rock body, strength multiplier, and beast frenzy, even though his body was several times stronger than a normal person's, Dawson was still as fragile as a piece of paper before Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao squeezed lightly and Dawson's shoulder exploded. Suddenly, the mouth of gluttony sensed an appetite. Was the mouth of gluttony interested in such a weak spiritualist? After all, the mouth of gluttony wasn't even interested in dragons. Chun Zhao didn't restrain the mouth of gluttony. It bit off Dawson's left shoulder. Dawson fell to the ground, moaning in pain. The mouth of gluttony was digesting Dawson's flesh. The mouth of gluttony wasn't interested in Dawson's magic power. Dawson's magic power was probably less than 1/10,000th of Chun Zhao's. Both quality and quantity were meaningless to Chun Zhao. What the mouth of gluttony was really interested in was Dawson's bloodline. Chun Zhao closed his eyes and felt the changes that came from his right arm and then spread to his entire body. There were obvious changes, but Chun Zhao's overall strength didn't increase much. It seemed like his strength had increased by less than 1%, but his defense seemed to have increased quite a bit. Chun Zhao didn't expect such a useless person to be helpful to him. Soon, Dawson didn't move anymore. After all, his entire shoulder had been bitten off by the mouth of gluttony. It already lost a lot of blood and died from his injuries. Demon, you demon, Chun Zhao chuckled and finally took his left hand out of his pocket. Chun Zhao raised his arms and controlled the seawater through the small world. The waves surged over the deck and the boat tilted. The remaining people were all thrown into the sea. Together with the bloodstains on the deck and Dawson's corpse, they all rushed into the sea. Help, help! I don't want to die soon. The sea was dyed red with blood. 5 sharks were eating and strangling the people who had fallen into the water. Chun Zhao still had a smile on his face, as if nothing had happened. Just then, another yacht came over. Chun Zhao looked at it. At the same time, he made the nearby seawater flow faster so that the redness on the surface dissipated. A blonde woman in black tights stood at the bow of the yacht. When the yacht approached, she didn't jump onto the hydra. Instead, she called out, "Sir, hello. Hi, how can I help you?" Chun Zhao asked, looking up. "Sir, did you see a yacht? I mean a yacht that looks like it has a couple of not-so-friendly passengers." "Sorry, I didn't see it. Is it your friend?" Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heaven's Godly Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 1502. Really? Sorry to bother you. The blonde woman smiled softly and ordered the yacht to leave without making contact with the hydra. At this time, a rough man walked over from the blonde woman's side. His arms looked like he was wearing wool pants, and there was a devil pattern tattooed on them. "Wenku, we located Dawson's yacht. It's obviously in that sea area. That man is obviously suspicious. Why don't you expose him?" The rough man said discontentedly, "Anyone who can appear in this sea area is not an ordinary person." One Kasig smoothed her long blonde hair. "There is no doubt that Dawson used some magic to hide the yacht. We don't know what the man has to do with Dawson. With our current strength, we are not sure if we could defeat Dawson, not to mention that there is a man with unknown strength. To be honest, that man gives me a very dangerous feeling." One Kasig held a small monitor with a very obvious point on it. which kept indicating the target's location. In the evening, Wenku, is Dawson's boat still there? Well, according to the signal, Dawson's boat has been in the same place and has not moved. Should we go and take a look? The rough man asked. Wenku's Sieg hesitated slightly. She had fought with Dawson for 10 years, and she knew how cunning the man was. He was like a crocodile, lurking under the water surface and then giving the enemy a fatal blow. Could it be a trap? Wenku's Sieg asked worriedly. We are not prey, the rough man said. Okay. Wenku's Sieg ordered to turn around and go back to the location of the signal source. The big yacht is gone. I didn't see Dawson's boat either. Strange, the signal is clearly here. Could it be that he has found the source of the signal? It's impossible to find it. That's the masterpiece of the High Witch. Although Dawson is cunning, he is not strong enough. Just then, a crew member ran over to Wenku's Sieg and the burly man. Miss Wenku, Captain, our ship's sonar detected a metal reaction more than 30 meters underwater. Metal reaction? Like a shipwreck. Sonar detection was a very common piece of equipment for sailing. The sonar instruments on general ships were mainly used to monitor the depth of the seabed. Through the feedback of sound waves, coupled with computer calculations, it was possible to accurately calculate the depth of the seabed, whether there were reefs, and so on. Moreover, sonar detection could also detect whether there were hidden resources in the deep sea. After the sonar was transmitted to the bottom of the sea or other objects, the feedback from different objects would be different. For example, metals or large creatures could be detected by sonar. This is Dawson's boat? Wenku's Sieg's expression changed. The burly man frowned. He discovered the mark on the ship. So he deliberately sank the ship? Send 2 divers down to check. Half an hour later, the diver came up to report. Miss Wenku, Captain, we found a completely damaged yacht underwater. It's Dawson's yacht. The diver handed the camera to Wenku's Sieg. We found a body in the yacht. It's the captain of Dawson's yacht. There was no one else. The yacht must have been damaged in a very sudden situation, and it deformed and sank in a very short time, so the captain of the yacht didn't have time to escape. Wenku's Sieg and the captain looked at the image in the camera. Rode, can you see what damaged the yacht? No, it doesn't look familiar. It was damaged by firearms, more like a big hammer. Look at these dents. But I can't imagine what kind of ship would be equipped with such a machine at sea. The attack was sudden, so it wasn't Dawson's doing. He didn't discover the mark on the yacht. They met an enemy other than us. But there were no other bodies on the yacht. Where are Dawson's men? Dawson had a lot of men, so there should be more bodies. Even if the yacht was washed away by the current, it's impossible that all the bodies can't be found. Rode was silent for a while. Unless there's one possibility. Dawson and his men weren't on the yacht when it was attacked. That is to say, Dawson and his men are still alive. Maybe, but it's more likely that they're dead, Rode said. Why? What's the evidence? I can't think of any machine or weapon that could damage such a huge yacht, so I'm leaning toward magic. Dawson messed with someone he shouldn't have messed with. That person or a group of people killed Dawson and his men in a rage and destroyed Dawson's yacht. Who could have done this? I don't know, Rode said. Everything is just speculation. Plus, there are too many spiritualists on Nightmare Island. There are even a few world-famous spiritualists. So, I'm not sure if they did it. Could it be the man on the super yacht at noon? I don't think so. I've sensed that there were only 3 women on the yacht, and one of them had no magic power, and the other 2 were babies. But that man shouldn't be an ordinary person. You said you felt danger from him, right? Yes, it was a very dangerous feeling, but I don't think he could kill Dawson and his men alone. Captain, that yacht appeared behind us today. Appear behind us? Are they ambushing us? No, they're sailing around Arma Island. They're very slow, and it looks like they're just having fun. Wenku, do you think we should get in touch with him? Rode asked hesitantly. We can try, but don't let him feel malicious. Send them a message. There are many reefs in this area. They replied, thank you, and invited us to their ship, the crew said. This was the rule of the sea. If a strange ship approached rashly, it was likely to cause a misunderstanding or trouble. Usually, they would communicate first and then make a judgment. If the other party felt that there was no danger, they would send an invitation. If the other party refused, then it was best not to approach. Otherwise, the other party might do something extreme. According to the convention of the sea, too close was considered dangerous. Chapter 1503. A while later, Wang Sieg's boat approached. After receiving permission, Wang Sieg and Captain Rode boarded the Hydra. "Hello, we meet again." Chun Zhao stood up with a smile. Wang Sieg and Rode looked at the four people on the deck. Chun Zhao and Fei Lai both had children in their arms. They'd also prepared a lot of food. It seemed to be enough for dozens of people. "Hello, I'm Wang Sieg. This is our captain, Rode is Spider. I'm Chun Zhao. This is the mother of my two children, Fei Lai." After getting to know each other, Chun Zhao said, "Aren't you going to call your crew over? I have plenty of food here." "Of course, if you agree." Chun Zhao could tell that Wang Sieg's group was not in the same group as Dolson's group that had come in the morning. As the hostess, Fei Lai was in charge of entertaining the friends she'd made at sea. Little Jerlin, on the other hand, ran here and there. "I'm Little Jerlin. Hello. Hello." The crew members were all very friendly and greeted Jerlin warmly. Chun Zhao, Wang Sieg, and Rode leaned against the railing and chatted. "Mr. Chun, you're a spiritualist too, right?" "Obviously." Chun Zhao shrugged and did not deny it. "So, if I may ask, do you know Dolson?" "Oh, you mean the guys I fed to the sharks today? Dolson's dead?" They'd thought of this possibility, but they'd thought that it wasn't likely. Now that Chun Zhao admitted it, they had no choice but to believe it. "If you're his friends, I hope you can do it after the party. If you're not, I hope we can be friends. We're enemies with Dolson, not friends." "Then what organization are you from?" "We're hunters. Dolson is our enemy." "Are you hunters who specialize in fighting spiritualists? Or superheroes and villains like in movies?" "Neither. We only target Dolson and the organization behind him because we have a feud. Their crimes are secondary." "Then what's your function and theirs?" "Of course, if it's not convenient for you to answer, you don't have to say. We're not a secret organization. Our organization is still very famous. Our organization was founded in the early 18th century and has a history of 200 years. Our organization has a very famous hunter, Van Helsing. There are even movies about him. You should have heard of him, right?" "Oh, I've heard of it. The story of Van Helsing and Dracula." Chun Zhao had learned about Van Helsing's story from the movies. Chun Zhao knew about the Dracula family, but even Murphy and his mother didn't know if they really existed. To put it bluntly, the movie he had watched back then was the story of Van Helsing and Dracula's love-hate relationship. Actually, most of his stories are fabricated. Of course, it's true that he's a very powerful hunter. "Hunters are a group," Wang Sieg said. "It's also a symbol of identity. We're like mercenaries, accepting employment and magic services." "What about Dawson's organization?" "A group of criminals, villains, lunatics, cultists, and idiots. It's similar to the supervillains in the movies, just smaller in scale." "How so?" "The biggest one they've ever planned was to control a governor. And then they succeeded in controlling the governor, and then the governor stepped down after 16 days in office. This group of idiots thought that by directly controlling the highest power in a political system, they could steal the entire political system." Chun Zhao also felt that it was quite stupid. They really thought this was like in a movie. Evil organizations could control the president and then control the entire country. Take America, for example. If the president released a few unreliable proposals, the House of Representatives and Senate would slap him in the face. His proposals wouldn't even be able to leave the White House. Unless the evil organization could control all the members of the House of Representatives and Senate, there was no use in controlling the president. Even if some evil organization could really control all the counselors, these counselors were supported by capitalists. These capitalists all had their own political demands. If these counselors were disobedient, the biggest possibility was that they would be sent home to farm or sent to political prison. Other times, they're no different from normal robbers or just a criminal organization, Wang Sieg said. Wang Sieg said, "Last time, they gathered a few people and tried to earn enough money in the Las Vegas casinos. In the end, one of their legs was broken after they won $500,000. Their collective funds, including medical fees, are more than $500,000. Chen Zhao found it strange. These guys look worse than normal criminals. Why do I feel like they're really stupid? It's just from a different perspective. Normal criminals will have all sorts of plans to commit crimes because they don't have any supernatural powers. However, these people think that they can do whatever they want with magic, so most of their actions are anticlimactic. However, there's still a few small gangs. They are not idiots, they are real criminals. They will not fantasize about wild plans, nor will they daydream about ruling the world. They will only do very practical things, such as murder and arson. There is nothing they would not do. You mean Dawson and the others? Dawson is just a small leader. He's indeed difficult to deal with. I've been chasing him for 10 years, but he escapes every time. There were idiots who got carried away after obtaining power, but of course, there were also clear-headed criminals. Criminals with supernatural powers and clear-headed were the most troublesome. Of course, Chen Zhao had met them in Los Angeles. He'd met both. But in Los Angeles, Chen Zhao could deal with all troubles and enemies, so the ratio of supernatural crimes in Los Angeles was very low. Wang Xig said so much to Chen Zhao because she wanted him to join her organization or become a hunter. However, Chen Zhao wasn't interested. If someone appeared before Chen Zhao, he wouldn't need to be a hunter. He would take care of them easily. However, Chen Zhao wouldn't run around chasing crazy criminals with all sorts of magical spells all day. He wouldn't do something so strenuous and unrewarding. Please remember the original domain name of this book, Nine Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 1504. Wang Xig's mouth went dry, but Chen Zhao didn't accept it. She told him the pros and cons. She even said that it didn't matter what background Chen Zhao had. It didn't matter even if he was a Chinese spy. Hunters didn't care about background. They just needed to not do anything wrong. Chen Zhao could even get a commission if he took on a mission occasionally. Unfortunately, Chen Zhao really didn't care about the commission. The brewery earned tens of millions of dollars for him every month. Did he care about a few $100,000 last time? Moreover, for such a mission to fall into the hands of a newbie, it would definitely be a troublesome mission with no benefits. Maybe a few days, or even a few weeks to complete a mission. Chen Zhao wouldn't accept it unless he was crazy. Mr. Chen, you're here for the durian mission, right? Sort of, Chen Zhao said calmly. I'm just here to join the fun. Mr. Chen, if you become a hunter, you can buy or sell the notes from other hunters. What notes? Chen Zhao was stunned. Wang Xig and Rode both stared at him in shock. You're here to join the operation against the Turin ghost ship, but you don't know about the notes of the heroes? Don't tell me you don't have any organization. What's the use of the notes? To record merits, of course, Wang Xig said. One Ku Xig said, for example, there were hundreds of spiritualists involved in the operation on the Tour Inspector ship. If we didn't have a notes of the heroic spirits, how would we know their achievements? As the founder, Blood Mary can't give everyone a recorder, right? Do you have the notes? Let me see. Chen Zhao really hadn't heard of it before. Before hearing Wang Xig talk about the notes, Chen Zhao had wondered how the Scarlet Church would know who contributed more and who didn't. Wang Xig didn't hide it. After all, the notes were too common. One book cost $1,000, and there was a discount in bulk. On Arma Island, everyone had one. Even if someone couldn't afford it, a few people could buy one together. Wang Xig saw that Chen Zhao was clearly rich, so she wasn't worried that he'd steal it. Chen Zhao took the notes. It looked like a normal notebook, but there was a faint magical aura on it. He flipped through it. There was nothing inside. How? Chen Zhao asked. As long as you have the heroic spirit notebook with you, it will record the process of the battle and the results of the battle. Can you demonstrate? Chen Zhao asked. Wang Xig looked at him. Mr. Chen, do we try it here? No problem. Then should I attack you now? Wang Xig reminded him. After all, if he accidentally hurt her, it could easily cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Yes, please. All right, I'll make my move. With that, Wang Xig's blonde hair suddenly shot toward Chen Zhao and wrapped around him. Although it was an active attack, the damage was basically within Wen Ku Xig's control. She could control the growth of her hair, and if she wanted to kill an enemy, the power of her hair was even greater than that of a python and could directly strangle an ordinary person to death. However, Wang Xig let go of Chun Zhao after demonstrating. A line of words appeared on the notebook. Using magic to attack enemy. Target. Human. Ineffective. Battle over. No casualties. At the same time, the time and location of the battle appeared. The heroic spirit notebook's records were rather rough. There weren't any types of spells. The notebook belonged to Wang Xig, so the enemy in it was obviously Chun Zhao. However, the notebook could identify what type of enemy it was. Chun Zhao returned the notebook to Wang Xig. Can the battle records of the heroic spirit's notebook be given to others? In principle, no, Wang Xig said. Wang Xig said, however, the 23rd Blood Mary doesn't forbid a few people or a team or even an organization from using the same notebook of heroes. Then, one of them can claim the prize. Therefore, in this operation, it's more advantageous to have an organization than to fight alone. Do you have extra heroic spirit notebooks? Chun Zhao asked. You really didn't prepare any? Wang Xig still couldn't believe it. Chun Zhao's behavior made him look like a newbie in the supernatural world. He didn't even know about the heroic spirit notebooks. Did he really have the ability to kill Dawson and his companions? If I did, I wouldn't have asked you for it, Chun Zhao said. Do you want the low-level one or the high-level one? What's the difference? Or does the 23rd Blood Mary of the Scarlet Church have any requirements? That's not true. But take my notebook, for example. It's a low-level heroic spirit notebook, and it only records the rough process of a battle. If it's a high-level notebook, it'll be connected to the user's mana, and there will be more detailed records. How much is the low-level one? How much is the high-level one? No matter the price, it shouldn't be a problem for you. I'll get someone to bring you a high-level one. A while later, Wang Xig brought over a high-level heroic spirit notebook. On the surface, it looked no different from a low-level heroic spirit notebook. What I need to do so it can record my actions. Just send your magic in, Wang Xig said. Wang Xig said, the first person to inject magic power into it will be recorded in the notebook of the hero. Chun Zhao sent his magic in. As expected, he felt a connection with the heroic spirit notebook. You could try to attack me, Wang Xig said. Chun Zhao glanced at her. Then I'll attack. Okay, come on. Pointing at Wang Xig, Chun Zhao cast the green robe's sex spell needle thread. His magic was like a needle, and he poked Wang Xig's arm lightly. Up. Wang Xig was prepared, but she didn't expect Chun Zhao's attack to be silent. Her defenses became useless. Chun Zhao looked at a line of words on the notebook. Use needle thread to ambush the target and cause very, very low damage. Then there was the time and place. It actually recorded the spells he used in detail. But after thinking about it, he understood that it should be because this heroic spirit's notebook was connected to his mana. It's very detailed, but won't it expose my magic? It seems like it's not as good as a low-level heroic spirit notebook. Actually, high-level heroic spirit notebooks are mostly used to record one's battles. It's for reference, so that the next time I encounter a similar battle, I can improve it. Chapter 1505. To put it simply, the advanced notes were used to record battles. Low-level heroic spirit notes were used to record achievements and achievements. Soon after, Wang Xig left with her men. The underlings came out to clean up the trash left by the party. Little Jerlin ran to Chun Zhao excitedly. Dad, I met so many new friends just now. How many is a lot? Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Little Jerlin moved her fingers and counted very seriously. But after counting to 5, she couldn't count anymore. Daddy, I don't have enough fingers. Lend me some. Don't you have another hand? You have to keep the other hand to count. Oh, I see. Chun Zhao handed both hands to Jerlin. Little Jerlin started counting again. 1, 2, 6, 10, then 1 more, 2 more, 3 more, 4 more, 5 more. Daddy, it's done. 10, 5 more. Done. Yes, I don't want more, Jerlin said proudly. Just 10, 5 more. Why don't you want more? Because Jerlin can't count anymore. 10, 5 more is enough. How about you lend me Mom's fingers too? In fact, there were about 20 crew members on Wang Xig's ship who came to the party. Jerlin hugged the candy and asked each crew member if they wanted to be friends. If they wanted to be friends, she would give them a candy. Now that she couldn't count anymore, she didn't want any extra friends. At night, Chen Zhao's family was asleep. However, the underlings in charge of navigation were still at their posts. The yacht could sail automatically as long as the route was set. The underlings still chose to monitor the route to make sure nothing went wrong. The wind and waves were slightly stronger at night. But for the Hydra, the passengers on the yacht didn't feel anything at all. Wenk, what do you think of that man? Rich, confident, but also a bit ignorant, Wenk Sieg said. But that sense of danger never goes away. He said he killed Dolson and his gang. Is that true? He's stronger than Dolson, there's no doubt about that. At least Dolson doesn't make me feel any danger. Wenk Sieg thought for a while and said, his probing attack on me was harmless, but it still gave me a fright. There were no signs and I couldn't sense it. If he wanted to kill me just now, it should have been easy. But Dolson and his gang are all veterans. Are you sure that he can defeat so many people by himself? Maybe we have a chance to test his strength. Test him? Are you sure you want to do this? That's not a good idea. I don't want to make an enemy out of nowhere. No, didn't you suspect that there's a spy on our ship? This time, Dolson and his gang disappeared. So this spy will definitely spread the news. Dolson's uncle is on Arma Island. When Quebec learns that his nephew was killed, do you think he will sit back and do nothing? Besides, Quebec's wife is here too. Rode frowned and pondered for a while, but he was still a little hesitant. Quebec's wife isn't an ordinary person. That man can't deal with Quebec's wife. Quebec was considered a senior in that gang, but he was only a senior. He wasn't much stronger than his nephew, Dolson. But Quebec was strong because he had a very strong wife. That woman was called Nicole Neptune, but she had many nicknames, such as the Moving Disaster, the Female Tyrannosaurus, and the Glutton. It was said that this woman would eat her enemies. Not cut them into pieces, but directly swallow them. Wenk Sieg and Rode had been tracking Dolson and his gang since they came to Los Angeles. But they had a few chances to make a move. But because Quebec and Nicole Neptune were nearby, they didn't dare to make a move. But we can't stop this, Wenk Sieg said. Wenk Sieg said, so the only thing we can do now is to be prepared and help that man when necessary. They didn't know who the mole was, so they couldn't stop it even if they wanted to. Also, they didn't have any way to intercept information. Technically speaking, they were no different from normal gangs. Ding! Just then, Wenk Sieg received a message. Wenk Sieg's expression changed when she saw that. The person in charge of monitoring Quebec and Nicole Neptune on Arma Island said that the two of them just left Arma Island at night. Looks like they won't stay overnight, Rhodes said. Rhodes said, but even with us, I'm afraid we won't be able to deal with Nicole Nepos. Unless we don't help her, Wenk Sieg said. It's not that. Just inform that man to leave this area. If his super yacht wants to leave, no one can catch it. That's true. I'll message him now. Hello. Who is it? Chen Zhao closed his eyes. He was clearly unhappy about the call at this time. Teacher. It's me, what? Are you nearby? Yes. Chen Zhao looked at the time. It was 1 a.m. Teacher, Jalanash, Bona, Morid, and more didn't eat tonight, Lit Grove said. We don't even have a place to stay. What's wrong? We got into a conflict on the island. All our luggage is gone. I have all the equipment here. I'm circling Arma Island now. Can you come over? After all, they were all on the same side. Chen Zhao didn't want them to suffer. After all, they were still kids. Sure. We rented a speedboat on the island. That's a deserted island. How can you rent a speedboat? Teacher, the island is full of merchants now. They sell everything. Since you're selling everything, why are you looking for me? The trashiest tent costs $1,000. Teacher, do you think we can afford it? You're pretty rich, right? You spend so much money on school. My dad already reduced my weekly expenses, Lit Grove said gloomily. Fine. Come as soon as possible and spend the night on my boat. Chen Zhao stood up carefully, trying not to make a sound. These kids hadn't eaten all day. They must be tired and hungry. He had the underlings prepare some food. Just then, an underling saw Chen Zhao walk out of the bedroom. He immediately ran over. Master, what can I do for you? Prepare some drinks and food. Grove and the others are coming. Chapter 1506. Nicole Neps was violent, ugly, crazy, jealous, and greedy. This was the impression her husband, Quebec, had of her. He was filled with fear and hatred towards Nicole Neps. When he married Nicole Nepes, it was Nicole Nepes who forced him to marry her. Nicole Nepes had told him that if he dared to refuse, she would eat him. That's right, eat him with her mouth. Nicole Nepes had eaten many people in front of Quebec. Quebec had never seen a woman more terrifying and crazier than Nicole Neptune. Because of the special magic, Nicole Nepes had a height of 2 meters. She weighed an astonishing 400 kilograms. Just by standing there, she was like a fortress. She could easily swallow 3 or 4 people alive without breaking a sweat. At the moment, Quebec and Nicole Nepes were on the same yacht. Quebec, if you don't prepare 2 people for me for supper tonight, you're dead, Nico Neptune said unhappily. She was obviously unhappy that Quebec had woken her up in the middle of the night. Quebec's face was pale. Nicole, there will be. I promise, I promise. Plus, you've met Dawson, right? He's Nien's nephew. Now that he's been killed, we should do something. Dawson, I remember now. Nicole Nepes licked her lips. What a pity. If I knew he would die here, I would have eaten him the first time we met. Quebec couldn't help but shiver. He had always known that Nicole Nepes treated humans as food. However, he didn't expect that even his relatives would be seen as food by Nicole Nepes. Then, would he be eaten one day? Quebec shuddered at the thought of this. At this moment, a speedboat rumbled past the yacht the two of them were on. Huh, there are a few people on it. Catch them, and we'll have a feast. Nicole Nepes' eyes lit up as she looked at the speedboat. Nicole, that's a speedboat. Our yacht isn't that fast. Quebec didn't dare to say that because Nicole Nepes was too heavy. The small yacht wasn't fast to begin with, and with Nicole Nepes on board, its speed was even slower. But if he said that out loud, Nicole Neptune would eat him up. I don't care. Chase after them. I'm going to eat them. If you can't do it, I'll eat you. Quebec was even more terrified. He already regretted waking Nicole Neptune up because of what happened to Dawson. Don't worry, it's just a speedboat. Although it's fast, its endurance is very poor, Quebec said. The advantage of a speedboat was its short-range speed, but because of the problem of the fuel load, it was definitely not as much as a yacht, and the range was at most a dozen nautical miles. Although their yacht wasn't big, it could still travel a few hundred nautical miles. That's great. I can have a full meal, and I can eat as much as I want at sea, Nicole Nepes shouted excitedly. Yeah, Rode, there's a small boat heading towards that super yacht. Is it Nicole Nepes? So fast. Rhode's eyes flickered. Shall we go there now? Join hands with that man? Not yet. Rode shook his head. Let Nicole Nepes fight with that man for a while first. That man's strength shouldn't be weak, and he won't collapse so soon. Pian, did you see the yacht that passed by just now? King Tong said with a solemn face. Yes, I saw it. What's wrong? Do you know the people on that ship? Pian asked curiously. One of the most terrifying witches in the world. The most terrifying witch. When the others heard King Tong's words, they also came over curiously. How terrifying. Is she very powerful? She's a nightmare. King Tong said. I was her enemy more than a decade ago. What happened then? That time, she snatched an inheritance treasure from family. That family hired over 20 spiritualists, and I was one of them. We only had one mission, and that was to snatch back that family's inheritance treasure. In the end, did you complete the task? No. King Tong shook her head. There were 27 spiritualists, but only 5, including me, are left. The others, were they all killed by that woman? It's more terrifying than death. Everyone was eaten by her. EW. Human beings instinctively rejected the concept of cannibalism. All of them were swallowed by her. King Tong's face was extremely solemn. You can't imagine how terrifying that woman is. She seems to have an immortal body. All magic can't hurt her. Then we watched her eat her companions one by one. It's terrible. Everyone looked back, but because of the vast night at the moment, they could no longer see the yacht. By the way, this is the right direction, isn't it? This speedboat can't go too far. If we go in the wrong direction, we'll be in trouble. It can't be wrong. The teacher has sent me the location, Litgrove said. There. Bona had already seen the outline of the huge ship in front of them. Even in the darkness of the night, it was still difficult to hide the huge scale of the Hydra. When King Tong and Pian saw the Hydra, they were a little surprised. It was that ship. They had a deep memory of that ship. The Hydra was really too big and luxurious. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Yes, that ship is my teacher's ship. When the speedboat approached the Hydra, they could already see Chan Zhao standing on the bow deck. The yacht slowed down and approached them slowly. When King Tong and Pian boarded the yacht, they were really a little nervous. They had never boarded such a luxurious yacht. Chun Zhao recognized the two of them. Hello, are you friends of Grove and the others? Hello, I'm King Tong, and she's Pian. We met your students on Yuma Island today. Nice to meet you, sir. Hello, they're still children. It's their honor to meet them. I hope you could take care of them on Yuma Island. They're all very powerful and don't necessarily need our care. At this moment, the noise of an engine came from the sea again. The pupils of King Tong and Pian suddenly contracted. The huge body on the approaching yacht made them tremble all over. Hey, another guest is coming. Chen Zhao looked at the yacht that was rushing over. Chapter 1507. Oh no, it's Nicole Neptune. Hurry up and set sail. We can't let that woman get on the boat. King Tong and Pian were both terrified. Grove, take them to eat something to fill their stomachs. I've prepared some cooked food for you, Chun Zhao said. Is there cooked food? Great, we'll have food. However, Pian and King Tong were full of eagerness, especially King Tong. He had fought with Nicole Neptune before. He knew very well how terrifying Nicole Neptune was. But Chun Zhao, Liane Grove, and the others all looked like they didn't care. They didn't panic at all because of Nicole Neptune's arrival. Obviously, they didn't understand what he had said before at all. They didn't understand how terrifying Nicole Neptune was at all. Mr. Chun, you don't understand how terrifying Nicole Neptune is. There's only a glimmer of hope if we all join forces to fight against her. If you think you could defeat Nicole Neptune one-on-one, you're completely wrong. King Tong, don't worry. My teacher is very, very powerful. Lit Grove, Bona, Jalanash, Giselle, Moore, and Mord were all full of confidence in Chun Zhao. What a joke. If Chun Zhao couldn't solve the problem, all of them would be in vain. However, King Tong clearly didn't have any confidence in Chun Zhao. Even if all of them joined forces, they didn't think they had a 30% chance of winning. Not to mention Chun Zhao's casual attitude. In his opinion, this was a sign of arrogance and ignorance. As for Pian, she didn't know Nicole Neptune, but she trusted King Tong. Since King Tong was so cautious, it meant that Nicole Neptune was really terrifying. Mr. King Tong, it's really okay. My teacher is very powerful. No one in the world is my teacher's match. King Tong couldn't take Lit Grove's words seriously at all. Lit Grove had been saying this all the time. King Tong and Pian had never refuted it. After all, everyone had their own idol. There was no need to correct them. But it was different now. They were about to face one of the most terrifying witches in the world. At this time, the yacht had already approached. On the yacht, there were two figures, one big and one small. Compared to the terrifying Nicole Neptune, Quebec looked like a bamboo pole. In fact, before marrying Nicole Neptune, Quebec had a pretty good figure. He was 185 meters tall and had beautiful muscles. But after marriage, Quebec had been squeezed dry by the ruthless Nicole Neptune. Compared to Quebec, Nicole Neptune was the opposite. He was 2 meters tall, 999% of the people in the world could not grow so tall. On top of that, he had hundreds of kilograms of fat on his body and that ridiculously big mouth. Great, this is perfect. With so many people here, I won't have to eat for more than 10 days. Nicole Neptune's face was full of joy when she saw everyone on the deck. Nicole Neptune grabbed the skinny Quebec and jumped onto the deck of the Hydra. When Chun Zhao saw the moving piece of fat jump onto the deck seemed to be slightly dented. He immediately felt that it was on fire again. Quebec was like a chicken in Nicole Neptune's hands. Such a strong man. Seeing Chun Zhao's body, Nicole Neptune's eyes suddenly lit up. Asian, be my husband. I like you. Everyone looked at Chun Zhao and shuddered uncontrollably. Chun Zhao's face darkened. If you want to fight, then fight. Why is she teasing me in public? Suddenly, Chun Zhao sensed a familiar aura from Nicole Neptune. Looking at Nicole Neptune's extremely ugly face filled with desire, Chun Zhao opened his mouth and licked his tongue. Chun Zhao frowned. Does this woman have the bloodline of a glutton? Although it was very faint, to the point of being negligible. But because of the bloodline, the woman looked a bit twisted. Although she still had the appearance of a human, her insides had probably changed due to the bloodline of gluttony. If you don't agree, I'll eat you up. Hurry up and decide if you want to accept my love or not. Usually, when gluttons met, they would either be superiors and subordinates, blood relatives, or devour and be devoured. However, Chun Zhao really had no appetite for this woman. Chun Zhao would rather devour a demon that was 100 times uglier than Nicole Neptune than let this woman enter his body. It wasn't just because she was human, but also because she disgusted him. I want you. I must have you. If you don't agree, I'll eat you up. You're mine. Nicole Neptune reached out her thick arm and grabbed at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao raised his hand and grabbed Nicole Neptune's right arm. Even though their sizes were many times different in the spiritual world, size wasn't an absolute difference in power. In Chun Zhao's eyes, Nicole Neptune was still too weak. Chun Zhao pushed his hand away. Go away, stupid pig. Hearing that, Nicole Neptune was instantly enraged. What did you say? What did you call me? You dare to call me stupid pig? You're dead. You're dead. I'm going to eat you. I'm going to pull out your flesh, swallow everything, and then defecate. Nicole Neptune's face was ferocious, and she let out a deafening roar. King Tong and Penny's expressions changed too. They felt their scalps go numb. So scary. In their eyes, this woman wasn't human anymore. She was a beast, a monster. Nicole, you're hurting me. Let go of me. Quebec yelled. His thin body felt like it was going to be crushed by Nicole Neptune. Useless trash. I'm tired of you. Now it's time for you to make your final contribution. Nicole Neptune suddenly raised Quebec before her. You, what are you doing? Nicole, I'm your husband. You can't do this to me. Quebec realized that things weren't going well, but he was firmly grasped by Nicole Neptune. He couldn't struggle. Nicole Neptune's power wasn't something a human could possess. Nicole Neptune's mouth opened wide and kept opening. After tonight, you're no longer my husband. Help! Help! I don't want to die. Don't eat me. Don't crack. Quebec's cries for help stopped abruptly. His head was stuffed into Nicole Neptune's mouth. Please remember the original domain of this book, Nine Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 1508. Quebec's hands and feet were still moving, but there was no sound anymore. Suddenly, a beam of golden light shot at Nicole Neps. It was King Tong who had attacked. He had used his Eye of the God. Ever since his fight with Nicole Neps more than a decade ago, King Tong had been thinking about how to defeat Nicole Neps. Later, he realized that Nicole Neps' biggest weakness was when she was eating. But today's attempt disappointed him, even made him despair. Nicole Neps was unharmed. Even with a person in her mouth, Nicole Neps could still speak. Don't worry. It'll be your turn soon. After swallowing her husband, Quebec, Nicole Neps' stomach seemed bigger. Other than that, there were no other changes to her body. However, her aura had become even more powerful and terrifying. Now it's your turn. Nicole Neps grinned at Chun Zhao. The third thing Nicole Neps hated was people disturbing her when she was eating. The second thing she hated was when someone rejected her love. What she hated the most was people calling her a pig. Unforgivable. Chun Zhao, on the other hand, looked at Nico Neps with interest. Nicole Neps's glutton bloodline was too thin, but Chun Zhao actually saw another way to use it in her. Chun Zhao's glutton bloodline could be used to absorb and talk. However, after eating someone, Nicole Neps used the person as her battery. She didn't absorb the person's magic power. Instead, she used the person as a spare tire. In other words, as long as she kept eating the enemy in battle, and as long as the enemy wasn't strong enough to kill her instantly, her magic power would almost never run out. So, under normal circumstances, she couldn't win. Perhaps he should find a chance to ask Beelzebub Zophi. With his strength, he should be able to teach him more ways to use the glutton bloodline. Just then, Nicole Neps reached out to Chun Zhao again. Hiss! Blood splattered. Ritter Grove, who was standing closer, was splattered with blood. Chun Zhao lifted the flabby arm that was almost as thick as a person. Nicole Neps took 2 steps back in shock. She didn't scream, but the fat on her face was shaking. The pain of losing his arm pierced through his heart. Glutton bloodline. Unfortunately, you're still too weak. Chen Zhao looked at Nico Neps indifferently. King Tong and Payan were furious. How terrible! How'd he do it? In the blink of an eye, Nicole Neptune's arm was torn off. Teacher, don't spill blood on me the next time you fight, Lit Grove complained. Ritter Grove was sure that Chan Zhao had purposely splashed the blood on him. This woman has the bloodline of the king of gluttony, one of the 7 demon kings of hell. Although it's very faint, it's still a good thing. If you touch it, there's a small chance that it will change your bloodline. You don't understand Master's good intentions. Really? Lit Grove looked surprised. Of course it's real. In fact, other than the little handsome guy's bloodline, which would be reduced to ashes with just a touch, there was no other bloodline. If someone accidentally touched the 7 deadly sins demon king's bloodline, there was a small chance that it would change their bloodline. Of course, Nicole Neptune's glutton bloodline was extremely thin. Changing her bloodline in this way was no different from winning the lottery. From a biological perspective, it was similar to changing genes through chemical reactions. Of course, the purer the demon's bloodline, the more intense the chemical reaction. At the same time, the stability of the modified party's genes had to be considered. If a normal person received the blood of a demon king, they would probably have a hemorrhage. If one's genes were stronger, there wouldn't be many changed genes. Jalanash secretly wiped the blood on the ground with her finger and then smeared it on her face. Do you think you'll definitely win? Nicole Neptune stared at Chun Zhao fiercely. Of course, Chun Zhao said matter-of-factly. You still have a trump card, right? Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Nicole Neptune looked at the position of her broken arm. Suddenly, her body started shrinking. It was very obvious. Then, a new arm grew out from her broken arm. Payan and King Tong were both shocked. What kind of spell was this? It could make someone grow a broken arm? But to Chun Zhao, it wasn't strange. Slightly stronger demons could regrow their broken arms. Nicole Neptune, on the other hand, had already started demonizing again because of her glutton bloodline. After her arm grew out, her body was still shrinking. Chen Zhao saw that Nicole Neptune's fat was rapidly decreasing. In a few minutes, Nicole Neptune's body had shrunk by half. A pair of metal blade-like structures grew out of her arms. Nicole Neptune's aura became stronger. Her body became more solid and less bloated. You're the second person who forced me to do this, Nicole Neptune said. Nicole Neptune had purposely kept her fat. To her, the more fat she had, the more powerful she was. Because of the special nature of magic, she could only increase her fat beyond biological limits by eating humans or creatures with magic power. If he was a normal person, how could he grow to a weight of 400 kilograms? Facing Chun Zhao now, she had to use her trump card. Other people burned their life force to fight. She didn't need to work so hard. She only needed to burn her fat. Then I'll try to be the first person to kill you. Nicole Neptune moved. King Tong and Payan both felt a terrifying aura coming at them. Even though Nicole Neptune wasn't targeting them, they still felt a suffocating pressure. Nicole Neptune raised her right arm and stabbed at Chun Zhao along with the blade-like structure. Clang! The next moment, Nicole Neptune's right blade was broken by Chun Zhao. At the same time, Chun Zhao punched her. Nicole Neptune was sent flying. Her face was almost deformed. King Tong and Payan were in disbelief. How terrifying was this Asian? Facing the terrifying Nico Neps, he didn't move a single step from start to finish. Nicole Neptune was both angry and shocked. The pain from the injury on her face stimulated her nerves. You like to eat people, but do you like to be eaten? Chapter 1509. Nicole Neptune's expression changed drastically. You eat people too? Nicole Neptune felt that only someone with the same magic as her could have such terrifying combat power. However, she didn't understand why Chun Zhao wasn't fat at all and still had a perfect figure. But she didn't have the courage to continue fighting. She turned around and dove into the water. Go after her. Don't let her get away. King Tong yelled anxiously. But no one, including Chin Zhao, was in a hurry. They all leaned against the railing and watched Nicole Neptune, who was flopping in the water. Wow, this fat pig. He's so big, but he can still swim so fast, Bona exclaimed. Nicole Neptune had already burned half of her fat, but she was still 2 or 3 times the size of a normal person. At 200 kilograms, she was still a giant. But Nicole Neptune wasn't slow at all in the water. Aren't you going after her? King Tong said excitedly. If she gets away, there'll be endless trouble. In his opinion, Chun Zhao and the others were unmoved by Nicole Neptune's escape. They were letting the tiger return to the mountain. Lit Grove and the others didn't think much of it. Could that fat pig run away from Chun Zhao? Should we make a bet on how long this pig can swim? Chun Zhao asked. Teacher, what's the bet? If anyone guesses correctly, then our association's group trip this year will go to the place where the Scarlet Church gives out missions. I'll help you get a mission. Everyone's eyes lit up. King Tong and Pian felt that Chun Zhao was too arrogant. None of the 98 places where the Scarlet Church gave out missions were simple. The difficulty of each one was about the same as besieging the ghost ship. Ever since the missions were given out, they hadn't heard of any place's mission being completed. Even in the spiritual world of Huaxia, 8 missions were still there. There were many participants, but none of them had the ability to complete the mission. Now, Chun Zhao was boasting that he could do it himself? King Tong and Penny were both surprised that Chun Zhao had defeated Nicole Neptune, but Nicole Neptune didn't expect that Chun Zhao would defeat Nicole Neptune. But to say that Chun Zhao could complete the mission given by the Scarlet Church alone was wishful thinking. I bet she can swim for 20 minutes. I bet 30 minutes. I bet she can swim for an hour. Except for King Tong and Pian, everyone else made a bet. 2 of you, Chun Zhao said. Bring out the food. We'll eat while waiting for the results. King Tong and Pian found that no matter how hard Nico Nep swam, she could not swim more than 100 meters away. She was always swimming within 100 meters. Everyone sat on the deck and watched Nicole Neptune as they ate and drank. What's going on? Is it water magic? King Tong asked in confusion. Nicole Neptune had swum for so long, but she hadn't even swum 100 meters. It was definitely abnormal. So it was only natural that he thought it was magic. But wasn't this man an enhancer? How could he also know water magic? To be able to affect a distance of 100 meters, this magic ability should not be weak. The most important thing was that this spell had to be maintained, and it would consume a lot of magic power. No wonder they all looked like they knew this would happen. It turned out that he was certain that Nicole Neptune would not be able to escape. Finally, Nicole Neptune's thought stopped. Teacher, look, she's not moving anymore. Let's see how long it takes. 28 minutes. Who's closest? Chun Zhao asked. Jalanash. Jalanash, when we go back, pick a place for our trip this year. President, I don't have to participate this time, right? Why not? If you win this time, you can get 2 rewards. Why not? King Tong felt that Chun Zhao was strong, but he was a bit arrogant and ignorant. Even the 24th and 25th generations of the Scarlet Church only received 1% of the magic power of the 23rd generation of Blood Mary. Among them, the 24th generation of Blood Mary was a rather famous witch. Even she could only take 1% of the magic power. How could others take 2? Suddenly, Nicole Neptune's scream came from the sea. Everyone saw Nicole Neptune swim back, but the water she swam through was dyed red. President, if I fought her, would I be able to win? Jalanash asked curiously as she looked at Nicole Nep's figure. Your single-target magic attack isn't strong, and your group magic attack is too scattered, so you can't beat her, Chun Zhao said. But it doesn't mean that you're not as strong as her. It's just that you're taking a different path. Help! Help me! I don't want to die. Nicole Neptune swam closer and began to ask for help. Everyone laughed, as if they were laughing at Nicole Neptune. Just then, a black shadow flashed below Nicole Neptune. What's that? King Tong vaguely saw the huge shadow. The next moment, Nicole Neptune was dragged into the sea. This time, Nicole Neptune did not float up again. Everything returned to silence. Only King Tong could vaguely see something in the darkness because of her divine eyes. Just then, another yacht approached. What's going on? Why don't I see Nicole Neptune? Is she not here? Rode was confused. The yacht approached the Hydra. Wang Sieg and Rode saw Chan Zhao and a group of people eating and drinking on the deck, but they did not see Nicole Neptune. But next to the Hydra, there is a speedboat and a yacht. Mr. Chun, what a coincidence. We meet again, Wang Sieg said to Chun Zhao at the bow of the boat. Yeah, what a coincidence. Do you want to come over for supper? No, thanks. Wang Sieg shook her head with a smile. By the way, Mr. Chun, did you see anyone suspicious? Suspicious? No. Okay. If you encounter anyone dangerous, remember to let us know. We'll come as soon as possible. Okay. Chun Zhao nodded. Chun Zhao had a good impression of Wang Sieg. But now, he did not have such a good impression of her. She was the only one he had told about Dawson's death. But now that the news had spread, whether intentionally or not, it was definitely related to her. Moreover, the radar on the Hydra had already detected that Wang Sieg's boat was nearby. They were clearly watching the fire from the other side. Chun Zhao did not know what their intentions were. Whether or not they had ill intentions, Chun Zhao didn't want to deal with them anymore. Chapter 15:10. Chun Zhao wouldn't turn hostile immediately. After all, he didn't have any evidence. But this didn't mean he would pretend to be courteous with them. Chun Zhao preferred to deal with people directly instead of deceiving each other. After they were full, Chun Zhao arranged a room for them to rest. There were many empty rooms on the Hydra. Apart from the biggest room, there were also many luxuriously decorated suites. Everyone could finally enjoy the night. Wenko, what do you think? Nicole Neptune's dead. Dead? Impossible. Rode exclaimed in shock. According to the people I arranged on Roma Island, Nicole Neptune's yacht is the one docked next to the super yacht. The yacht was there, but Nicole Neptune was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that this is all a scam? Maybe Dawson isn't dead. Nicole Nelson and Quebec aren't dead either. Wenko shook her head. They're all dead. How can you be sure? The area around the super yacht just now was filled with a rather dense magic aura. Someone was releasing high-intensity magic or fighting there. Because Chun Zhao and the others were in the sea, they didn't feel the magical aura. But for someone like Wenko Sieg, who was very sensitive to magic power, it was very obvious that she had entered that sea region. Moreover, both Wang Sieg and Rode could feel his hostility. The next time they met, they probably wouldn't be friends anymore. The two couldn't help but sigh and regret. They thought that the plan was good. Not only could they test Chun Zhao's strength, but they could also intervene when Chun Zhao and Nicole Neptune were both injured. They could kill Nicole Neptune and save Chun Zhao, making him owe them a favor. It was a perfect plan that killed many birds with one stone. In the end, before they could arrive, Chun Zhao had already killed Nicole Neptune. Chun Zhao's strength was revealed. He was stronger than Nicole Neptune. But in the end, they lost a powerful ally. The next day, everyone woke up one after another. Sleeping in a luxurious suite was much better than sleeping in the wilderness and feeding mosquitoes. One by one, they got up energetically. Brother Grove, Sister Jolinash, Sister Bona, when did you come? Jerlin propped her head on the table and looked at everyone curiously. Last night. Little Jerlin fell asleep last night. That's why I came. He reached out and wanted to pinch Jerlin's face too, but then he remembered Chun Zhao's warning and touched Jerlin's head instead. You're right, Jerlin said with a smile. Other than Chun Zhao, no one could pinch Jerlin's face. Whoever dared to pinch little Jerlin's face would be beaten to death. Okay, Chun Zhao was definitely joking. However, if they dared to break the rules, Chun Zhao would definitely punish them. Apart from King Tong and Pian, little Jerlin was already very familiar with Lit Grove and the others. Brother Grove, little Jerlin caught such a big fish yesterday, little Jerlin said as she spread her arms and gestured. Little Jerlin is the best. The crowd was not stingy with their praise for little Jerlin, but it was obvious that Chun Zhao or Fei Lai had helped pull him up. Lit Grove stood up and went to get another bowl of porridge. Grove, you've already eaten 3 bowls. Do you still want more? I slept too well last night. My appetite is super good today. Don't eat too much, Fei Lai said. Your teacher said that there's going to be another big meal at noon. Since the touring ghost ship was expected to arrive tonight, they didn't plan to go to Noma Island so soon. Chun Zhao also planned to take this opportunity to entertain them well. I'm not hungry, but I just want to eat. Forget it. You can eat if you want. Chen has a big appetite too. Grove, are you an enhancer like Chen? Fei Lai wasn't a witch, but she more or less knew some branches of magic. No, I'm a semi-support type. Just then, Chun Zhao also entered the dining room. He took a breakfast and sat down. King Tong and Pian had no idea about Fei Lai's so-called big appetite. But when they saw Chun Zhao put a pot in front of them, they were instantly speechless. Was this guy a glutton? Of course, Chun Zhao's family prepared plenty of food every day. Anyway, they wouldn't let their guests go hungry. Halfway through eating, Chun Zhao suddenly looked up at Lit Grove. Huh? What's wrong? Grove, you seem to have changed. What? Teacher, what changed? You seem to be stained with that woman's blood last night. You really won the lottery. You have the bloodline of the king of gluttony. Everyone exclaimed and looked at Lit Grove. Teacher, what did you say? I feel the bloodline of gluttony in your body, Chun Zhao said. It's very faint, but it did appear. Teacher, you mean I have the bloodline of gluttony? Lit Grove didn't know how to face it. As one of the demon kings of hell, the king of gluttony is the representative of evil, King Tong said cautiously. His bloodline may affect your mind. You better be careful. Don't listen to his nonsense. There's no such thing. Chun Zhao waved his hand. King Tong's face was instantly filled with embarrassment, but Chun Zhao didn't think so. Whether it's bloodline or power, there's no good or bad. Unless you become an irrational beast, you're still you. Take our association's Helios, for example. She's the inheritor of necromancy. Is necromancy evil? Is Helios evil? You just have to control your mentality and don't lose your sense of propriety because you suddenly gain power. The so-called power will change your mind. That's just a lie to kids. Compared with King Tong, Lit Grove certainly trusted Chun Zhao more. However, King Tong was very dissatisfied with Chun Zhao's words. Mr. Chun, I don't agree with you. Just like Nicole Neptune, can you say that she's not evil? Whether or not she's evil has nothing to do with her power. I've seen monsters that can bewitch people's hearts. Those monsters don't rely on power, but magic imprints. They use magic to harass and torture people, not pollution. It's like sunlight. For the entire earth, sunlight brings warmth and life, but it also brings death. The nature of power is the same. What determines power isn't where it comes from, but how it's used. Chun Zhao firmly believed that one's environment determined one's nature, not power. Chapter 15:11. Chun Zhao couldn't explain King Tong's stubbornness in a few words. And Chun Zhao wasn't interested in arguing with King Tong. For example, Beelzebub, who followed Chun Zhao, was a subordinate of the king of gluttony and great lord Beelzebub Zophi. Were they evil? According to human rules, they were indeed evil. But was it caused by their bloodline? No, it was caused by the environment of hell. They had to survive in hell in one way or another. In Chun Zhao's opinion, hell was also the law of the jungle. The strong were respected and the fittest survived. In fact, the seniors in the spiritual world, and even those who had lived longer, should understand that there was no such thing as evil power in this world. After noon, they were going to Arma Island again. Chun Zhao provided a lot of things, including tents, food, water, and all kinds of tools. There were more people on Arma Island today. There were only 100 people yesterday, but there were 3 or 4 times more people today. There were probably 400 or 500 people. There are so many people. Even if we work together, I'm afraid we won't be able to get many achievements. Jalanash wasn't confident. If it was a one-on-one battle, she might be confident. But there were too many people on Arma Island today. The others are about the same, King Tong said. To be honest, if your teacher is willing to take action, we'll have a higher chance, Pian said. She had the same thought as King Tong. She felt that Chun Zhao and his disciples were a bit ignorant and fearless. But she had to admit that Chun Zhao was indeed very powerful. Even on this island, he could be a top-notch existence. However, no one thought so. If Chun Zhao took action, they wouldn't have a chance to do anything. They had seen how terrifying Chun Zhao's strength was. The only time Chun Zhao was serious and the only time he was injured was when he fought with the three-headed dragon. Unfortunately, only Moraz was lucky enough to see that battle. However, compared to the three-headed dragon, all spirits weren't that scary. Moreover, their main purpose this time wasn't the reward of the Scarlet Church, but the trial. That was what they really needed. If it was just a reward, they only needed Chun Zhao to take action. In the association, the most important thing was actual combat ability. Even Adus dared to enter the Tower of Trials. Therefore, to Lit Grove and the others, the most important part of this operation was the actual combat experience, not the rewards. King Tong and Pian began to draw the magic circle again, while Jalanash and the others stayed to help them. Of course, when the Turin arrived, they would fight on their own. King Tong and Pian also trusted Jalanash and the others. The people on Dharma Island were basically preparing for the battle, because no one knew if the Turin would come tonight. They could only rely on some supernatural spy satellites to investigate the Turin. After all, it was impossible to send planes or ships to investigate. Once planes or ships were used, they would most likely be attacked by the Turin. The durian could not be detected during the day and would only appear at night. The factor that decided whether the Turin would come tonight was the airflow in the Pacific Ocean. If he didn't appear tonight, then he would definitely appear tomorrow night. However, in the afternoon, the wind around Mama Island became stronger. This was a sign of the arrival of the durian. Every time the durian appeared, it would be accompanied by a storm. Dark clouds began to cover the sun. The entire Dharma Island was shrouded in dark clouds. On the Hydra, Chun Zhao looked up at the sky. Will it come tonight? The waves were also a little bigger, and the Hydra was shaking a little. It wasn't strong, but it still had some effect. Chun Zhao controlled the seawater to reduce the impact on the Hydra. Recently, Chun Zhao had been thinking about how to fill his body with magic and at the same time control his body so that it wouldn't fly. This problem had been bothering Chun Zhao for a few days. Although flying has always been a pursuit of mankind since ancient times. However, when he really had the ability to fly but couldn't control it, it would feel very bad. If every cell in Chun Zhao's body was filled with magic, he would fly directly to the stratosphere. However, after a few days, Chun Zhao still had no clue. Chun Zhao thought about carrying weights. It was fine. Wearing something that weighed a few hundred kilograms wouldn't be a burden to him. However, life would be very inconvenient. For example, sitting on the sofa, lying on the bed, or driving. Take the Porsche 918 at home, for example. If he wore a few hundred kilograms of weight, the wheels would probably crush him. What Chun Zhao needed was a way that wouldn't affect his life and could be controlled. Basically, Chun Zhao's current state was that his mass density was lower than air. In theory, it was similar to a hot air balloon. So, it wasn't really flying. If he was in an environment without air, he wouldn't be able to fly. From a scientific perspective, what was real flying like? Breaking free from gravity through propulsion was one. Another was anti-gravity, but it couldn't be achieved with current technology. It was still a concept. However, Chun Zhao suddenly thought of an idea, or rather a possibility, that was to change the quality of magic. The most fundamental reason he could break free from gravity was that magic changed the quality of every cell, allowing him to break free from the restraints of gravity. The quality of magic was lower than the quality of air. This was the fundamental reason. So, what if the mass of magic was greater than air? Changing the quality of magic was equivalent to compressing the magic to a higher density. In other words, it would increase his own magic power. From a scientific point of view, it was possible. But it wasn't science. It was magic, a supernatural power. Could he really do it? Chun Zhao wasn't very confident. Every cell was like an oxygen bottle or a gas tank. The tank was filled with gas. Oxygen bottles and gas tanks had the same technical principle. Through air compression, oxygen and gas could be compressed into a liquid, increasing the density of oxygen and gas. Chun Zhao's heart jumped. If it was a liquid, he could control it. Maybe this method would work. But there was still the most important step. How could he compress magic? Chun Zhao reached out and gathered a ball of magic in his palm. Then his palm started shrinking. The magic started shrinking and the density started increasing. A ball of liquid appeared. Chapter 15:12. He could use his own power to compress mana, but cells couldn't possibly compress so much. Now, Chun Zhao was at a bottleneck again. The mana compressed by Chun Zhao's brute force was already in a liquid state. But once it left his palm, it would immediately return to its original gaseous state. It's like a gas can, but it's liquid when it's in the can. But once there was a vent, it would be released in gaseous form. No, Chun Zhao had another idea. It wasn't impossible. He could use other cells to compress mana. One cell didn't have that much power, but what if he had more cells? He could first use other cells to compress the mana in a small area and then cover his entire body. Chun Zhao first tried with his palm. He opened his palm and started controlling his muscles, sending mana into his palm. Soon, the mana in the cells in his palm started to liquefy. It was more active and powerful. The cells were excited as if they'd been injected with stimulants. Chun Zhao started compressing other parts. This wasn't difficult for Chun Zhao, as long as he could control the muscles in each part. The small world started absorbing spiritual qi like crazy. This was Chun Zhao's first time growing mana at such a crazy rate. Gradually, his entire left palm had completed the liquefying process. Chun Zhao tried to clench his fist. It was twice as heavy as before. However, the cells in his left palm contained 10 times more mana than before. However, this transformation process was very slow and complicated. Chun Zhao used a few hours to completely compress the mana in his palm. If he wanted to compress all the cells in his body, he would need at least a month. At the moment, the power in his left arm had even surpassed that of his right arm. After all, Chun Zhao was right-handed and his right arm had the bloodline of gluttony. So, his right arm had always been many times stronger than his left arm. But now, for the first time, his left arm surpassed his right arm. But it was already getting late. The weather, which was already overcast, now felt even more gloomy and gloomy. But for the people on the Hydra, they are not affected. Chun, the ghost ship Turin will appear tonight, right? Fail, I want to see it. I think so. Which direction will the durian come from? The port is in the direction of Arma Island, Chun Zhao said. So, Turin should be approaching Arma Island from that direction. From here, we can wait for Turin to pass by us. Chun Zhao wouldn't let the Hydra get too close to the ghost ship. At least, he couldn't let the Hydra be in the ghost ship's attack range. Of course, it wouldn't be too far. After all, they were here to watch the show. If it was too far away, there would be nothing to see. When the sky turned completely dark, the waves on the sea became even stronger. In the distance, the island of Lima was pitch black. The sea breeze, blowing from the west, was filled with a trace of restlessness. Just then, Chun Zhao saw a glimmer of light in the darkness in the distance. Here it comes. Chun Zhao had an idea. Fei Lai was an ordinary person, so she couldn't see it. What Chun Zhao didn't expect was that Jerlin was the second to see it. Dad, Mom, over there. There's a ship coming. The Spectre ship is coming, little Jerlin shouted excitedly. Where? Fei Lai stood on her tiptoes, but she still couldn't see anything. Only when the ship was a few kilometers away did Fei Lai see it clearly. Ordinary people couldn't see spirits, but the Spectre ship wasn't a spirit. It had a physical body. However, because the ship carried countless evil spirits, it actually covered the ship's physical body. The wind and waves were getting bigger and bigger. Fei Lai finally got a clear view of the Turin ghost ship. It was a huge ship that was around 150 meters long. For that era, this ship was already very large. Even now, it could be considered a big ship. However, no matter how big it was, it couldn't escape the corrosion of time. Right now, Turin was like a decaying old man, or rather, a corpse that had long rotted away. Large amounts of seaweed hung on the ship's body, as well as many marine objects. Chin, why is there seaweed all over Turin? Turin can't be detected during the day, Chun Zhao said. Probably because it sinks into the sea during the day. Chun Zhao felt that Turin was a bit too close to the Hydra, so he secretly controlled the seawater to push the Hydra away from Turin. Fei Lai could see the full appearance of Turin, but she couldn't see the countless evil spirits around it. Those evil spirits were like fireflies, constantly wandering around the surroundings. Chun Zhao didn't even know how many evil spirits there were on the ship. Chen, do you hear something? Sound? Chun Zhao shook his head. Do you hear something? Like someone's whispering in my ear, Feilai said. Chen, will I be cursed? Chun Zhao looked at Feilai. She wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she was eager to try. To be honest, Feilai was really looking forward to it. After all, she'd seen the world and knew that Chun Zhao was very powerful. He would protect her. You're not cursed. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. But what you heard should be the howls of evil spirits. It's just that you can't see or hear evil spirits, so it sounds like someone is whispering in your ear. If you don't know what's going on, you'll be easily driven crazy by this sound. I'll get someone to give you a cleansing potion later, so you won't have nightmares. Being able to see the evil spirits on the ship and not being able to see them were two different concepts. The evil spirits killed, tortured, devoured, and attacked each other every day. They'd long been twisted beyond recognition. They were stronger and scarier than normal evil spirits. Their rationality had long been destroyed. All that was left was madness. The ghost ship didn't come toward the Hydra. Instead, it flew parallel to it and brushed past it. Although it was around 2 kilometers away, Chun Zhao was still on guard to ensure that no small fries would come. Turin didn't change its course. Instead, it went straight toward Arma Island. But Chun Zhao could feel that there was a very powerful evil spirit on Turin. Even that evil spirit had noticed the Hydra. The aura reminded Chun Zhao of the powerful evil spirit he'd encountered in New York, the grandfather. Okay, the ghost ship has passed. Go into the cabin. Chun, how long will the ghost ship stay on Arma Island? I heard that it'll stay for 6 hours, Chun Zhao said. I heard that Turin used to stop at Arma Island for 6 hours to unload. Chapter 15:13. It's coming. All the psychics on Roma Island shuddered. They were excited. Afraid? Yes. Facing a ghost ship, no one dared to say that they could escape unscathed. What's more, it was the Turin. Before the Turin reached the shore, everyone's hearts were shrouded in a layer of haze. Terrifying. The oppressive aura made people sink to the bottom of the valley. I don't want to be here. Why am I so stupid? Why did I come here to take risks? This is suicide. I want to get out of here. I want to get out of here. Suddenly a psychic shouted. Before the Turin approached, he had already lost control. He was devoured by fear. The surrounding psychics had different expressions. Some sighed, while others sighed. Of course, there were also strong-willed people who were unmoved. Jalanash, Bona, Litgrove, Giselle, Moore, and Morid had all gathered on the beach. At this time, the strong wind blowing toward the island was already difficult to resist. Even if some people were not shocked by the oppressive aura, they could not stand up straight because of the strong wind. With the howling wind, the evil spirits moved with the wind and rushed onto the island. The Turin was already close to the former dock. In an instant, the scene became even more chaotic. Then we'll fight on our own now. Be careful. Don't let the president down, Jalanash said. The first batch of evil spirits that rushed to the island with the strong wind were called unclean sailors. They were stronger than ordinary evil spirits, but they didn't even have the right to board the ship. They could only linger around the Turin and wander with it. They were stronger than ordinary evil spirits in that they could use physical attacks. They held rotten swords in their hands. And with the help of the strong wind, they were faster. They were a standard to measure psychics. If they couldn't even resist their attacks, there was no need to stay on this island. They would either be killed by the unclean sailors or consider how to escape from this battlefield. The first wave of unclean sailors had already landed, and there were already casualties. King Tong and Pian were now in the forest, which was not affected by the strong wind. They could also deal with those unclean sailors calmly. Their strength belonged to the advanced standard on this island. They were not the top, but they were stronger than most psychics. Even Pian could easily deal with the unclean sailors. King Tong, look over there. Is that Jalanash? King Tong turned her head and saw Jalanash. Well, it's indeed her. Why is she standing there? Where are the others? Pian was worried. After all, in her eyes, Jalanash and the others were just kids. Could it be that she ran out of magic power? When they fought yesterday, she used spells that cost a lot of energy. Mr. Chen also said that Jalanash's spells are all large-scale spells. I'll stay here. Go over and have a look. Ask her if she needs help, King Tong said. Because he had already activated the 4 symbols demons subduing formation, it was not convenient for him to leave the formation, so he could only let Pain go. Oh no, there are a few unclean sailors rushing toward her. Pian immediately exclaimed and hastened his pace. However, they were more than 20 meters away, and they were in the forest, so it was not easy to walk. And those unclean sailors came with the wind. Those unclean sailors rushed towards Jalanash, but Jalanash did not react at all. The unclean sailors were about to hurt Jalanash. Suddenly, a burst of red light burst out of Jalanash's body. She didn't seem to do anything, but those unclean sailors were instantly turned into ashes. Hiss, what kind of magic is that? It's not magic. She's wearing some magic prop. King Tong said, it's full of blazing power. It's not an ordinary magic prop. At this time, Jalanash had come over. Miss Pian, Mr. King Tong. Jalanash, what can I do for you? Where are your other companions? They are all fighting on their own, Jalanash said. I forgot about it during the day. These are the 2 pendants I got from the president today. They are for you. Pendants? King Tong and Pian saw Jalanash take out 2 pendant chains. There were 2 bone pendants hanging on the pendant chains, which looked like they were polished from the bones of some animal. They were polished from a dragon tooth. Because there were too many of them in the association, a dragon tooth could be polished into hundreds of dragon tooth pendants. As long as they were slightly enchanted, they would have a pretty good effect. Even the dragon tooth could be used to make bullets for Klaus and the lightning squad, because there were too many of them. So these 2 dragon tooth pendants were really not worth much. Of course, they were worthless to the members of the association. They were priceless to the outside world. King Tong and Pian took the dragon tooth pendants and immediately felt a scorching aura from them. But it was not scorching. It just made the 2 of them feel hot. It took away all the coldness in their bodies, and they felt that the recovery of their magic power seemed to be smoother. It increased the recovery speed of their magic power by at least 10%. This pendant should be a magic prop, right? And it didn't feel like the kind of inferior goods that cost hundreds of dollars. Jalanash, is this good? Don't worry. We have a lot of them. They are of no value to us. To the 2 of them, Jalanash's words sounded like she was comforting them. In fact, Jalanash was telling the truth. Not only did everyone in the association have one, but even their family members had one. It had a good effect on exorcising evil spirits and avoiding disasters. Of course, the pendants given to the relatives of the members of the association were all disguised so that they would not be killed because of the exposure of the dragon tooth pendants. Well, I won't stand in the way here and steal your monsters. I'll go somewhere else, Jalanash said with a smile. Both Pian and King Tong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Jalanash came with good intentions. How could they not know what was good for them? Moreover, the pendants she gave to the 2 of them were probably worth a lot of money. Be careful, too, King Tong reminded them. In the eyes of King Tong and Pian, Jalanash and the other children were very good in all aspects, except that they had a low vision and were a little arrogant. They were not weak, had a strong mind, and were also kind. Well, let's not make a fool of ourselves. There's so many unclean sailors. The Turin should be docked, and the second wave is coming, King Tong said. Unlike the first wave of unclean sailors, the second wave was a real storm. The lost souls at sea were the backbone of the ghost ship, and they were also the largest in number. They were constantly looking for a way to get rid of themselves. Since they could not be purified, they only hoped to be killed. Chapter 15:14. The lost souls of the sea were the original passengers or sailors of the ghost ship. Dream follower. They were bound by death, but they couldn't rest in peace. They sought eternal disappearance, but they couldn't escape the fate of being dominated. Compared to the unclean sailors, the lost souls of the sea were more violent. They were also intelligent and wouldn't charge irrationally like the unclean sailors. The casualties of the psychics on Roma Island began to increase. The unclean sailors at the beginning were just appetizers. After eliminating the unqualified psychics, they attacked in groups. On the other hand, the lost souls of the sea were like an army. They attacked in an organized manner. Instead of attacking one after another, they attacked in groups. Behind the lost souls of the sea, there was a particularly tall, evil spirit, the ghost captain. He could command his army and turn the lost souls of the sea into a real army. Moreover, after they killed the enemy, they would attach themselves to the enemy and control the enemy's body to attack. This made them even more of a threat. The psychics on the beach began to retreat. A large number of psychics were injured or even killed. This was the difference between organized and unorganized. The ghost captain had experienced countless battles. From his life to his death, he couldn't rest in peace. He didn't need to shout on the battlefield. His intentions could be conveyed to the entire battlefield with a thought. That's impressive, Moore said with emotion. After saying that, Immerse created a doppelganger and directly rushed to a team of 6 lost souls of the sea. He actually preferred this kind of team of enemies. The efficiency of those unclean sailors from before was too low. The 6 lost souls of the sea immediately waved their swords and slashed at Moore's clone. The clone pounced on one of the lost souls of the sea. The magic dragon-scale armor on the clone immediately came into play. The scorching heat burned the souls of the dead at sea who had lost their way. The other souls of the sea slashed at the clone crazily as if they wanted to chop it into pieces. However, I didn't need to do that. The clone suddenly exploded, blowing all 6 souls of the sea into pieces. Currently, Moore was still using suicidal attacks. The difference was that the bombs used were no longer the ordinary magic bombs of the past. Now, they were bombs mixed with dragon-scale powder, and these bombs were made by Ruan Fashabin. Ruan Faxi had originally planned to use it as a dragon's breath, although it would not be as powerful as a real dragon's breath. Compared to the association, it was cheaper to build, more powerful, and more convenient to carry. Unlike in the past, they didn't need to bring hundreds of kilograms of explosives in a single battle. Each portion of the dragon's breath was only the size of a finger. However, it was still very terrifying. The 6 dead souls of the sea did not even leave a trace behind. Immerse shuddered. Although the self-destruction of his avatar did not cause any substantial harm to himself, the moment the avatar died would still bring about a very uncomfortable feeling. Immerse looked at where the Turin was docked and mumbled, "If I can get to the Turin, I'll definitely earn a lot of merit points." This kind of suicidal attack was, of course, more effective when there were more enemies. Although killing 6 souls of the sea at once was already a very good result. However, Immerse was not satisfied. After all, he had to pay with his life every time. However, Immerse did not have any close combat abilities. His avatar would not be able to get to the Turin before it was killed and self-destructed. Moreover, the ghost captain was not stupid. He would not let Immerse's avatar get close. Immerse was very cunning. His original body had been hiding in the forest. He would not give the souls of the sea a chance to surround him. Just like when he was in the trial tower, he had to keep running and constantly release his doppelgangers to self-destruct in order to pass the first level of the trial tower. He claimed to be the 3rd fastest man in the supernatural organization. Apart from an elite and Chun Zhao, he was the best at running. In fact, Klaus and the Lightning team were better at running than him. For example, Gaia was faster than him. Just then, a ball of fire fell from the sky. The fire did not explode. Instead, it splashed in all directions. The splashing flames surrounded a dozen souls of the sea. Hiding in the forest, Immerse saw Jalanash and immediately shouted, "Jalanash, I saw this place first." Only then did Jalanash see Immerse. "Fine, I'll go somewhere else." Jalanash pouted. Immerse really knew how to pick a place. Of course, this place would fall soon. Many spiritualists had retreated. Immerse could not stay here forever. Jalanash threw another spell and turned to leave. Just then, a few ships suddenly appeared on the sea. Jalanash and Immerse's attention was attracted by the ship's movements. What are they doing? They want to destroy the Turin with the self-destructing ships? Not just Jalanash and Immerse, but many spiritualists also saw this. Some were envious, while others were jealous. It was indeed a strange move. But at this moment, a loud and orderly voice came from the Turin. It was like a choir singing in unison. But many people's expressions changed. It was not a choir singing. It was the dark spirit witches releasing spells together. It was the sound of magic incantations. The incantations were loud and eerie. Those who heard it could not help but shudder. Immediately afterward, tentacles extended from the front, back, left, and right of the self-destructing ships, entangling them. Boom, boom, boom. The ships all self-destructed before they could get close to the Turin. MOAir, get out of here quickly. Those are dark spirit witches, and there seems to be a lot of them, Jalanash reminded him. Dark spirit witches were not ordinary evil spirits or witches. They were a combination of witches and evil spirits. They used to be spiritualists who attacked the Turin when they were alive. But after their deaths, their souls were captured by the Turin and enslaved and dominated. At the same time, they gained more power than when they were alive. A terrible magic power came from the Turin. The Turin's most terrifying dark spirit witches had finally moved out. Hundreds of dark spirit witches chanted the same incantation, then left the Turin and rushed to Ma Island in all directions. The dark spirit witches were the most powerful and also the most difficult to deal with on the Turin. And there were also a lot of them. What a pity. I knew this would happen. Wink, Sieg, and Rode both looked disappointed. Chapter 15:15. Wenku Sieg's idea was to attack Turin from the sea. It was a good idea, but she clearly underestimated how terrifying Turin was. The individual strength of these dark spirit witches were already stronger than most spiritualists. This was also why Turin was so terrifying. A large number of dark spirit witches flew out of Turin. These dark spirit witches had all sorts of strange spells. Giselle controlled a few flying balls, which were all covered in dragon scales. Against normal evil spirits, there was no need to use the machinery of the flying balls. They only needed to charge forward and tear those evil spirits to pieces. What a beautiful little girl. Suddenly, a voice was heard. Giselle turned around and saw that it was an old witch. Her face was full of wrinkles. She wore a witch hat on her head, had a hooked nose, long pointed ears, and a mouth full of rotten teeth. She held a walking stick in her hand, and her body emitted a foul smell. Giselle's gaze sharpened, and a flying ball attacked the old witch from behind. Giselle was not the little girl who was chased and had nowhere to run. Wad, the old witch, let out a strange cry, and her body suddenly exploded. However, her body seemed to be made of mud, so Giselle's attack was not fatal. The old witch quickly reconstructed another body. "Little girl, I'm going to eat you." The old witch screamed. "Eat me? If you have the ability, come at me." Giselle was not afraid at all. The 6 flying balls around her all extended spinning blades. Even a spirit body had powerful destructive power. A single touch could tear a spirit body apart. The old witch was about to cast a spell, but her body was already smashed. The old witch reconstructed her body again, and another flying ball shot out of nowhere and smashed her body again. The old witch again. The old witch angrily shouted, "Do you dare to give me time to cast a spell?" Although she could reconstruct her body every time, in reality, each flying ball caused a certain amount of damage to her spirit body. She was not truly immortal. She was only a dark spirit witch. Her body, made of mud, could only block some physical attacks for her, preventing her spirit body from directly coming into contact with the flying balls. For a spirit body, being hit by a flying ball head-on was almost the same as being hit by a metal ball. Giselle wasn't stupid. Was the one who cast the spell on the old witch. This old witch was obviously a voodoo witch. He didn't have any self-defense spells, so his defense was entirely dependent on the magic dragon scale armor. Magic dragon scale armor, on the other hand, wasn't particularly effective against voodoo spells. If the old witch released her voodoo magic, it would be hard to guarantee that he would not be injured. If he were to ask for help, it would be extremely embarrassing. Moreover, there was a rule in the supernatural organization. Sparring and fighting were 2 different things. If it was a duel between 2 companions, then it would naturally be fair. However, If anyone went easy on their opponent and was defeated, they would be punished. Giselle didn't want to challenge the rules of the supernatural organization with stupid ideas. Enemies had to be crushed to death to make people feel at ease. What's more, the enemy had their own merits. Looks like I can't waste any more time. I need to deal her a fatal blow. Just as the old witch was forming a new body, a flying ball suddenly exploded and a large net covered the old witch. It wasn't an ordinary net, but an enchanted one. It had the power of lightning and fire, and Giselle had helped her pour the lightning power into it. Ah! The old witch screamed. She was bound by the net, and her spirit couldn't escape. She could only endure the lightning released by the net. The terrifying power evaporated the water in her mud shell and disintegrated the old witch's spirit at the same time. Done. Giselle touched her chin. Although she'd gotten rid of the old witch, she still lacked a one-hit kill. She should think about it after going back and come up with a move that could kill in one hit. Giselle circled the forest a few times and encountered many battles. But Giselle didn't interfere. After all, everyone here was her competitor. As long as they weren't companions, she didn't think that she needed to help. Along the way, Giselle killed a dozen more sea souls and 2 black spirit witches. Giselle became more and more aware of her own weaknesses. Actually, Giselle had this feeling before, but it wasn't clear enough. This battle had made her deeply understand this point. If it was against a weaker opponent, it didn't matter if she used a killer move or not. But against an opponent that was similar or slightly stronger than her, another killer move was necessary. Mord wasn't far from Giselle. At the moment, he was fighting with 20 black spirit witches. Although he was facing more than 20 darkened spirit warlocks, Mord could be said to be doing it with ease. Of course, it didn't mean that Mord was stronger than Giselle. It was because his magic was suitable for large-scale battles like this. This was because the same tactic could be used against one enemy, and the same tactic could be used against a group of enemies. Therefore, he needed to attract a few black spirit witches and then attack. This would be more efficient and save more mana. Mord scattered the magic seeds, and everything within a few hundred meters became Mord's territory. Countless magic plants drilled out of the ground. Some were full of dangerous exploding fruits. Some were vines that looked like tentacles, man-eating flowers, voodoo fruits, and so on. Anyway, Mord's skill turned the area into a charaba. Of course, that was only true for the monsters on the Turin. But for others, the entire Mama Island was also a charaba. Not everyone had Mord's abilities. Most of them couldn't even protect themselves. Some people thought highly of themselves, while others planned to fish in troubled waters. But the result was obvious. Turin was far more terrifying than they had imagined. The black spirit witches weren't the most terrifying. The 4th wave of monsters had already come down from Turin. The 4th wave of monsters was a group of deep-sea demon skeletons. They lived deep in the sea and were unknown. They were like God's prank, a half-formed piece of plasticine. Its body was as black as ink, with countless heads and tentacles. They extended down from the Turin and started attacking the spiritualists in a frenzy. They were individuals but also a whole. Outside the coastline, Wenk Sieg turned around and asked, "How many ships have we lost?" 7 ships. Almost 50 casualties, Rhodes said solemnly. Could Turin really be destroyed? Turin's main forces were released towards Mama Island. That was why they could sneak attack from the rear. But so far, they had lost so many ships. They didn't have much power left. Chapter 15:16. In modern society, dozens of people dying was already a big deal. Even in a war zone, a medium-sized firefight might not result in 50 deaths. But now 50 of Wenk Sieg's men had died. She was also having a headache. Just then, a dozen black tentacles reached out from the sea. They were part of the deep-sea demon bones. Although they were not as big as the ones that landed on Nightmare Island, they were still a huge threat to the ships on the sea. The black tentacles pulled on a ship, which soon toppled over. The crew fell into the water. The heads of the deep-sea demon bones reached out from the sea and dragged the crew underwater. Another dozen people died tragically. Wenk Sieg's expression became more and more serious. The last battleship was also destroyed. "Bring the big guy out," Wenk Sieg ordered. Wink, you're using age, man. We've lost so many people. We can either leave with the losses or show our trump card. Wink Sieg said coldly. Although Rode was the captain, Wink Sieg was still the one making the decisions. Rode's eyes flickered. After a long time, he finally nodded in agreement. Go push that metal cage out. A few crew members entered the cabin and pushed a 3-meter-tall cage out. The cage was covered in talismans, and inside the cage sat a creature whose entire body was pitch black. The creature's eyes were blood red. Alman, help me attack that specter ship. Wink Sieg looked at the creature called Alman in the cage, her eyes filled with disgust. Humans, is this how you pray? Egelman glanced at Wink Sieg with disdain on his face. You're just a prisoner. This isn't a prayer. It's an order. Ha! Although you've imprisoned me, what gives you the right to order me around? Ageman's tone was also filled with arrogance and disdain. Wink Sieg took a pendant from her neck. In the center of the pendant was a walnut-white gem. Seeing Wink Sieg move the pendant closer to her, Ageman immediately wailed, "Take it away! Take it away! Take the angelic crystal away!" I said, "You can't disobey my orders." All right, I obey," shrieked Agelman. "Then let's begin. Help me attack that specter ship." "No, I can't unleash my power in this cage, unless you tear off all the talismans on the cage," Agerman said. Wink Sieg sneered. How could she believe such words? Tearing off the talismans that were suppressing Alman was equivalent to releasing him. What could they use to restrain him then? "We'll lend him our mana," Wink Sieg said. Rode, Wink Sieg, and the 4 spiritualists on the ship grabbed the iron pillars of the cage and sent magic power into it. Every time they had driven Ageman, it was through this method. After Agerman accepted the magic of the 6 spiritualists, he tried to touch the metal railing, but it was as if he had touched a soldering iron. He quickly retracted his hand. A ferocious glint appeared in Egelman's eyes. Sooner or later, he would break free from this shackle and kill all these humans. Ageman, hurry up. Ageman looked in the direction of the specter ship Turin. Suddenly, a red ray shot out from his eyes. The red ray streaked across the specter ship Turin, leaving 2 shocking scratches on the ship's hull. Impressive. They had worked hard for the entire night. Their achievements were not even as impressive as this demon's attack. It was truly infuriating to compare oneself with others. But in less than 10 seconds, Alman's red beam stopped. Why did it stop? Continue, Wink Sieg said unhappily. Humans, your mana can only last for so long. If you want me to continue, give me more mana. Damn it. Wink Sieg's expression, which had just brightened up, instantly turned gloomy again. Even though she knew that Ageman was just brushing her off, there was nothing she could do. Want to send out more mana? They had already used up 70% of their mana. If they continued to send out more mana, they might fall into a coma. Just then, there was movement on the specter ship Turin. A figure flew up from the specter ship Turin and charged toward Wink Sieg's ship. Bang! With a roar, the figure landed on Wink Sieg's ship. A few people nearby were shaken and fell into the sea. Ageman. The figure recognized Ageman, who was locked in the cage. Ageman also saw the person clearly. TSK. Addo, you're here. The people around saw the person and realized that it was a skinny black man with strange patterns on his head and face. The black man had a slender and arched body. He wore metal rings on his hands and feet and held a wooden staff with a large head and small feet. It's him. He's the black slave who sacrificed Turin, the owner of Turin. That's right. This black man was Atto, the wizard who came from the African continent 300 years ago. He was the one who created the moving catastrophe, Turin, that lasted for 300 years. Behind Atto, there was a dark cloud that filled the air. If Helith was here, she would recognize that it was the mist of death. In the mist of death, countless black souls were howling. These souls were not imprisoned by Atto. They willingly became a part of Atto, because these souls were his African brothers. They had all died on Turin. Before Atto boarded Turin, Turin had been a sinful trading ship. Hundreds of black slaves were transported to Europe and America every time, but half of them died on the ship. Their resentment lingered for a long time. Addo was the match that lit the fuse. Aged Man was Addo's contract demon. Although Addo had been dead for hundreds of years, his consciousness still existed. Therefore, Aged Man was not sent back to hell and was still wandering in the human world. In the end, he was captured by the Hunters and became a weapon of the Hunter organization. After 300 years, you're finally here, my master. Aged Man grabbed the iron bars with both hands. Before, he did not dare to touch them. Every time he touched them, he would retract his hands. Now, he ignored the smoke coming out of his hands. He was pulling the iron bars apart. Aged Man was a demon. He was not someone who was willing to be controlled and enslaved for 300 years. Every time the Hunters needed to use him, he needed to feed the Hunters' magic power. Every time, he would only hold back half of the magic power and silently accumulate power. In fact, he could have broken this cage long ago. However, Egelman knew that if he broke the cage, it wouldn't be long before he was caught again. Therefore, he had been enduring silently, waiting for Addo to come. He believed that Addo would come to him again. Finally, after 300 years of waiting, Addo finally came. Chapter 15-17. Everyone on the ship was enraged. Wang Sieg dove into the sea without any hesitation. Aged Man had escaped, and Addo, the source of the calamity, had arrived. She couldn't deal with either of them. Aged Man and Addo didn't care about other people's gazes or reactions. For Addo and Egelman, they were each other's fetters in this world. They only had each other in their eyes and nothing else. It was precisely because of this that Egelman had directly broken out of the prison. Addo, my master. Aged Man crawled out of the prison and stood up straight. He suddenly grew to 5 meters tall and had a pair of demon wings on his back. Aged Man, you really still exist in this world. Demon, go to hell. A crewman held a gun and fired at Aged Man's head. The enchanted bullet hit Aged Man's temple. Aged Man's head tilted slightly as if someone had hit him with a pebble. As for the injury, Aged Man turned to look at the crewman. A red ray shot at the crewman and penetrated him. The red ray pierced through the deck and the entire ship without any obstruction. Seawater gushed up from the bottom, and the entire ship began to tilt. Some people were running for their lives, while others planned to fight against Aged Man and Addo. Addo glanced at the crewman. It's too noisy here. Let's go back to my ship. After saying that, the death fog behind Addo shrouded the entire ship. The resentful spirits in the death fog tore and gnawed at the crewmen. In the blink of an eye, all the crewmen were gone. Only pools of blood and mutilated flesh were left. Egelman spread his wings and flew back to Turin with Addo. Fear, despair, helplessness, that was how Wang Sieg felt. Whether it was Aged Man or the calamity Addo, what she felt was boundless despair. But it was this fear and despair that drove her to keep running. But after swimming for half an hour, she could not swim anymore. In the vast sea, no matter how hard she struggled, she could not swim to the other side. Suddenly, a light appeared in front of her. The Hydra. That was the Hydra. That was great. Wang Sieg had no other thoughts at the moment, only by swimming to the Hydra for help. On the Hydra, little Larissa is crawling with difficulty. Jerlin, on the other hand, led her younger sister and climbed with her. Compared to Jerlin a year ago, little Larissa's physique was slightly weaker. Of course, everyone's growth period was different. It was hard to say who was good and who was bad. Fei Lai lay beside Chun Zhao on the deck with a pillow on her head. She didn't care how the two kids played. Even if they fell into the sea, they wouldn't have to worry. As long as Chun Zhao was there, anywhere was safe. Fei Lai was holding a copy of the Book of Changes. It wasn't a printed copy. She had bought it from Amazon for $2,000. The Book of Changes was an antique. At least, Chun Zhao had shown it to Old Turtle. Old Turtle also said that it was an old book. The Book of Changes should be a few hundred years old. There were also many annotations. Fei Lai's Chinese wasn't as bad as before. She could even take the CET 8 exam. She could even understand 70 to 80% of the ancient texts, which even Chinese people found hard to understand. Chun Zhao continued to compress the magic in his cells. Every time he compressed a part, the cells would store 10 times more magic. The small world would immediately replenish the empty magic. Now, his entire left arm had finished compressing. The magic in his entire right arm was equivalent to the magic in his entire body. Just then, Phalai put down the Book of Changes. "Darling, is someone calling for help?" Phalai asked, confused. "No," Chun Zhao said calmly. "It's probably just your imagination." "Fine." Phalai couldn't hear clearly either. After all, the waves were crashing endlessly. Phalai's physique had improved a lot because of Chun Zhao's strengthening potion, but her hearing was only slightly better than a normal person's. Phalai picked up the Book of Changes again, but after a few glances, she put it down again. "Chun, are you sure no one's calling for help? Maybe it's the battle on Noma Island," Chun Zhao said. "No, someone's really calling for help." Phalai was finally sure. Phalai put down the book and stood up. She was a member of the coastal rescue team and was very sensitive to people's cries. Sometimes, when she was on the night shift alone, she would jump up instinctively even when she was sleeping. This wasn't because her senses were stronger than a normal person's. It was her so-called sixth sense. Phalai looked behind the yacht. Nothing. She ran to the other side. There was indeed someone. "Quick, Chun, the life buoy." As soon as Phalai finished speaking, Chun Zhao stuffed the life buoy over. Phalai froze. Indeed, this guy had heard the call for help. Phalai glared at Chun Zhao in annoyance. Chun Zhao was also embarrassed. "Throw it down, or else the woman will drown." In the water, Wang Xi caught the life buoy, and Chun Zhao pulled her up. Thank you." Wang Xi trembled all over. "Wang, it's you? What's wrong?" Phalai was very surprised. She didn't expect it to be Wang Xi. Chun Zhao went into the cabin and got a hot drink for Wang Xi. Wrapped in a towel, Wang Xi sat on the ground, trembling. Her face was filled with terror, and her body couldn't stop shaking. "Wang, are you okay?" Phalai asked, concerned. Everyone could tell that Wang Xi was scared out of her wits. Phalai didn't understand. She wouldn't be scared like this even if she encountered a supernatural event. Wang Xi was a spiritualist, after all. How could she be so scared? Also, didn't she have a lot of crew members? Where did they all go? Did the boat sink? Turin, the scary Turin. Wang Xi still hadn't recovered from the shock. Agerman, who had escaped from captivity, and the moving disaster, Addo. Woo woo. Just then, a horn sounded in the darkness. Wang Xi's entire body trembled. It was a horn filled with magic. It was a bugle horn made from bones. Wang Xi stood up abruptly and looked into the darkness. Turin. The Turin emerged from the darkness and rushed straight towards the Hydra. "Quick, run!" Wang Xi screamed. "Sorry," Chun Zhao said calmly. "The Hydra needs a few minutes to start up. We can't avoid it." Chapter 15:18. The super yacht was not a small yacht. Although it could be started with a press of a button, first they had to inject fuel. Then, the engine would move from slow to fast. This was to protect the yacht's power. After all, the engine of a super yacht cost at least $10 million. It had to be protected and maintained very carefully. One Kasig looked at the Spectre ship, Turin, charging towards them. Her face was pale with fear. Despair was written all over her face. She didn't know if she was hallucinating, but Turin wasn't just a ship. Instead, it was a huge skeleton. Chun, did I see wrong? That thing looks like a skull. Phalai's impression was similar to Wang Xi's. It looked like a ship, but also like a skull. It's over. It's over. It's hopeless. The Turin was surrounded by countless unclean sailors. The souls of the dead at sea were celebrating on the deck. The black spirit which was chanting madly. The horn of death sounded again and again, like a mournful song on the sea. Chun, what are you waiting for? Phalai said. The ghost ship is about to hit us. At the moment, Turin was less than 100 meters away from Hydra. Wang Xi sat on the deck, paralyzed. She watched Turin crash toward them in despair. Just then, Chun Zhao took a few steps back. Wang Xi looked at Chun Zhao in confusion. Was Chun Zhao planning to escape now? Abandon his woman and his child? Suddenly, Chun Zhao sped up and dashed out. Wang Xi stared at Chun Zhao with widened eyes. What a fast speed! What a great jumping force! Just then, a figure flew up from Turin. Wang Xi recognized the figure. It was Alman. It's over. He's seeking his own death. Chun Zhao and Alman were about to crash into each other. Suddenly, Chun Zhao reached out with his right arm and grabbed Alman's neck. Then, the two figures fell. Boom! With a loud sound, Chun Zhao and Alman landed on Turin's bow. Turin's bow disintegrated. A quarter of the hull collapsed too. Turin, which had been moving forward rapidly, suddenly stopped. Shock filled Wang Xi's face. Although they were almost 100 meters apart, Wan Ku-Sieg could still see it clearly. Chun Zhao stood on the shattered deck of Turin, holding Alman's neck with one hand. On the other hand, the unclean sailors on the Turin seemed to have lost their restraints and began to rampage uncontrollably. Many unclean sailors rushed to the Hydra. Wan Ku-Sieg immediately prepared for battle. But just then, 9 waves suddenly exploded around the Hydra. 9 huge snake heads emerged from the water. Wang Xi's jaw dropped, her face full of shock. 9-headed Hydra. The legendary Hydra? Is this Turin's trump card? But the next moment, Wang Xi realized something was wrong. The 9 snakeheads that emerged from the water did not attack the Hydra, but attacked the approaching unclean sailors. The 9 snakeheads sometimes shot out white light, sometimes spat out green poisonous fog, sometimes spat out raging flames, and sometimes let out sharp hisses. Each head of the Hydra had a single attribute. Legend has it that the 9-headed serpent had an immortal body, and 2 more heads would grow out once it was chopped off. Wang Xi's face was full of shock. She suddenly remembered the name of the super yacht. Hydra? Is it because of this Hydra that this yacht is called the Hydra? Rumble. Wang Xi looked over and saw Chun Zhao fighting on the Turin. A beam of white light pierced through the Turin. Countless evil spirits were annihilated by the white light. The huge mast was smashed. The sound of the horn became rapid and disordered. Chun, do your best. Sink the ghost ship. Fei Lai waved her arms and cheered Chun Zhao on. But her voice clearly could not travel that far. Wang Xi's expression was completely frozen. Disbelief was written all over her face. Before this, someone had told her that there was someone in the world who dared to charge onto the ghost ship and challenge it alone. Then, Wang Xi would definitely slap the person's face and spit on him. Nonsense. Moreover, the ghost ship was called Turin, a moving catastrophe. But now, she had to believe it, because there really was such a person, and he was really going to do it. Just then, another black shadow appeared under the sea. A few huge bone spikes appeared from the sea and charged over from the side of the Turin. Wang Xi could not see clearly what it was, but she knew that it was definitely not an ordinary sea creature. The shadow under the sea did not completely come out of the water. Instead, it moved past the Turin. In an instant, the Turin was split in half. Wan Ku-Sieg didn't know what expression she should use to look at the battle, because she couldn't understand this battle either. What was that underwater? Right now, Chun Zhao was destroying the Turin wantonly. But Chun Zhao was also in disbelief about the Turin. This was definitely the most powerful ghost ship Chun Zhao had ever seen. Even on the day little Larissa was born, the military ghost ship was not as powerful as the Turin. Ordinary ghost ships were even more incomparable. Chun Zhao could destroy ordinary ghost ships with a single mouth cannon. The most evil and craziest evil spirits Chun Zhao had ever seen were gathered here. Chun Zhao looked up at Atho, who was floating in the air. Atho, the Calamity, was holding a horn made of bone fragments in his hands, and he kept blowing the horn. The sound of the death horn was extremely loud. The horn also made the evil spirits on the Turin even crazier. The horn could also control the deep-sea demon bones underwater. The terrifying monster burrowed out of the water and used its body to pull the 2 parts of the ship together so that it would not sink into the water. Chun Zhao jumped up and grabbed the death horn. It seemed that the situation on the Turin was being maintained by this horn. Chun Zhao took the horn away. Atho was stunned for a moment. The next moment, it pounced at Chun Zhao with its teeth and claws bared. Give it back. Chun Zhao slapped Atho's face. Atho fell onto the deck. Chun Zhao looked down at the Turin from above. Fist shadows. Chun Zhao punched out with both fists. Instantly, Thousands of fist shadows descended from the sky. Each fist shadow was filled with great power. It didn't matter whether it was the Turin or the evil spirits. As long as they came into contact with the fist shadows, they would all turn into ashes. Even the deep-sea demon bones were smashed into pieces by the fist shadows. Smash, 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 smash. Under the fist shadow, everything was destroyed as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Chapter 15:19. If it was a year ago, Qin Zhao might not have been able to defeat Arthur so easily. Arthur was only as strong as Qin Zhao's enemy a year ago. Today, a year later, Addo, the Calamity, and Turin were no longer powerful enemies. Although Turin had been destroyed, Qin Zhao still kept attacking. In less than 10 minutes, Qin Zhao returned to the Hydra. Wang Xi's gaze toward Qin Zhao had changed. She understood how Dawson's ship had sunk. She knew how Quebec and Nicole Neptune had died. There were many pieces of Turin floating on the sea. They were real pieces. Not a single complete board could be found. Qin Zhao had destroyed Turin violently. Most of the evil spirits were destroyed by Qin Zhao in a destructive manner. Before returning to the Hydra, Qin Zhao had to start removing his magic power. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to land. Sometimes, having too much magic power was also a burden. Arthur's power was on the same level as the grandfather. However, Qin Zhao had slapped him with his left arm that contained magic power. Although he wasn't destroyed directly, he wasn't far from death. Of course, to him, it might just be a relief. To be honest, in Wang Xi's eyes, Qin Zhao was the real moving disaster. Just then, a beam of high beam shone from the distance. Then, Qin Zhao's phone rang. "Teacher, we're here again." The beam of high beam was from a speedboat that Lit Grove and the others were on. Soon, Lit Grove, Jalanash, Bona, Giselle, Moore, Morid, King Tong, and Pian boarded the boat. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement. It seemed that they had enjoyed this trial quite a bit. "Is it over?" Qin Zhao asked casually. On the side, Wang Xi couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Don't you know whether it's over or not? No one in the world knows it better than you. Turin, which had been causing trouble for 300 years, was crushed by you." "Teacher, do you see Turin?" Litgrove asked. "I think it's in this direction." "Oh, these are the fragments of Turin," Qin Zhao said, pointing at the scattered pieces on the surface of the sea. "These are the pieces. That can't be right. Guild leader, did you really destroy Turin?" Giselle asked with widened eyes. "Yeah." King Tong and Pian muttered in their hearts. She thought that Qin Zhao was a nice person apart from being ignorant. Now, it seemed that he also liked to brag. As people who had experienced the battle just now, they knew how terrifying the Turin was. At the moment, Mama Island was like a Shuraba. Those with strength could protect themselves. At least they could leave Mama Island safely. Those who were slightly weaker would not lose their lives. However, on Mama Island, many people were just fishing in troubled waters, thinking that they could get some benefits. This kind of person basically died very miserably. Noma was not a drill, it was a real war. At least 100 people had died on the island. This man actually said that he had wrecked the Turin. King Tong and Pian chuckled at this. Perhaps these fragments belonged to some sort of organization. They'd seen a wooden ship explode on the sea before. Someone must have tried to use a wooden ship to carry out a suicide attack. With just a few people on the Hydra, could they stop the Turin? What a joke, unless they were on a warship. Even this time, they were able to protect themselves largely because of luck, because they'd expected the battle to last for 6 hours. But in fact, the Turin had stayed on Mama Island for about 3 hours. If it had really lasted for 6 hours, it was estimated that the number of psychics on Mama Island would have increased to 300, and it was impossible for them to be unscathed. Of course, it was not accurate to say that they were unscathed now. A few of them still had some minor injuries on their bodies. "Mr. Chun, then you and the Turin must have experienced an earth-shattering battle, right?" King Tong teased. Wang Xi glanced at King Tong. She could hear the sarcasm in King Tong's tone. She could not help but sneer. If it had been before today, she would probably have found Qin Zhao's words ridiculous. But now, she could not laugh no matter how hard she tried, because Chun Zhao was telling the truth. She had never known that there was such a big gap between her and the real top experts. There was no doubt that Chun Zhao was one of the top spiritualists. Yes, it was quite exciting. Chun Zhao nodded. He could hear the distrust in King Tong's tone, but he did not intend to explain anything to King Tong and Pian. Show me the spirit's notebook. I'll see your records. The six of them all handed the notebook to Chun Zhao. Go and eat something. You've been through a battle and should be hungry. No one refused. They all ran to find food. Chun Zhao sat down on the ground and started reading the spirit's notebook. Soon, everyone came to the deck with food and drinks. Everyone enjoyed the night view and the sea breeze. At the same time, they were exchanging their thoughts and experiences from the battle. Jalanash, Morid, come here for a moment. The two walked up to Chun Zhao. President, what are you doing? Your records seem to be about the same. Morid is slightly higher. Jalanash was a little surprised. She did not expect Morid to have a better record than her. Then I'll have to congratulate Morid. Jalanash was competitive, but she was willing to admit defeat. If she lost, she lost. There was nothing to argue about. Yes, I heard that the merit in the spirit's notebook can be given to others. Morid, my spirit's notebook belongs to you too. With the merit from my spirit's notebook, the reward this time should be ours. Guild leader, can you lend me your heroic spirit's notebook? Chun Zhao handed the spirit's notebook to Jalanash. Jalanash opened it and was stunned. She suddenly looked up at Chun Zhao. President, did you really destroy Turin? Well, in fact, I was just going to do it casually and gather some error points. As long as the people of our association can get the rewards, it would be enough. But I didn't expect that when the Turin left, it was heading towards my ship. If I didn't destroy the Turin, the Hydra would have sunk. Jalanash and Morid were speechless. This Doling was really courting death. If they had changed their route slightly, even if they just brushed past the Hydra, they would not have ended up like this. Why did they have to crash into Chun Zhao's ship? Chapter 15:20. The trial was over. Everyone on the ship was relaxed, except for Wang Sieg. She wasn't in a good mood. The team she'd led had suffered heavy casualties. She was the only survivor. When she returned to the headquarters, she'd definitely face a heavy punishment. But this had nothing to do with Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao had already been merciful enough to save her. As for what she'd face, it had nothing to do with Chun Zhao. The next day, the Hydra returned. Jalanash, how do we give a notebook to the Scarlet Church? There's a person in charge of the Scarlet Church in every mission area. You just have to give it to them. Jalanash felt that Chun Zhao was too cruel. He didn't even leave any soup for them. Actually, other than the 98 portions of magic power, the Scarlet Church also gave some encouragement and rewards to those who performed well but couldn't reach first place. For example, the Turin Ghost Ship Encirclement Operation. Roma Island was actually the first stop. There were 3 more stops after that, all of which had many spiritualists gathered. Some arrogant or ambitious ones waited at the first stop, Roma Island, or the second stop. The general mentality of these people was that they could do what others couldn't. Others felt that they had a better chance at the second stop, or that they could take advantage of the third stop. In the end, as soon as the Turin left the first stop, Roma Island, it was pushed into the sea by Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao wondered how the spiritualists of the next 3 stops would feel when they realized that the Turin was missing. Scarlet Church Grandma. The 25th Blood Mary ran into the deepest part of the castle. For the 25th generation of Blood Mary, this was her favorite place to visit. Marna, why are you here? Have you finished school? The 23rd Blood Mary looked at her granddaughter with a benevolent smile. Marna Blood Mary was only 15 years old. She was just an ordinary high school student at school. No one knew her famous name. Of course, apart from the teachers, there were also Marna's bodyguards. The school belonged to the Scarlet Church. Many of the teachers were actually from the Scarlet Church. Marna's bodyguards were among her classmates. Even Marna didn't know of their existence. The Blood Mary of the Scarlet Church is inherited through bloodline. School is over, Grandma. I've already completed the grades you asked for. All 6 subjects are A+. You promised me that as long as I can get A+ in 6 subjects, you'll let me participate in a task. Mana pushed XEI's wrist coquettishly. Have you told your mother about this? If she agrees, then I have no objections. The 23rd generation had handed over all of the Scarlet Church's affairs to her daughter, the 24th generation. You're all like this. Mommy says that as long as you agree, I'll be allowed to go out. You say that as long as Mommy agrees, I'll be allowed to go out. Mana Bloody Mary crossed her arms in front of her chest unhappily. All right. If you really want to go, then go. At this moment, the 24th Blood Mary Pero Fiona Blood Mary walked in. Mom, Grandma has agreed to my suggestion. You have no reason to object now, right? Marna Blood Mary yelled excitedly. Pero Fiona Blood Mary glanced at her daughter and smiled faintly. Mom, I have something to report to you. Didn't I hand over all of the Scarlet Church's affairs to you? You can make all the decisions, XEI said. It's about the task you issued. What happened? Yes, a region has completed the mission, said Pero Fiona Blood Mary. Oh, is it China or Europe? XEI asked. In her opinion, only these two regions could have completed the task in such a short time. North America. What? Impossible. North America can't complete the task so quickly. XEI exclaimed. It's possible for other regions, but North America's task is to encircle the Turin. It can't be completed so easily. That's the truth. The person in charge of North America has received the notes and is now appraising them. I still think someone forged the notes. That's impossible. North America has only been assigned one task, but the difficulty of encircling the Turin can be ranked in the top 10 of the 98 tasks. Mom, it's just a ghost ship. Is it really that difficult? Pero Fiona Blood Mary asked in confusion. The Turin is different from other ghost ships. 40 years ago, I and 3 people from China worked together to destroy the Turin. In that battle, all 4 of us failed. However, the 4 of us improved because of that battle. All 4 of us reached an unprecedented level. Who are the 3 China people you mentioned? The leader of the Longhu Mountain sect, Zhang Tianyi, the great elder of the Maoshan sect, Huang Daolong, and Daoi Xiuhua, a lone cultivator. Pero, Fiona, and Bloody Mary gasped. All 3 of them were famous figures. However, Daoi Xiuhua and Huang Daolong had passed away. Only the leader of the Longhu Mountain sect, Zhang Tianyi, was left. Mom, what's so special about the Turin? Do you know who's in charge of the Turin? 300 years ago, the voodoo high priest of the African continent, Ado. The 4 of us met him. We couldn't kill him even when we worked together. To be precise, he let us go. He said that one day, when we are strong enough, we can kill him. What? He hoped that one of us could end his destiny, said XEI. He showed us his true power. It took me 30 years, which is to say, 10 years ago to understand the domain. Mom, you should be able to do it now, right? I'm too old. If I had comprehended it 10 or 20 years earlier, I might have had a chance. But 10 years ago, I was already more than 130 years old. Against an existence of that level, it's almost impossible to exert an advantage in numbers, unless it's an existence of the same level as him. That is to say, this person is forging the notes. Pero Fiona Blood Mary frowned and asked. That should be the case. However, bring me the Heroic Spirits notebook. I want to verify it myself, said 23rd Jim. Grandma, let me go to North America. I want to expose the liar's true face. Mana said, I want that liar to know how powerful the Scarlet Church is. Please remember the domain name of this book. 9 Heavens Godly Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 1521. XEI and Pero Fiona turned a blind eye to Mana Blood Mary's request. Mother, according to what you said, apart from you and the 3 of them, no one can destroy the Turin. No, if there are enough people, it can be done. XEI shook his head and said with emotion, Ado the Calamity has already obtained his domain, but he hasn't completely obtained it. That's the power he comprehended when he was alive. After his death, he will never be able to progress. So, if someone reaches my level, it won't be too difficult to deal with him. Mother, can Master Zhang Tianyi do it? Of course he can, but he is a Chinese. Chinese believe in heaven, earth, king, family, and master. These 5 are the most respected people in China. They're the people they can kneel to. For Master Zhang Tianyi, Although he isn't Addo's disciple in name, they're master and disciple in reality. So, you won't attack Addo no matter what. Mother, what about me? Can I see your domain? Pero Fiona Blood Mary asked. She knew how powerful her mother was, but her mother had never shown it in front of her. The only thing Pero Fiona Blood Mary had seen was her mother's vast magical power. It seemed endless. Pero Fiona Blood Mary had never seen her mother's magical power dry up, especially the period from 10 to 5 years ago. It was the period when her mother was the most active. At that time, no matter how difficult the task was, it was a piece of cake for XCI. However, Pero Fiona Blood Mary had never seen her mother's domain. You're still far from it. XCI shook his head. That year, Addo the Calamity showed it to us because we were only one step away from it. That's why we were able to comprehend it and make further progress. But if I use my domain on you, it will be a lifelong shadow for you. XCI looked at his daughter and granddaughter with pity. Her daughter was already in her early 40s. It seemed that she was already very famous in the European spiritual world. In fact, it was more because of her status as XXII Blood Mary. If she didn't have this identity, she wouldn't be so famous. Their realms were too far apart. Even if she wanted to pass on more magic power to her daughter, she would not be able to enjoy it. Mother, what if I also reach that realm in the future? Who can guide me? I have already entrusted Master Zhang Tianyi from China. The 23rd generation sighed. Zhang Tianyi was much younger than her, and she estimated that Zhang Tianyi would probably live to her age. If his daughter really had that ability, then before Zhang Tianyi passed away, she would also have the opportunity to reach his level. However, if before Zhang Tianyi's death his daughter was still unable to reach the realm she had reached 10 years ago, then that realm might also become a legend. At least in Europe, no one could reach that level. However, Huaxia was more prosperous than Europe's supernatural world, so there might be 1 or 2 more in Huaxia. Mother, how much am I lacking? Pero Fiona Blood Mary looked at her mother unwillingly. The 23rd generation smiled bitterly. How much difference was there? He could make her collapse with a single thought. Was there any comparison? Grandma, mother, say something. Let me go to America. I want to go to America. I want to teach that bastard a lesson. Don't even think about going to America. The 23rd generation said, I will arrange something in a few days. You can go to another place. Grandma, I want to go to America now. The 23rd generation didn't believe that her granddaughter would go to America just to teach a fraud a lesson. She didn't want her granddaughter to take risks. Turin was too dangerous. Unless it was her or Zhang Tianyi from China, no one dared to say that they could escape unscathed from Turin. Marna Blood Mary stomped away. Keep an eye on Marna, the 23rd generation said. Yes, mother. Master, this is the notes from the person in charge of North America. According to the person in charge of North America, there is no trace of forgery. No trace of forgery? Is a new technology? Pero Fiona Blood Mary picked up the notes. There were 2 notes in total. One of the notes had complicated records. It could be seen that the notes were written by a plant psychic with a high level. The battle process was also clear. However, when Pero Fiona Blood Mary opened the second book, she was stunned. Because this was a high-level note, the records were more detailed. Brute force killed Addo's contract demon, Agerman. Brute force destroyed Turin's bow and hull. The shockwave killed 12 unclean sailors and 23 souls at sea. Holy light impact destroyed a large part of Turin's hull. Killed 26 unclean sailors, 48 souls at sea, and 12 dark shamans. Took calamity Addo's horn of death. Punches bombarded Turin. Turin sank. Punches bombarded Turin. Turin shattered. Punches bombarded Addo. Pero Fiona Blood Mary raised her head and looked at her subordinates. Has the headquarters verified it? Master, not yet. Turin should have appeared in the Gulf of Mexico last night, but it didn't. We haven't detected any trace of Turin in the past 2 days. Pero Fiona Blood Mary widened her eyes and looked at her subordinates in astonishment. You mean, if all the spirit numbers appeared, then there was no point in doing the appraisal. But Turin didn't appear again. She had to think about where Turin went. However, The battle achievements and merits recorded in this heroic spirit's notebook were too strange. She couldn't understand them at all. She had never heard of any magic attacks. Fiona Blood Mary got up and walked out. She needed to show it to her mother. Perhaps his mother would be able to decipher the contents of the heroic spirit's notebook. She arrived at the residence of XEI. Mother, please take a look at these 2 heroic spirit notebooks. Huh? The one in charge of North America? Yes. 23rd generation picked up the notes of the heroic spirit and took a glance. Then, he took a deep breath. Have you investigated the identity of the person who handed over these 2 heroic spirit notebooks? No, they chose to hide their names. There's one in North America, too. I can't believe it. There's one in that place, too. 9 Heavens Godly Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 1522. Mother, what's going on? Give out the rewards in North America. Also, ask the recipient to pass on a message. I want to meet him. He can come to me, or I can go to him and meet him in private. Mother, why? My life is coming to an end. Before that, I want to get more allies for the Scarlet Church and UXCI said. He's on the same level as me. So the first thing we need to do is convey our goodwill. Speaking of this, XCI couldn't help but sigh. This was clearly the area with the least activity in the spirit world, yet such a person had appeared. If he knew that such a person existed in North America, XCI would have given out more missions in North America. But it was useless to think about this now. XCI hoped to use this opportunity to get to know the person. President, will the Scarlet Church go back on their word? Mord was restless after not receiving any news in the past few days. He hadn't thought about it at first, but now he was looking forward to it. After all, it was equivalent to doubling his mana. Who wouldn't want such a good thing? If the Scarlet Church wants to go back on their word, then we'll have to change our tour route this year, Chun said disapprovingly. The supernatural organization isn't the kind of place where we'll just admit our bad luck if someone goes back on their word. Chun didn't care about the value of the prize. Even if it was just a dime, he had to pay back what he owed. This was natural. Okay, remember to come tomorrow night, Chun said. It's Jerlin's birthday. Oh, got it. Just as Chun was about to go home, Little Grove ran to him. Teacher, I want to ask you how to use the glutton bloodline. How do you feel now? My appetite has increased by several times, and my body has also improved. I'm still hungry a lot. Try to compress the mana in your mouth, Chun said. Then learn an elemental spell, a low-level one. Then try to release it with your mouth, like this. Jin raised his right arm and opened the mouth of gluttony. A huge electric arc shot out from the mouth. The greater the mana compression pressure, the more powerful the verbal cannon will be. Of course, there's another way to use it, and that is to absorb external attacks. However, your bloodline is too thin, so I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand the energy of external attacks. Oh, I see. Anyway, there are only 2 basic ways to use the verbal cannon. I just need to practice it repeatedly. Ritter Grove was also very satisfied with the Jima Island trial. Although his battle record was not outstanding, he had unexpectedly obtained the bloodline of gluttony, which allowed his strength to soar in a short period of time. Coupled with the flaw insight talent that he had awakened before, his current strength could be considered to have achieved some success. That was why he valued the gluttony bloodline very much. The entire society knew about Chin's gluttonous bloodline, so he was undoubtedly the most authoritative person in this field. Also, there are many special ways to use the glutton bloodline. You can explore them yourself, but don't use the disgusting ones, like eating people. I really can't stand it. Understood, teacher. Even he cannot accept it, let alone Chun. Go tell West that I'm driving the society's truck. We need to prepare a lot of things for Jerlin's birthday party. Our car is too small. Teacher, let me help you, Ritter Grove volunteered. Jin thought about it and nodded. All right, let's do it. Chun drove the truck and went to the supermarket with Lit Grove. Because there would be many customers tomorrow, they had to prepare a lot of things. After arriving at the supermarket, Chun and Ritter Grove started their shopping spree. The beer was, of course, his own Dashin beer. Although Chun could actually get Denver to send dozens of cases of beer with just a phone call, Chun did not want to do that. After all, no matter how much beer was sent, it had to be recorded. For a proper enterprise, Even if it was through connections, it still needed to be recorded in the accounts. Dash and Beer was currently in a market development stage and was developing very well. Chen Qiwang hoped that he could keep this up. Thus, even if he wanted his own beer, Chen would buy it from the supermarket instead of calling. So even if he wanted his own beer, Chen would go to the supermarket to buy it instead of calling for it. The supermarket employees were all dumbfounded. They all thought that Chen also ran a supermarket. Chen and Ritter Grove worked for 2 hours and filled the entire container. Teacher, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Do you want to come to my place for a while? No, I haven't been home for 2 days. I plan to go home. No, I haven't been home for the past 2 days. I plan to go home. As soon as Chen got into the truck, he received a call from Guret. Chen, my boat has reached your Mirror Lake. Where's your house? How come it's gone now? Guret was shocked. Did I go to the wrong place? Why is it gone now? Gulai's face was full of surprise. Did I go to the wrong place? Guret had never been to Mirror Lake, and Chen didn't tell her the address. Chen, he slapped his forehead. I forgot. You're sailing the ship out to sea now. The typhoon last time blew away my villa at Mirror Lake. I haven't even had time to rebuild it. Due to the curse of her ancestors, Gulai was unable to go ashore. She could only wander the seas or islands for the rest of her life. Her connections and information on land couldn't be compared to her influence on the sea. After Chanzai told them the location of the Mingwe villa, he drove the truck home. However, just as the truck left the supermarket parking lot, the car in front suddenly stopped. Duong rear end? Chen's face darkened. He looked around. There were no surveillance cameras. That would be troublesome. The police and the insurance company would need to intervene to determine who was responsible for the accident. Chen got out of the car. He couldn't lose face now. 2 people got out of the car in front. They were both Asians with black hair, black eyes, and yellow skin. Before Jin could say anything, the other party immediately complained. One of the young men immediately pointed at Chun and yelled, How do you drive? Do you know how to drive? They were speaking Mandarin, so Chun felt like they had just left the country. If he was Chinese, he should be used to speaking English. How do you drive? This is the exit. You suddenly stopped. Are you trying to blackmail me? Chen retorted, Compensate me. Otherwise, I will call the police. My car has surveillance cameras. Pull up load next chapters. Chapter 1523. Kong, stop it. It's my fault. I messed up the brake and accelerator. The older man pulled the younger man. He seemed to want to keep the peace, and he even wanted to take the responsibility himself. However, he had gotten off from the passenger seat. He clearly wasn't driving. Li Yukong clearly didn't want to appreciate it. He pushed his agent away. Zhou Yu, go away. This has nothing to do with you. Kong, this isn't China. You should control yourself, Zhou Yu said earnestly. As Li Yukong's agent, Zhou Yu had a headache. At least in China, there are contacts and ways. If Li Yukong makes trouble, he can solve it. His methods wouldn't work overseas. Li Yukong wasn't a complete idiot. He saw that Chen also spoke Mandarin and was at most a truck driver. That was why Li Yukong dared to be so unscrupulous. If it were a foreigner, he would probably choose to keep the peace. Fuck off. You're overseas and you still care about me? Li Yukong said unhappily. At the same time, he pointed at Chen's nose and yelled, Do you know how much my car costs? Surveillance, right? Who are you trying to fool? Do you believe that I can sue you until you go bankrupt with a phone call? Chen suddenly grabbed Li Yukong's hair and slammed him against the window. Then he flung him. Zhou Yu was dumbfounded. Li Yukong's head was bleeding. After slapping him again, Chen lifted Li Yukong. You seem to know that this is overseas. Do you believe that I'll kill you today? Just then, a familiar voice came from behind Chen. Don't move. Chen turned around and saw Sharon's familiar face. She pointed a gun at his back. Sharon was stunned when she saw Chen. Zhou Yu saw Sharon and immediately ran to her. At the same time, he yelled in English, Help, help. This person is attacking us. He's going to kill us. Sharon immediately turned the gun. I told you not to move. Lie on the ground and put your hands where I can see them. Zhou Yu was dumbfounded. He clearly couldn't get used to the foreign police. The police in China almost didn't know how to use guns, but overseas, they pulled out their guns almost every time they carried out a mission. I'll sue you. I'll sue you. Li Yukong roared at Chen. Hi, Shalon. Chun Zhao casually threw Li Yukong to the ground and gave Sharon a warm hug. Long time no see. Zhou Yu cursed inwardly. Chun and Sharon were so familiar with each other. When he got close to Sharon, she turned her spear around. However, Chun, the perpetrator, could even hug Sarah directly. They didn't look like ordinary friends. Chun, tell me what's going on. Chun told her the whole story. Saran nodded and asked, Chun, so you're saying that he threatened you and your family's safety? That's why you beat him up, right? Yeah. Chun Zhao tried to recall what he had just said. Did she misunderstand something? No way. I made myself very clear. With Sharon's dutiful personality, she shouldn't be so blatantly biased towards him, right? Zhou Yu grew anxious. Saran was clearly protecting Chun. It's not like that. It's not like that. It's... Zhou Yu tried to explain. Lie on the ground and don't move. I have the right to shoot. Sharon pointed the gun at Zhou Yu again and threatened. Although it wasn't good to watch a foreigner bully his fellow countrymen, Chun still felt great. Zhou Yu finally came to his senses. Chun clearly wasn't an ordinary truck driver. At least, this policewoman and Chun had a special relationship. Then, Chun, who was supposed to be the suspect, became a witness. Zhou Yu and Li Yukong were the suspects. They were handcuffed and thrown into the police car. Sharon and Chun stood outside the car. You just have to insist that the man threatened your family, Sharon said. Why are you doing this? It's too risky for you. After all, Sharon's current actions involved malfeasance and favoritism. If Chun was arrested because of this, he would at most have to pay a compensation fee. After all, he had a huge legal team. Li Yukong and Zhou Yu couldn't do anything to him abroad. But if Sharon's matter was exposed, it would be very serious for her. Thank you for last time, Sharon said. Last time, Chun had gone to jail to help her. Although Chun had been cleared of suspicion, Sharon still remembered it. Chun grinned. I'll talk to David and send a lawyer too. Try to suppress this matter. Don't make a big deal out of it. Suppress it was to use the lawyer to threaten Li Yukong and Zhou Yu so that they could keep the peace. If it became a big deal, it wouldn't matter to Chun, but it would be very dangerous for Sharon. Okay. Sharon didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Sharon glanced at Chun's truck. Are you broke? You've fallen to driving a truck. Oh, it's my daughter's birthday party tomorrow. Are you coming? Forget it. I have a lot of things to do. Fine. Chun shrugged. Call me if you need anything. You have my number, right? Then, Chun drove away. At the same time, he called Alex. Then, he explained everything that had happened just now in detail. Alex, go to the police station right now. I hope this can end here. Don't get me or my police friends involved. Okay, I understand. Alex wasn't joking with Chun. She wouldn't have any ambiguity when it came to her work. After Zhou Yu and Li Yukong were sent to the police station, Li Yukong was still yelling while Zhou Yu was silent. He was weighing the pros and cons and whether he could get justice. But when Alex rushed into the police station with a dozen lawyers, Zhou Yu completely gave up on pursuing the case. When Zhou Yu heard that the truck driver was a billion-dollar super tycoon, he completely lost the courage to fight back. Whether in China or abroad, offending a billion-dollar super tycoon was a very scary thing. Moreover, they were tourists who didn't have any connections abroad. Moreover, this was America, where guns were rampant. Too many movies and TV shows had reflected this problem. If they continued to insist on pursuing charges, then it was likely that when they walked out of the police station, they would be shot in the head by bullets that came from nowhere. Alex didn't say this, but she told Zhou Yu that her employer was very rich and knew people from all walks of life. They couldn't win this case. Pull up, load next chapters. Chapter 1524. Zhou Yu and the annoyed Li Yukong walked out of the police station. Zhou Yu still had lingering fears, while Li Yukong was indignant. Damn Americans. Li Yukong gritted his teeth. Don't they say that the American police are fair and honest? Why are they so brazenly bending the law? Why are you stopping me from suing them? It's not like I don't have money to hire a lawyer. Sue? Sue who? That policewoman? Or that truck driver? You don't even know who they are, and you dare to spout nonsense here? What's there to be afraid of? I have money. Do you know how much it costs to hire a team of more than 10 lawyers? How can a truck driver have that much money? Zhou Yu wished he could crack open Li Yukong's head. Forget about everything else. If the legal team finds out about your identity and then exaggerates the things you did abroad to the domestic media, then you'll be banned. Li Yukong's face darkened as he looked at Zhou Yu. Hearing this, Li Yukong calmed down. Being banned was a disaster for any artist. He was rich, but he also owed the bank money. If he was banned, he would basically go bankrupt. Zhou Yu glanced at Li Yukong. He felt that if Li Yukong could not control his temper, he would have to apply to the company to freeze him. Li Yukong's ability to get into trouble was much stronger than his ability to make money. This matter was originally caused by Li Yukong. Stepping on the brakes for no reason was a small matter as long as the two parties communicated well. But it was unknown where Li Yukong got his confidence from. He felt that just because the other party was a truck driver, he could bully them as he pleased. Or perhaps they had read some information online and felt that the Chinese in America were all very timid and afraid of trouble. In the end, not only was he beaten up, he was almost sued. Threatening the personal safety of others was punishable by jail time in America. At this moment, a sports car stopped by the roadside. Wang got out of the car. Kong, Brother Wang. Li Yukong showed enough respect to his seniors in the same company. After all, Wang was not just a simple senior. He was now the boss of the company. Other than Chen Lin, his words held the most weight. Even though Li Yukong had some weight in the company, if Wang wanted to deal with him, it would only take a word from him. What happened to your face? Were you beaten up? Don't mention it. It's really fucking unlucky. Li Yukong suddenly had a stomach full of resentment to vent. Zhou Yu was afraid that Li Yukong would incite Wang to join in, so he quickly interrupted Li Yukong. I met a ghost when I went out this time. A truck driver is actually a billionaire. I got into trouble for no reason. Zhou Yu was pointing out that they had gotten themselves into quite a bit of trouble this time, so he wanted Wang to stay away from them and not get involved in their mess. Compared to the crazy Li Yukong, Wang was much wiser. When she heard Zhou Yu's words, she could read between the lines. Little Kong, this is America, not our country. We don't have any connections, so it's better to keep a low profile. If we cause trouble here, the Americans won't help us. Got it, Brother Wang. Hearing Wang's words, Li Yukong also gave up. Clean up. There's a party tomorrow. The two famous directors, James and Steven, will be there. I'll introduce you then. If the wound on your face can't heal, put some powder on it to cover it, Wang said. Also, the owner's identity isn't ordinary. You better control your temper. If you offend him, Wang's expression suddenly darkened. He had clearly thought of the unpleasant past. Back then, he had found someone to teach Chun Zhao a lesson. In the end, the gang leader had been stuffed into a meat grinder by Chun Zhao. The gang members had all been left behind too. No one knew if they were dead or alive. Wang had an unforgettable fear of Chun Zhao. But after a few encounters, he could feel it. As long as he didn't go against Chun Zhao, he seemed harmless. Remember, take care of your temper, Yi Zichen said. Got it, Brother Wang. Li Yukong replied nonchalantly. Don't worry, Brother Wang. I'll take care of little Kong, Zhou Yu said. Chun Zhao went to the dock of Minghua Villa to welcome Gurette. However, Gurette couldn't go ashore, so she could only stay on the boat. Even Chun Zhao couldn't do anything about it. It was a curse from her family. It was deeply ingrained in her bloodline. Even if Chun Zhao could devour the curse, he couldn't do anything about it. Of course, Gurette didn't insist on going ashore. For her, the curse was only a little troublesome. It wasn't too much trouble. She didn't want to break the curse in her life either. This time, Gurette came alone. After all, she was here to attend Jerlin's birthday party, not to do business. If her brutish subordinates made Chun Zhao unhappy, they would definitely be punished. Chun Zhao might throw them into the sea to feed the sharks. Chun, this is the information I've gathered about Treasure Island. Take a look. Chun Zhao took the document from Gurette. In the past 50 years, I've investigated a total of 8 reports and information about strange islands. The most recent one was a sailor who encountered a shipwreck and was washed to an island by the sea. It was said that on that island, he encountered a terrifying snake monster. Then, on a stormy night, he boarded a wooden raft that he built and escaped from the island. After drifting on the sea for 3 days, he was rescued. Chun Zhao read the document while listening to Gurette's narration. Is there anything in common between the 8 sightings of the strange island? The 8 sightings all happened near the area where the Philippine Sea and the Pacific Ocean meet. Without exception, they all encountered a storm at sea. Encountered a storm and saw strange islands. In the 7 oceans, there are actually some islands that even the current satellites can't observe, Guret said. Why? Because of the interference of the Earth's magnetic field, Guret said. Guret said, take spy satellites for example. Spy satellites send electromagnetic signals to the ground and receive feedback signals. Then, they generate images through computer calculation and processing. If they're interfered with by magnetic fields, then no images can be generated. This is also the limitation of current technology. You're not familiar enough with this. I'm a pirate. Right now, the navies of various countries are using satellites to attack pirates. Almost every pirate ship is equipped with a magnetic field interference device to prevent government navies from finding traces. Guret paused. In stormy weather, the magnetic field might be affected by the weather, resulting in a temporary exposure. So, I suspect that Treasure Island is in the area where the Philippine Sea and the Pacific Ocean meet. That area is at least 1 or 2 million square kilometers, right? It's so difficult to find a few islands in such a large area. Chapter 1525. Then, Chun Zhao thought of another problem. If it's just a magnetic field, Chun Zhao said, even if the satellites can't detect it, the nearby ships can't find it. After all, the naked eye won't be blocked. Chun Zhao flipped through all the documents. The most Guret could find was the area between the Pacific Ocean and the Philippine Sea. It was impossible to narrow it down further. But this was already Guret's limit. If the treasure island was really so easy to find, it wouldn't be undiscovered for hundreds of years. This also meant that the location of the treasure island and the 7 islands might not be in a normal space. Chun Zhao had entered different spaces many times. Even the Tower of Trials of the supernatural organization was a type of space. So, Chun Zhao had no doubt that the treasure island was hidden in a different space. But how could he find the entrance? Whatever. If he couldn't figure it out, then he wouldn't think about it. Because Guret couldn't go ashore, Feilai brought the 2 kids to Guret's boat for dinner that night. The next day, Chun Zhao and Feilai got busy. After all, there were many guests at the party tonight. Just Feilai invited Robio and a dozen members of the coastal rescue team. There were even more customers at Chun Zhao's side. David and Kate had also taken the day off to help Chun Zhao. David and Kate had come to Mingyue Villa once. This was their second time. They weren't married yet. Back then, they were about to break up. After some things, their relationship actually stabilized. But they were both workaholics. David was now the captain of the crime division in the police station. He was even busier at work now. Kate was a reporter and couldn't stand on the ground. Right now, their relationship was in a strangely stable stage. They might not even see each other once a week, but they seemed to use this relationship as a regulating agent. Anyway, Chun Zhao couldn't understand Kate and David's strange and complicated feelings. However, Kate seemed to want a child. After coming to Mingyue Villa, she took care of the child with Feilai. From her words, Chun Zhao could tell what she wanted. The second group of guests was Ethan and Li Qing. They were also here to help. Hearing that Li Qing was here, Del hurried over as well. He was here to be a laborer. Mary came with Del. Mary arrived, and so did Bant and Ken. Leonardo came next, followed by Risfar's family. The women gathered together, and so did the children. Little Jerlin, Fisher, Ronnie, and Vera were behaving wildly on the beach. Sister Faith, Sister Ronnie, Sister Vera, come here. Let me introduce you. Jerlin seemed to be showing off. At that moment, the dolphin family swam to the shore. Big fish, big fish. Faith cried out in surprise. Kids their age didn't know what fear was. The dolphins loved to play with humans. Through Chun Zhao's development, they were already very smart. When he saw the children, he immediately came up to greet them. Lola, Feilai, and Kate gathered together. Lola looked worriedly at the children on the shore. Feilai, are they okay? Laura, don't worry. As long as they are within 30 kilometers of this sea, you don't have to worry about their safety. Even if they go into the sea, there will be something to protect them. What is it? Fei Lai would never tell her that the sharks would protect them. Meanwhile, Chun Zhao, David, and Leonardo leaned against the glass fence and chatted about the past. However, as more and more guests arrived, Chun Zhao couldn't keep David and Leonardo company. Since he was having a party at home, he had to take care of every guest. What are those people doing? They don't look like good people. Leonardo pointed at Klaus and the members of the Lightning team who had just arrived. David glanced at Leonardo. He knew some of Chun Zhao's secrets better than Leonardo. Klaus and the others had an aura that was familiar to him. These people should have taken the strength potion. They must be Chun Zhao's friends if they can come here. Is Chun Zhao involved in gangs? Leonardo's expression was conflicted. After all, he was a police officer. He was thinking about what he would do if he discovered Chun Zhao breaking the law. You're thinking too much. David rolled his eyes. He knew that Chun Zhao was the biggest shareholder of Dashin Beer. It was too easy for Chun Zhao to earn money. Did he need to be involved in gangs? What Chun Zhao didn't expect was that when Rasfa and Steven came, they brought a few female celebrities. Robio, on the other hand, had brought a group of handsome men and beautiful women. The people from the Coastal Rescue Team were indeed very pleasing to the eye. Is this Fei Lai and Chen's new home? It's so big and beautiful. Most of the Coastal Rescue Team members were very familiar with Chun Zhao and Fei Lai. 1 or 2 had joined while Fei Lai was on leave. Therefore, they weren't familiar with the two. Look, isn't that Director Steven? It's true. Don't shout, Robio said. Mr. Steven and Chun are good friends. He's also their daughter's godfather. It's not strange. After receiving Steven and Rasfa, Chun Zhao hurried over to greet Robio and the others. Hi, Chun, long time no see. Chun Zhao and Robio hugged. A few familiar Coastal Rescue Team members also greeted Chun Zhao, especially the female team members. They looked at Chun Zhao as if he was gold. The Mirror Lake Villa was already enough to make them jealous. Now that they saw Chun Zhao's huge manor, they felt like they'd missed out on 100 million. Also, from Robio's occasional words, Chun Zhao seemed to be unbelievably rich. The yacht parked below wasn't the former Fei Lai. Instead, it was an even bigger and more luxurious yacht. The new team members that Chun Zhao didn't know also introduced themselves. Chun, when do you plan on letting Fei Lai come back? Another month. Little Larissa hasn't been weaned yet. Chun Zhao planned to wean little Larissa in around 3 months. Logically speaking, with current technology and conditions, there was no lack of nutrition. However, breast milk could provide a child with something that other dairy products couldn't. That was not excessive nutrition. Take protein, for example. Milk powder could also be used to supplement infants. But the biggest difference between milk powder and breast milk was that there was a possibility of excess protein, but breast milk would not. This was because the mother's body would make the most suitable nutrition for the child. This was also the greatest thing about a mother. Chapter 1526. Wang Yi arrived at Mingwei Villa before the sky turned dark. It was his first time at Chen's house. Last time, he went to Mirror Lake Villa. He didn't expect this place to be even more luxurious than Mirror Lake. Wang Yi couldn't help but want to build a villa like this in China. But thinking about the policies in China, he gave up on the idea. When Wang Yi entered, he saw that it was full of guests. Wang Yi found Steven, who was chatting with another old man. Wang Yi recognized the old man with Steven. It was Rasfa, PLMCOE. Mr. Steven, hello. Mr. Rasfa, hello. Hi, Wang, you're here. Did you get Chen's invitation too? Yes. Wang Yi shook hands with the 2 old men. How have you been? I've been traveling. I just arrived in Los Angeles. I'm also doing promotions in China, Wang Yi said. Apart from press conferences, the most effective way to promote in China was to go on variety shows. Moreover, it was effective and profitable. After all, with Wang Yi's status, a show would earn him hundreds of thousands. Thanks for your hard work, Steven said encouragingly. Wang Yi smiled. Hard work? It was indeed hard. His feet barely touched the ground. Sometimes he had to go to 2 TV stations in a day. But this was unimaginable in the past. If he was a worthless artist, he wouldn't even have the chance to participate in shows. Even the US TV interview programs would invite him to record promotional programs. Where's Mr. Chun? I'll go say hi to him. Wang Yi had been in the United States for quite some time and had attended quite a number of parties, so he had basically familiarized himself with the local customs here. After saying goodbye to Stephen and Rasfa politely, he went to find Chun. Wang Yi had already found Chun. There were many guests today, but Chen's figure was very eye-catching. Mr. Chun. Wang Yi walked over. Wang Yi, you're here. Did it affect your work? Mr. Chun, you must be joking. It's my honor to attend your party. Chun Lin is here too. Go and chat with her. I'm busy. Okay, I won't disturb you anymore. After Chun left, Wang Yi took out his phone and called Li Yukong. Kong, where are you? Brother Wang, I'm on the coast road now. Why does your friend live in such a remote place? Really, there's not even a ghost. Li Yukong complained. Cut the crap and come quickly. The guests are almost all here. After Li Yukong hung up the call with Wang Yi, he felt extremely disdainful. Don't all the rich people live in Beverly Hills? What kind of reputation could those who lived here have? However, out of respect for Wang Yi, he did not say much. Is that Brother Wang? Yes, he's urging us to go there earlier. Zhou Yu's dissatisfaction with Li Yukong was almost at its peak. She had been urging him to come earlier since 3 o'clock. As a result, Li Yukong had been dragging his feet until now. 20 minutes later, the two could vaguely see the brightly lit villa on the cliff in front of them. It should be there. Li Yukong drove the car into the fork and found the parking lot under the guidance of the sign. At the same time, he gave Wang Yi a call. Brother Wang, I've arrived. Come up after you park the car. Li Yukong and Zhou Yu enjoyed the scenery along the way. I really don't know what the rich are thinking. Instead of living in the city, they live in a place like this in the middle of nowhere. When they arrived at the villa, the view suddenly opened up. There were quite a number of beautiful women forming a beautiful scenery, which immediately attracted Li Yukong's attention. Li Yukong purposely walked behind a model and brushed his palm against the back of the model. Ah, what are you doing? The model was shocked and turned to glare at Li Yukong. Zhou Yu saw that something was wrong and immediately stepped forward to apologize. Sorry, we didn't do it on purpose. The model walked away in disgust, but Li Yukong felt that he had made a profit. It feels really good. Zhou Yu, help me ask how much it costs for a night. Kong, don't mess around. How am I messing around? I'm an important guest here, after all. The owner of this place will give me some face. In China, Li Yukong had done this kind of thing many times, whether it was an award ceremony or a gathering. No matter how out of line he went, there had never been any problems. Even the organizers would try to cover it up for him. This isn't China, Zhou Yu said. So what? It's not like I don't have money. Don't they say that America is a capitalistic country and the rich are the bosses? Indeed, America was a country where money was everything, but that was to a certain extent. How much money did Li Yukong have? He was just a normal rich man. That was all. He had only debuted for a year. It would be good if he could earn tens of millions, including the company's commission. But just because he had a little fame, he got carried away. Just then, Li Yukong had his eyes on another woman. There are so many beauties here. Li Yukong licked his lips. The woman that Li Yukong had his eyes on was unfortunately Nami, a member of the Lightning Team. Nami, who was already good-looking, had a unique, heroic spirit, which added a bit of charm to her. Plus, the strength potion had shaped her body, making her skin even smoother. Li Yukong walked up and rubbed against Nami's butt. Nami was stunned at first. She turned around and looked at Li Yukong in shock. She didn't expect something like this to happen in Chen's house. Miss, how about spending the night with me? Name your price. Li Yukong thought that he was young and rich. As long as he crooked his finger, no woman would be able to escape his grasp. But Nami's reply was a punch. Li Yukong covered his eyes and fell to the ground. Fuck you. How dare you hit me? You bitch. Just then, the guests were all attracted to them. Kong, what's wrong? Wang Yi noticed Li Yukong. Seeing him wailing on the ground with his hands over his eyes, he immediately went up to ask. He didn't know Li Yukong's personality. In fact, he wasn't familiar with him. Li Yukong had joined the company for less than a year. He was already in Los Angeles by then. This time, the company wanted Li Yukong to try his luck in Hollywood. Since Wang He was more familiar with Los Angeles, he asked him to take care of him. This bitch hit me. This bitch hit me. Wang He looked up at Nami. Miss, what's wrong? This asshole is disturbing me, Nami said furiously. She resisted the urge to pull out her gun. After all, this was Chen's house. She didn't want to fight here. Just then, Chun heard the commotion and walked out. What's wrong? President, this guy is harassing me and insulting me. Is he your guest? Seeing Li Yukong, Chun Yi's expression darkened. Who called him here? Pull up load next chapters. Chapter 1527. How come it's you? Li Yukong was stunned. Zhou Yu's face was filled with fear. Wang Yi's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, Mr. Chun, I called him here. I, Chun Zhao waved his hand. Bring him out, and this one. Klaus and the others went up and grabbed Li Yukong. What are you doing? Help! Call the police. Call the police. Li Yukong screamed in panic. But this was Mingyue Villa. Even Leonardo and David ignored Li Yukong's cries for help. Mr. Chun, Wang Yi went up to plead. Shut up, Chun Zhao snorted coldly. He didn't have anything against Wang Yi, but he had a big problem with Wang Yi bringing this disgusting guy to his house. Turning around, Chun Zhao said, Sorry, my friends. I need to deal with some personal issues. Everyone here knew Chun Zhao, except for the celebrities and models that Stephen and Rasfa had brought with them. These celebrities and models were all smart. They wouldn't step out to stop Chun Zhao. To them, this was just a form of entertainment. Wang Yi's heart sank. He'd finally built a good relationship with Chun Zhao. This little bastard had ruined nearly a year's worth of hard work in one go. Now, he had to protect Li Yukong. Mr. Chun, it was our fault yesterday. Please be magnanimous and let us go, Zhou Yu begged in a panic. Wang Yi's heart skipped a beat. They knew each other? Yesterday? Li Yukong and Zhou Yu had just left the police station. Li Yukong's face had been injured. Was it because of the conflict with Chun Zhao? Wang Yi's mind went blank. He wanted to slap himself. He really deserved to die. Why didn't he ask who they had a conflict with yesterday? In the end, he even called the two of them here. Klaus carried Li Yukong, while Zhou Yu was pushed into the elevator by Nami. Wang Yi knew how cruel Chun Zhao was. Back then, Chun Zhao had fearlessly stuffed the gang leader into a meat grinder right in front of him. Now that Li Yukong was causing trouble in his house, who knew what Chun Zhao would do to him? Wang Yi could only follow them into the elevator. He hoped that he could use the face fruit to save Li Yukong and Zhou Yu's lives. I'm warning you, I'm a big star in the country. If you dare to touch a hair on me, the consulate will find trouble with you tomorrow. Wang Yi suddenly felt like he was drowning. This bastard, can you shut up? You're tired of living, aren't you? At this moment, Klaus had already raised his Desert Eagle and stuffed it into Li Yukong's mouth. When Zhou Yu saw Klaus use his gun, he was so scared that his hair stood on end. Those who dared to use guns in America were either the police or the mafia. In Zhou Yu's eyes, Chun Zhao was undoubtedly a mafia boss. Chun Zhao looked at Wang Yi. This has nothing to do with you. What are you doing here? Mr. Chun, I hope you can let him go. This kid is young and doesn't know any better. Chun Zhao had never planned on killing anyone. No matter what, today was little Jerlin's birthday. He didn't want to see blood today. Who is this bastard to you? He's from my company. I'm his senior. Mr. Chun, I'm begging you, please forgive him this time. Wang Yi wondered what price he would have to pay to protect Li Yukong. Chun Zhao thought about it and asked, Even if we're from the same company, there's no need to protect him to the death. Are you familiar with him? The company told me to take care of him overseas. I don't want him to die overseas. Chun Zhao didn't expect Wang Yi to be so loyal. After exiting the elevator, Zhou Yu and Li Yukong were pushed to the dock. The further they went, the more scared Li Yukong and Zhou Yu became. On the boat, Guret saw Chun Zhao and the others. Chun, who are they? They're my subordinates. They're causing trouble in my house. Oh, do you need my help? I can make them disappear. Li Yukong and Zhou Yu almost peed their pants. This man was indeed a mafia boss. No need, Chun Zhao said calmly. I just need to punish them a little. Li Yukong and Zhou Yu were pushed onto Guret's boat, 1,000 meters from the dock. Wang Yi looked at Li Yukong and Zhou Yu worriedly. He wanted to speak several times, but Chun Zhao stopped him every time. Wang Yi, I have a good impression of you. Don't say anything else. Don't make me hate you. Wang Yi decisively shut up. He had already done what he needed to say and what he needed to do. If he couldn't save them, there was nothing else he could do. After the boat was 1,000 meters away, Li Yukong and Zhou Yu were pushed into the water. Swim back to shore. Oh, I have sharks here. Li Yukong and Zhou Yu didn't believe it at first, but soon they saw shark fins charging toward them. Help! Let me on the boat! Let me on the boat! I don't want to die! Li Yukong screamed. Zhou Yu swam toward the dock with all his might. He couldn't care about Li Yukong anymore. No, he didn't want to care about Li Yukong at all. He wanted Li Yukong to die. All of this was Li Yukong's fault. The huge shark under the water was already circling around. Even the naked eye could see it clearly. I advise you to swim back now. Otherwise, you'll really be fed to the sharks. Chen Zhao stood at the edge of the boat and looked at Li Yukong mockingly. Gritting his teeth, Li Yukong started swimming immediately. The great white shark, Old Guan, leaped up from below. The huge water wave flipped Li Yukong over. Li Yukong peed his pants. Laughter came from the boat. Wang Yi was even more nervous. Li Yukong came back to his senses and swam with all his might again. But before long, Old Guan came out of the water again and flipped Li Yukong over again. Confused, Wang Yi tilted his head to look at Chen Zhao. The great white shark could have eaten Li Yukong immediately, but it didn't do so. It was too strange. After a few more tricks, Li Yukong was out of energy. He flopped a few times on the water and looked like he was about to sink. Nami, have you vented your anger? Chen Zhao asked, turning his head. Yeah, almost. If it's not enough, give him another shot. Forget it. It's Jerlin's birthday today. I don't want to kill anyone. Gurette, do you have fishing nets on your boat? Chen Zhao asked. Gurette was a pirate. Of course, he had fishing nets on his boat. Of course, a pirate's fishing net was used to capture people, not to catch fish. A while later, Li Yukong was fished out of the water. Chen Zhao put his arm on Wang Yi's shoulder. Let's continue the party. Don't let him ruin your mood. Chapter 1528. Chen Zhao was also troubled that Gurette couldn't go ashore. While everyone was laughing and chatting, Gurette stayed on the boat alone. It really didn't make sense, but Chen Zhao couldn't leave everyone hanging just to entertain Gurette. Chen Zhao even regretted calling Gurette over. The boat reached the shore. Zhou Yu sat on the dock, trembling. Li Yukong had been thrown off the boat. He hadn't recovered yet and was also trembling on the ground. Klaus glanced at the two. Get out now. Don't let me see you in the villa. Nami was at the back. She turned around and ran to Li Yukong. You can try calling the police. I'm looking forward to it. That way, I'll have enough reason to kill you. For the guests of Minghua Villa, this was just a small interlude. Wang Yi sighed. Calming himself down, he apologized to Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao wouldn't blame Wang Yi for this. After all, Wang Yi was very important now. He was related to Chen Zhao's harvest at the end of the year. After the excitement, little Jerlin rode Princess onto the stage. Everyone congratulated Jerlin on her birthday. Dad, I want my birthday to be like Jerlin, Faith said, tugging at Dell. Dell's face twitched. He looked at Risfar. Risfar and Laura each held Vera and Ronnie's hands. Risfar seemed to be facing the same problem. So, they glanced at each other at the same time. Basin flapped his wings and slowly landed in front of Jerlin with a small gift box in his hand. Little Jerlin reached out and took the small gift box. Rasfa stood in front of Jerlin. Jerlin, this is the gift Godfather prepared for you. Thank you, Godfather. Faith, Ronnie, and Vera's eyes all lit up as they watched. Chen really is a druid, Daniel murmured. He has more pets now. He and Manny stood beside Zola. Stephen looked at Rasfa and was instantly furious. When Eddie asked Chen Zhao for help with this gift-giving method, Stephen looked around. Seeing King Kong, he immediately pulled him. Help me give the gift to Jerlin. I'll treat you to a drink later. Stephen felt that it was too uncreative to give it, so he asked King Kong for help. Stephen had talked to King Kong before. He knew that Chen Zhao's pets were all very smart. As a primate, King Kong's IQ was even higher. When he was a guest at Mirror Lake, he once saw King Kong stealing wine to drink. King Kong stood up, hugged the gift Stephen had prepared, and walked with Stephen to Little Jerlin. Little Jerlin, this is a gift from Godfather. Thank you, Godfather, but you can't stop poking Little Jerlin with your beard. Stephen forced a smile, and the crowd chuckled. At that moment, the other guests who had prepared gifts also brought them to Little Jerlin. Chun Zhao didn't let Zhurlin open it on the spot. After all, some gifts from guests were expensive, while others were cheap. Chun Zhao did not care if Zhurlin's gift was expensive or not, as long as it was sincere. Then, it was time to blow the birthday cake. Chun Zhao had prepared a cake that wasn't too big for Zhurlin. Most of the people present did not like to eat cake. After all, its main ingredient was trans fatty acids. For people with poor digestion, eating a mouthful would cause constipation. Even healthy people shouldn't eat too much. Probably only a few little devils and the pets at home would be willing to eat it. Chun Zhao and Fei Lai did not want to eat it anyway. After blowing out the candles, the birthday song sounded again. Little Zhurlin, Faith, Ronnie, and Vera started playing again. But children's energy was limited, after all. Adults could eat, drink, and play for an entire night, but children would be exhausted after playing for an hour. Then, under Fei Lai and Laura's care, the 4 children fell asleep in one bedroom. The 2 mothers started talking about parenting. The party continued. For Americans and Europeans, the theme of the party was just an excuse to eat, drink, and play. Chun Zhao could not tell them that it was already late and that they should all leave. But at 2 or 3 in the morning, the guests left one after another. Chun Zhao had already contacted a designated driver for those who were drunk. Some, like Stephen and Rasfa, had their own bodyguards. None of the people from the association left. They followed Chun Zhao to the dock and started drinking with Guret. The people from the association were old friends with Guret, so they were very open. The inferior demons started cleaning up the villa. The next day, after sending off the people from the association, Guret also left. Guret still had to continue asking about Treasure Island. Sister Nan, Zhou Yu picked up Zhou Xiaonan's call. Zhou Yu, what exactly happened? I just had a call from Wang He. He said that you and Kong got into trouble in L.A., but he didn't say what happened. He just asked me to ask you. Zhou Xiaonan was very anxious. She did not know what had happened to Li Yukong and Zhou Yu. She also did not know if she could solve it if something happened to the two. After all, her connections were all in China. Her connections in America were not even as good as Wang He's. Sister Nan, I suggest that our company terminate the contract with Li Yukong, or just freeze him, Zhou Yu said calmly. Why? What's going on? Although Kong has a bit of a temper, he is currently the focus of our company's training. In the past year, it's not like you don't know how much resources we have invested in him. Sister Nan, if you know what happened to him in L.A., you'll think the same as me. Zhou Yu vented all the dissatisfaction he'd accumulated in the past 2 days. He had had enough of Li Yukong. He could tolerate his artist's temper. As a manager, his job was to solve problems. However, there was a prerequisite, and that was that it wouldn't endanger his own life. However, Li Yukong's actions almost cost him his life. No one wanted to do things with their lives on the line. Zhou Yu thought of himself as an ordinary person. He did not have such a strong heart. Zhou Xiaonan listened to Zhou Yu's complaints quietly. She did not expect Li Yukong to be so lawless. Zhou Yu, is what you said true? I have no reason to lie to you. My focus this year has been on Li Yukong. I don't want my work to go to waste unless it's absolutely necessary. But I can't tolerate him anymore. If Sister Nan thinks we can keep him, then he can keep me. I'll give you an explanation, Zhou Xiaonan said. She understood how Zhou Yu felt. After all, they were an entertainment company, not a mafia. No one would be happy if their own artists caused trouble and got themselves killed because of it. Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heavens God Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 1529. After communicating with Zhou Yu, Zhou Xiaonan dialed Wang He's number. Wang He, is Li Yukong really that outrageous? Sister Nan, I know what you're thinking, but Li Yukong is really in big trouble. If I hadn't begged him today, Li Yukong and Zhou Yu would have been fed to the sharks. Wang He's words finally made Zhou Xiaonan make up her mind. Li Yukong had invested a lot of resources, but it wasn't enough to hurt her company. Zhou Yu was an experienced manager. His connections in China were far superior to ordinary managers. To some extent, Zhou Yu was more important than Li Yukong. Most importantly, Li Yukong had offended Chun Zhao. Until now, Zhou Xiaonan still didn't know Chun Zhao's identity. But his influence was undeniable. First of all, Wang He was the company's biggest potential stock. After the movie was released, Wang He might soar like Chen Ku. And Chen Ku was that person's cousin. If she didn't handle it well this time, Wang He and Chen Ku would both complain. She would also offend Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao could influence Steven and Rasfa, and the two of them could influence all of Hollywood. By then, her company's artists would probably cut off their cooperation with Hollywood. That was the last thing she wanted to see. So, instead of making many people unhappy, she might as well cut the Gordian knot. Wang Yi was actually panicking too. It had been a great chance to get closer to Chun Zhao. But Li Yukong had popped up out of nowhere. Wang Yi used to be a little fresh meat too. Now that he was a little older, it was hard for him to make money through his fans. But his acting skills weren't good enough to compete with those experienced actors. His only advantage now was being in Steven's movie. As long as he could get good results through Steven's movie, at least no one would say that his acting skills sucked. He would also have a chance to change from a little fresh meat. Even if Chun Zhao didn't have Hollywood connections, he was still rich. This was a powerful connection. Wang Yi was no longer an idiot. He knew very well how much money a rich person like Chun Zhao could bring him. Such connections weren't only useful in the entertainment industry. For example, Wang Yi could earn money through performances or runway shows. His money would just rust in the bank. However, if they could hitch a ride through a super rich man like Chun Zhao, they would be able to do so. Then money can make money. Nowadays, those big companies will basically carry out one last round of financing before they go public. Rather than calling it financing, it was more like a subscription. Everyone would get rich together. However, not everyone had the opportunity to purchase the original shares. They are not related to you, so why would they sell their shares to you? For example, before Annie Hua, the largest entertainment company in the country, went public a few years ago. All the A-list celebrities in the company had subscribed to a portion of the initial shares. Outsiders wouldn't have the chance to buy it even if they wanted to. For example, if a rich person wanted to invest in a movie, he could use his connections to pull strings or get a lead actor. This was the entertainment industry. Some roles were not suited for the role. Instead, the role had been changed to suit the actor. This was also what made Wang He feel the most stifled. He was kind enough to bring Li Yukong here to broaden his horizons and connections. He had warned Li Yukong beforehand. In the end, Li Yukong ignored his warning. They did whatever they wanted in Chun Zhao's manner. Wang He felt like killing someone, but Wang He couldn't do that. If it didn't help Chun Zhao would look down on him. His own company would also distance themselves from him. This was Wang He's smart move. After some thought, Wang He decided to go find Chun Zhao. Even if he couldn't clear his name, he had to at least make his stance clear. Hello, Mr. Chun. I'm Wang He. Are you free? I want to meet you. What's up? I mainly want to apologize to you. It's not your fault, but I still want to apologize to you personally. Not just on behalf of myself, but also my company. Wang Yi's attitude was very sincere. Then let's go to my marina restaurant. I'm busy during the day. Let's meet after 6, Chun Zhao said. Okay, I'll book a room now, Wang He said. No need. I'll just make a call. If Wang Yi called to book a room, it would probably take 4 or 5 days. Right now, Marina Restaurant was basically no different from Chun Zhao's private business. Chun Zhao had 70% of the shares, although the other 30% was still in Na-Fa Twain's hands. However, Andrews had said that Na-Fa Twain couldn't hold on anymore. By then, the 30% would definitely fall into the hands of the bank. With Chun Zhao's relationship with Citibank, if Chun Zhao asked for all the shares, Citibank wouldn't reject him. Ever since then, Na-Fa Twain had called Chun Zhao many times, hoping to borrow money. But Chun Zhao didn't agree. He felt like he was becoming more and more like a capitalist, because he wanted the 30% to go back to him, or just leave it in the bank's hands. It was better than Na-Fa Twain's. So, Chun Zhao hoped that Na-Fa Twain would go bankrupt. Chun Zhao and Na-Fa Twain didn't have any grudges or conflicts of interest. However, Na-Fa Twain held 30% of Marina Restaurant shares. So, Chun Zhao hoped that he would go bankrupt. Of course, Chun Zhao wouldn't do anything to him. At least, he didn't let the bank pressure Na-Fa Twain. Otherwise, Na-Fa Twain wouldn't have been able to hold on much longer. Right now, Na-Fa Twain was really at the end of his rope. He had to pay the bank more than $20 million every month and a lot of private loans. He didn't have a stable source of income either. Although he is very famous in Hollywood, it is impossible for him to get tens of millions of dollars for every film. Even though he was a top star in Hollywood, it was already good if he could get a 2+1 movie a year. Compared to his monthly payments, this amount of money was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood. Chen Zhao didn't have to do anything. The loans were enough to make Nafa Twain go bankrupt. Chen Zhao drove to the headquarters of the association. He saw Klaus holding a flamethrower and spraying it at Aduz. Chen Zhao broke out in a cold sweat. "What are you doing, President?" "We're testing the resistance of the Silver Dragon's dragon scales." Klaus stopped the flamethrower. Aduz was completely unharmed. "But don't look for this old man." "President, don't blame Klaus," Aduz said hurriedly. "I asked to participate in this test." "Fine, but be careful," Chen Zhao said. Chapter 1530. The Silver Dragon Scale Armor can completely block the flamethrower? Chen Zhao asked. The temperature of the flamethrower can reach 1,200 degrees. Once it hits the Silver Dragon Scale Armor, the Silver Dragon Scale Armor will form a protective barrier to protect the user. However, it won't last long. At most 15 minutes, the Silver Dragon Scale Armor will lose its defense, Kaz said. So it's useless? No, the armor will gradually recover its magic power. It'll take at least 12 hours to fully recover. Everyone in the society was preparing to go to the depths of the underground trial. But not everyone was going. First, they had to have enough resistance to the heat. Forget about Aduz. With his body, he didn't need high temperatures. Just running a few laps on the field was enough to make him breathless. If the outside temperature is around 200 degrees, the Silver Dragon Scale Armor can last for around 6 hours. Chen Zhao thought about it. When he'd gone to explore, the temperature had only been around 200 degrees. Of course, that was referring to the temperature of the air. Some areas with lava pools were even hotter, nearing 300 degrees. So, the Silver Dragon Scale Armor alone clearly wasn't enough. Everyone prepare 3 pieces of Silver Dragon Scale Armor, Chen Zhao said. Wear 1 and keep 2. Take turns using the 3. This should greatly reduce the problems caused by the high temperatures. Chairman, Jalik has also designed a mechanical ball that can be loaded with nitrogen. The Silver Dragon Scale Armor's recovery speed is greatly increased in low temperatures. This kind of nitrogen mechanical ball can be used just in case. Chen Zhao nodded. You guys are going too? Yes. All of us in the lightning team are going. Then don't bring firearms. You're just asking for trouble. In such a high-temperature environment, who knew when a firearm would explode? Have you decided on time? Chen Zhao asked. Next weekend, Klaus said. Chen Zhao felt that he should prepare too. When he'd gone, he'd only been half a step away from the clear sky world. He'd been able to handle it easily then. But this time, he wouldn't be alone. He had to protect them. If there was an emergency, he didn't want anyone to die. So, he still had to make some preparations. During this time, everyone in the society was preparing for the underground exploration. Chen Zhao entered the headquarters and found West. West, make a list of the people who are going to explore the underground in the next 2 days. I understand. West nodded. President, I won't go. I'll just be a burden if I go. I'll stay at the headquarters. Sure. This underground exploration was voluntary in the first place. Chen Zhao wouldn't force anyone to go. West was also a support-type spiritualist. The thing he was least good at was fighting, even though he wasn't weak. However, he had never liked to confront his enemies head-on. Chen Zhao walked around the association. After greeting a few people, he left. There weren't any major issues in the association recently, so he didn't need to deal with them himself. With West around, he didn't have to worry about the small matters. Los Angeles International Airport, a private plane from Europe landed. The entire airport was shut down for an hour. An old woman walked slowly down from the plane. It wasn't Mary's first time in America. She didn't really like the American government. The reason why the American supernatural world wasn't very active was mostly because of the government suppression. It was similar to the plot in the movie X-Men. The American government always had a sense of crisis. Or rather, it was the ideology of the citizens. They had always been resistant to powers that they were unfamiliar with or unable to control. But they also knew that supernatural powers were indispensable. For example, 40 years ago, the American government had invited the 23rd generation Blood Mary and 3 representatives of the supernatural world from Huaxia to help deal with the Turin ghost ship. It wasn't that the government hadn't thought about controlling a supernatural organization. The government had formed supernatural teams more than once. But either they weren't strong enough or they were suppressed everywhere. In the end, the team fell apart. In this regard, China's development was the best, because for thousands of years, China had formed its own method of inheritance. On the other hand, the Chinese government only blocked this information on the surface. Japan was a copy of China. It was also a region with high supernatural activity. In Asia, China and Japan were the countries and regions with the best development of supernatural organizations. The second best was Thailand, which also had 1 or 2 top figures. There was a certain amount of activity in the supernatural world. Northern Europe was also in the first tier. It also had very active supernatural activities and organizations. Next was Africa and Egypt, one of the 4 ancient civilizations. A bodyguard held an umbrella for the 23rd Blood Mary to shade her from the sun. "Grandma, you've been here before, right?" Mary seemed excited. This was her first time abroad, and it was the famous Hollywood. "Yes, the last time was 40 years ago." Mary nodded. Just then, a neatly dressed middle-aged man walked over. "Hello, Duke Mary. It's an honor to meet you." This was the mayor of Los Angeles, Denzel. "I've already arranged a hotel for you. Mr. Denzel, this time, I am here in my personal capacity, not as a member of the Hungarian royal family. Please do not call me a duke. Just call me a lady. I do not need your arrangements." "I have my own arrangements," said 23rd Prince coolly. She had a backup plan. Even if she was facing the Queen of England, she could skip the formalities as an elder. Not to mention this politician who was 100 years younger than her. Denzel looked helpless. He didn't want to care. Receiving such a high-ranking member of the European royal family was a thankless task. She was here as a private person. But if she encountered any trouble or danger in Los Angeles, then he would be finished. People wouldn't care if she was here as a private person or not. They would only blame him for his incompetence and the security of Los Angeles. A member of the European royal family couldn't guarantee her safety. His political enemies wouldn't care about his explanation. They would only take this opportunity to attack him. "Madam Mary, I won't delay your trip. I can arrange anything for you in advance." "No need. I'm just here for a business event." "Madam Mary, sorry, I'm a little tired. Goodbye, kid." Chapter 1531. "Grandma, are we going to the hotel now?" "Check if there are any good restaurants," he said calmly. His assistant, Emery, was hired by XEI himself. Emera was just an ordinary person. Her understanding of him was limited to that he was the Grand Duke of Hungary. He was related to the royal families of more than 10 European countries. Marina Restaurant. It's the favorite restaurant of the celebrities in LA. "Yes, make a reservation," he said. Perhaps the celebrities had to wait in line, but it wasn't so troublesome for him. Her identity could solve many problems for her. She didn't even need to wait in line to go to Buckingham Palace. How could she solve it? Simply, she could find the shareholders of the restaurant and call them. "Hello, Mr. Chun. I'm the manager of Marina Restaurant, Daibol." "What's up?" "Mr. Chun, a duke from Europe wants to book a room at the restaurant. I want to ask for your opinion." "Huh? Are you sure you didn't get scammed?" "It's from the Hungarian consulate." "Oh," Chun Zhao said calmly. "Then book it for them." Although Marina Restaurant advocates fairness, but there was no true fairness in the world. Even Chun Zhao had to follow a rule. Having a European Grand Duke come to his restaurant was also a good promotion for Marina's restaurant. Chun Zhao glanced at the time. It was about time to go. He was supposed to meet Wang He at the restaurant at 6. When Chun Zhao arrived at the restaurant, he was half an hour early. Just then, Nafa Twain ran into Chun Zhao's room. "Mr. Nafa, how come you're here?" Chun Zhao looked at Nafa. He looked rather disheveled at the moment. The last few times he'd seen Nafa, he'd always dressed neatly and didn't lose his poise. But the current Nafa Twain looked a little down and out. "Mr. Chun, please help me." Nafa's face was full of bitterness. He hadn't shaved in days. His face was full of stubble and his hair was a little messy. His eyes were unfocused and he looked depressed. When he got close to Chun Zhao, Chun Zhao could even smell a trace of his scent. Don didn't know how long it had been since he last showered. Mr. Nafa, I'm afraid I can't help much. I don't have much cash. I've invested all my money. Chun Zhao hoped that Nafa could leave voluntarily. He did not want to be too harsh with his words, but he would not help Nafa Twain either. The first reason was that he wasn't her friend. Also, Chun Zhao was very vengeful. Nafa Twain had once tried to cheat him of his money. He had already mortgaged 30% of Marina's restaurant's shares several times. He even wanted to sell it to him for $30 million. Just based on this, Chun Zhao would never lend him the money. Now he was committing suicide. The repeated mortgages caused him to owe more and more money. Andrews had told him that Nafa Twain owed the bank $240 million. However, the amount of money he owed from private loans was probably even more, and private loans were compounded with interest. Chun Zhao was a super rich man now, but he didn't dare to take loan sharks. Usury devoured people without spitting out the bones. Whoever touched it would die. Nafa Twain taking loan sharks was tantamount to drinking poison to quench his thirst. It could solve a temporary problem, but he would die a worse death. Moreover, he had mortgaged 30% of Marina's restaurant's shares many times. The interest he had to pay was also frighteningly high. He probably owed more than $500 million now. Nafa Twain definitely did not have that many assets. The only thing he could do now was to apply for bankruptcy protection. The result was that the bank would temporarily stop pressuring him. However, all his assets would be frozen. He would lose everything. Of course, this was not the scariest part. The scariest part was that private lenders would not care if he had bankruptcy protection. His best outcome would be to die on the streets. Therefore, he did not dare to apply for bankruptcy protection at all. He felt that he could still make a comeback. He still had a chance. Mr. Chun, please, I'm begging you. Nafa Twain was already kneeling on the ground. He really had nowhere to go. He did not even dare to return home these few days. He only dared to stay in a small hotel and avoid debt collectors. When he turned on his phone, all the calls were from debt collectors. You lied to me before, Chun Zhao said. I know it was my fault, but I was already at my wit's end, Nafa Twain said in despair. He knew that Chun Zhao was rich because he had just heard from a friend that Chun Zhao had ordered a super yacht from a yacht company. It cost $320 million. If Chun Zhao was willing to help him, he would definitely be able to. I have the copyright, Nafa Twain said. I have the rights to a few movies and the Thief series that I starred in. It's a very popular movie series. Do you know how much the global box office for the last one was? $830 million, Nafa Twain said. Chun Zhao raised an eyebrow. Since you have the copyright, why don't you sell it to the movie company? It's a joint copyright between me and DSN. Other Hollywood companies don't dare to buy it, and DSN keeps lowering the price like crazy. Since other companies don't dare to buy it, why do you think I would? You're not from Hollywood. You won't be restricted by them. Chun Zhao thought for a moment. I need to call and ask. Just then, the door to the private room opened. Zhou Yu and Wang He had thought that there was no one in the room, so they entered without knocking. But they saw this awkward scene as soon as they entered. Zhou Yu and Wang He recognized the person kneeling on the ground at first glance. Wasn't it Nafa Twain, a Hollywood A-list star? Can you guys wait outside for a while? I have some private matters to discuss with Mr. Nafa. My apologies, Mr. Chun. Wang He closed the door respectfully. Brother Wang, what's going on? That's a Hollywood superstar, right? Mr. Chun has very powerful connections in Hollywood, Wang He said calmly. Don't ask what you shouldn't. It's not good for you to know too much. Yes, I know. Zhou Yu wasn't a rash person like Li Yukong. However, he had already imagined what he had just seen. In his mind, he was sure that Chun Zhao's background was absolutely terrifying. Even Hollywood A-list superstars had about him. Wang He was also curious why Nafa Twain had knelt to Chun Zhao. However, he was smart enough not to ask. It had nothing to do with him anyway. He and Zhou Yu waited patiently outside the door. Chapter 1532. Stephen, do you know Nafa Twain? Yes. Why? Stephen was confused. Nafa Twain was a top Hollywood star, after all. He definitely knew him. Of course, They had never met or worked together before. Therefore, they only knew each other, but were not familiar with each other. He has a few movie copyrights, right? Yes, but what does that have to do with you? I want to know the value of his copyrights. Chun Zhao did not avoid Nafa. It seemed that Nafa did not plan to avoid him either. He could not wait anymore. He did not want to waste any more time. He did not have time to waste either. The most valuable things in his hands are the copyrights of the Stealing God series and The Extraordinary Life. However, Stealing God doesn't have the full copyright. I remember that 50% of it is in the hands of DSN, as well as the copyrights of a few other bestsellers. However, it hasn't been verified by the movie market, so we can't determine its value. Help me estimate the price. You want to buy it? Nafa Twain wants to sell it to you? How is that possible? Stephen exclaimed. Anyway, he doesn't want to sell it to me. Wait, this is big. You better call your lawyer here. Also, I'll help you do an evaluation and call a notary as a third party. Chen Zhao looked at Nafa Twain. We'll do the deal tomorrow, but I have one last question. You haven't mortgaged the copyrights, right? No, of course not, Nafa Twain said. But I still don't understand. Even if Hollywood companies don't dare to take your copyrights, I'm not the only rich person outside of Hollywood. No one will care about DSN. Can't you contact someone else? Mr. Chun, you're not the first rich person I've found. I hope to sell them at a price that's worth these copyrights. I don't want to sell them like trash. I hope to use these copyrights to solve my current debt crisis. Okay, I understand, Chun Zhao said. As long as the copyrights are fine, I'll give you a satisfactory price. Chun Zhao had $100 million in his bank account, but it was definitely not enough to buy the copyrights. So, if he really wanted to buy Nafa Twain's movie copyrights, he would have to get a loan from the bank. Of course, buying copyrights and mortgaging copyrights were different. Copyrights that had been mortgaged could not be traded. Therefore, he needed a notary and a lawyer to carry out the transaction. This way, he could ensure that he wouldn't be fooled. If there's nothing else, please go back. I still have guests. Then goodbye. Nafa Twain seemed to have recovered a little of his elegance. It seemed that the debt problem had caused quite a lot of pressure on him. Now that he had gotten Chun Zhao's verbal reply, he could temporarily relax. After Nafa Twain went out, Wang He and Zhou Yu came in. Mr. Chun. Yes, sit. Chun Zhao nodded. Zhou Yu didn't sit down. Instead, he stood before him. Mr. Chun, I apologize for the conflict 2 days ago. Zhou Yu had no intention of pushing the blame away. Instead, he took the initiative to apologize. This improved Chun Zhao's impression of Zhou Yu. After all, Zhou Yu hadn't really been rude to Chun Zhao. Throughout the entire process, Zhou Yu had been trying to smooth things over. If it weren't for Li Youkong's brain, it wouldn't have evolved into the following situation. In Chun Zhao's eyes, Zhou Yu was someone who knew when to stop. It's fine. Have a seat. We didn't get to know each other until we fought. Chun Zhao smiled. This meant that Chun Zhao had accepted Zhou Yu's apology. Mr. Chun, what do you do for a living? I just run a small factory, Chun Zhao said, smiling. I'm a doctor and a part-time teacher at a university. Zhou Yu, Mr. Chun, is a professor at UCLA, Wang He said. He didn't want Zhou Yu to think that Chun Zhao was an uneducated bumpkin. Even if Zhou Yu was a mafia boss, he was still a cultured gangster. As for the small factory, Wang He thought that it was some kind of contraband factory. I was blind. I didn't expect Mr. Chun to be a professor. Zhou Yu really didn't expect Chun Zhao to be a university professor. At first, he really thought that Chun Zhao was a mafia boss who couldn't earn clean money. But in Wang He's eyes, Chun Zhao was someone who had eyes and ears everywhere. After all, Hollywood was famous for being xenophobic. It was extremely difficult for foreign capital to enter Hollywood. Even a big shot like Waltz couldn't enter Hollywood. But Chun Zhao could do it, so Wang He never thought of Chun Zhao as a normal person. Mr. Chun, when did you go abroad? 2 years ago. Chun Zhao clearly remembered the days when he was abroad. After all, it was a turning point in his life. It was October 1st 2 years ago. 1.5 months later, it would be 2 years. To Chun Zhao, it was his homeland. But there wasn't anyone or anything that he would miss. University classmate? He didn't contact them after he left the university. Or the ex-girlfriend that he broke up with. Chun Zhao didn't have any thoughts of nostalgia. Mr. Chun, if you have time to come back, remember to contact me. I'll definitely arrange it for you. Sure. If I come back, I'll contact you guys first. As soon as Chun Zhao finished speaking, a strange feeling surged over him. At the same time, below Marina's restaurant, XEI, who had just gotten out of the car, suddenly felt something special. The domain seemed to have come into contact with something. Domain. A beam of light shot out of XEI's eyes. She really didn't expect to sense another person's domain here. The two domains came into contact, but didn't fight. But it was like two water balls touching each other. They sensed each other's existence. Grandma, what's wrong? Marna Bloody Mary asked in confusion. Boss, are you not feeling well? Do you need to change the route? Emera asked. XEI stood there for a few minutes and then waved her hand. Nothing. Let's go up. When XEI reached the floor where Marina's restaurant was, the feeling became even clearer. That person was also on this floor. It seemed that he was in the restaurant. 23rd generation entered the restaurant as if he was looking for something. Emera, Marna Bloody Mary, and the two bodyguards followed behind him. They didn't know what XEI wanted to do, but they wisely kept quiet. Finally, XEI confirmed the person's location and walked to the door of a private room. Knock, knock. Please come in. A voice came from the room. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 1533. XEI pushed the door of the private room and saw 3 Asians inside, but her eyes were like torches. Soon, she realized that 2 of them had no magic power. The youngest among them also didn't have any magic power, but he made her feel danger. Hello, sir. I'm from Europe. XEI looked at Chun Zhao. Madam, do we know each other? Chun Zhao narrowed his eyes at XEI. He could feel that the old woman was filled with surging magic power. He had never felt this before. The old woman was like a huge bomb. No, she was more like a huge battery full of energy. Powerful, unparalleled power. Even all the people in the supernatural organization combined didn't have as much magic power as her. Of course, except for Chun Zhao. XEI was also a bit distracted. This man was too young. So young that it was scary. He was 30 years younger than her daughter. However, he already possessed the same level of strength as him, or perhaps even close to him. Excuse me, are you from China? Yes. Is there a problem? Chun Zhao asked. As for Wang He and Zhou Yu, they sat at the side obediently. They didn't know why, but they felt that this old woman wasn't an ordinary person. She had a kind of temperament, a kind of high and mighty temperament. XEI's gaze was still on Chun Zhao. So he was from China. That place was scary. Another person like this had appeared, and he was so young. So young that it was scary. In the next 100 years, all spiritualists in the world would be under his shadow. No problem. I just want to be friends. Chun Zhao didn't know how to answer her request. However, he could also sense that this old lady was extraordinary. You're actually hesitating. Do you know who my grandma is? She's the Grand Duke of Hungary. Chun Zhao didn't seem to care, but Wang He and Zhou Yu were really scared. Why did a Grand Duke suddenly appear out of nowhere and want to be friends with Chun Zhao? Marna, shut up. XEI glanced at her granddaughter. Marna Bloody Mary met her grandmother's gaze and immediately shrunk back. Marna Bloody Mary knew very well how scary he was, even though 23rd Gen always spoiled her. Young man, I want to talk to you. Exchange what? 23rd Gen suddenly opened his eyes. Chun Zhao immediately felt an oppressive aura coming at him. Wang He and Zhou Yu did not feel anything. In fact, they did not even know what had happened. The 23rd generation's grasp of aura had surpassed Chun Zhao's. But to Chun Zhao, this pressure wasn't too strong. It wasn't even as strong as the pressure from the dragon's might. Chun Zhao stood up and turned to Wang He and Zhou Yu at the same time. Sorry, I might have some matters to attend to. Let's meet up for dinner another day. All right, Mr. Chun. We won't disturb you then. The two of them didn't stay any longer. After Wang He and Zhou Yu left, Chun Zhao also stood up. Let's find another place to communicate. Of course, it's too narrow here. 23rd generation nodded. Emera, you guys go back to the hotel first. I still have things to do with this gentleman. Grandma, Mana Bloody Mary didn't want to leave just like that. Emera and the two bodyguards didn't understand what was going on. However, they would not feel at ease leaving their boss here with a stranger like him. Forget it, forget it, Chun Zhao suddenly rejected. You're too old, Chun Zhao suddenly rejected. If you were 100 years younger, we might be able to talk. 23rd generation's eyes suddenly froze. Instantly, Chun Zhao felt a huge force coming at him. Bang! Chun Zhao was sent flying and smashed into the wall. Immerse and the two bodyguards stared at Chun Zhao, who was embedded in the wall, in shock. What happened? What happened? Just then, Chun Zhao broke away from the wall. Old man, you're really strong, but it's not enough for us to fight. I've already made one move, 23rd generation said. You too. Chun Zhao reached out and pressed the air before him. The air before him felt like a huge piece of rubber. It wasn't just the air before him. Chun Zhao also felt like he was wrapped in rubber. Forget it. Chun Zhao shook his head. 23rd generation looked at Chun Zhao. Did you destroy Turin? Huh? Chun Zhao looked up at the 23rd generation. Are you Blood Mary? Yes, 23rd generation replied, nodding. Immerse was dumbfounded. Her mind was in a mess. She couldn't understand a single word that 23rd generation and this man were talking about. This restaurant is mine, Chun Zhao said. You better compensate me. What if I force you to fight? 23rd generation asked. Then you better consider the safety of the people behind you, Chun Zhao said. Why aren't you willing to fight? Chun Zhao could indeed feel how strong 23rd generation was. She was even a unique existence from him. However, he would use a killing move as soon as he started. He couldn't stop at all. 23rd generation was indeed strong, but she was too old. Chun Zhao was afraid that he would kill her. This wasn't a joke. He could vaguely feel that 23rd generation was about to die. She didn't have long to live. Chun Zhao didn't want to kill the leader of a famous paranormal organization. He also didn't want to turn her into an enemy. He also didn't want to become a murderer, even if she was the one who asked to fight. You're afraid of hurting me? 23rd generation asked. Chun Zhao nodded. I believe that you're not weak, but you're really old. 23rd generation didn't seem to be satisfied with her age. Her palms released a weak light. The places that the light spread to suddenly twisted. 23rd generation looked at Chun Zhao provocatively. Are you that confident that you can beat me? Chun Zhao wasn't surprised by the spatial distortion. It was an alternate dimension. Everyone around them had disappeared. Apart from Chun Zhao and 23rd generation, only Mana Blood Mary was still here. Perhaps 23rd generation had purposely kept her here, or perhaps it was because Mana Blood Mary had magic. You don't need to worry about hurting others or causing destruction here, 23rd generation said. Come, let me see where you get your confidence from. How can you be so sure that you can beat me? Chun Zhao looked around. I'm an enhancer. My greatest ability is destruction and destruction. Who do you think you're facing? My grandmother is the greatest witch, the 23rd generation Blood Mary. Please remember this book's domain name, Nine Heavens Godly Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 1534. Mana Bloody Mary worshipped her grandmother to the max. In her eyes, 23rd was an omnipotent god. Is this spell exclusive to your domain? Or a single spell? Why? Do you want to learn it? 23rd was very smart. Seeing Chun Zhao's eyes, he knew what he wanted. Beat me, and I'll teach you this spell. Are there any restrictions? Chun Zhao asked. Not every spell could be learned. Some spells had restrictions. No, you just need enough magic power. That's not a problem for you. 23rd looked at Chun Zhao. I haven't been serious for many years. Chun Zhao grinned. Troublesome. She was probably the most troublesome opponent he'd ever met. Even if he was facing someone from the association, it didn't matter if he used a little more strength. But this old woman, Chun Zhao didn't know if he would hurt her if he used a little more strength. On one hand, she wasn't a real enemy. On the other hand, Chun Zhao wasn't sure how strong her defense was. Chun Zhao took a deep breath. Then don't blame me if I use too much strength. I'm not that weak, 23rd said. By now, Chun Zhao's magic power had compressed his entire left arm and shoulder. Chun Zhao lifted his left arm and punched out from a few meters away. Bang! Tons of power whizzed out. 23RD's expression changed. The air in front of her compressed again and again. When the fist was 1 meter away from 23rd, it suddenly slowed down. Then, the fist suddenly smashed out in the opposite direction, toward Chun Zhao. Bang! Chun Zhao was sent flying by his own fist. Huh? Mana Bloody Mary pointed at Chun Zhao and laughed. I thought you were strong, but you're only at this level. After all, Chun Zhao had been so powerful earlier. Mana Bloody Mary thought that Chun Zhao could really beat her grandmother. In the end, he was sent flying by his own fist. Chun Zhao stood up and patted himself. Chun Zhao was hit by his own fist and was actually slightly injured. 23RD's expression changed slightly. She knew very well how terrifying that attack was. Chun Zhao's punch had invaded his territory. It was almost 1 meter away from him. If it wasn't for the fact that his territory was special and could counter Chun Zhao's enhancements, he would have been injured. But the scariest thing was that Chun Zhao wasn't really injured after being hit by his own power. It seemed like an enhancing-type spiritualist who had reached this realm was extremely terrifying. I have a rough idea of your strength, said 23rd Generation. She had the right to say this now, because Chun Zhao had been at a disadvantage in the previous exchange. Grand Duke, Chun Zhao said, rubbing his nose. I think I know how strong you are. Oh, it seems like you're not very satisfied. 23rd Jin looked at Chun Zhao. Did he still have a trump card that he hadn't used yet? External incarnation. All techniques return to one. Seeing Chun Zhao cast a clone spell and then combine into one, 23rd Jin was a bit surprised. What kind of spell was this? Spell Return to One was Chun Zhao's personal domain spell. Grand Duke, if you have any other trump cards, it's best to use them now. I won't hold back anymore. Just use whatever moves you have. My domain spells are indestructible. 23rd Jin sounded arrogant, but she wasn't careless when facing Chun Zhao. 23rd Jin's domain spell could increase the pressure in the air within her domain. Different pressure also represented different air resistance. Just now, 23rd Jin had reflected Chun Zhao's fist shadows using air resistance. However, the air resistance just now had already reached a substantial pressure. It had shaped the air resistance into the level of elastic rubber. Therefore, the stronger Chun Zhao's power was, the stronger the reflected force would be. But that wasn't 23rd Jin's limit. Steel airflow. 23rd Jin could make the air resistance close to the thickness of steel. Chun Zhao suddenly raised his arms. Fist shadows. In an instant, Chun Zhao's arms were like a storm, pouring out endless shadows of punches. Each strike had tens of thousands of tons of power. Loud rumbling sounds came from the air. It was like a thunderstorm. 23rd Jin's expression changed drastically. Her domain was being broken rapidly. Like an onion being pulled apart, the layers were peeled off one by one. Such a terrifying attack power. The steel airflow couldn't block such brutal pure power at all. When the fist shadows were less than 1 meter away from 23rd Jin, she yelled. Stop, stop. Chun Zhao immediately retracted his fists. At the moment, his fists were glowing red, like soldering iron. You're not bad. It's a draw, 23rd Jin said. Grandma, why? He hasn't even touched you after attacking for so long. He's clearly much weaker than you. Why is it a draw? While Mana was confused, she was also very unhappy. She felt that even a draw was an insult to 23rd General. However, 23rd Jin couldn't say anything. Perhaps Chun Zhao wasn't the strongest human in the world, but he was definitely the most destructive human in the world. What did Chun Zhao do? To put it simply, he pierced through a steel wall that was 50 meters thick. What did that mean? Even an atomic bomb couldn't break the defense. Chun Zhao did it. Of course, it didn't mean that Chun Zhao's destructive power surpassed an atomic bomb. It also didn't mean that 23rd Jin could block an atomic bomb, because Chun Zhao's attack power had different levels. He didn't pierce through the wall in one go. Instead, he pierced through 23rd Jin's domain bit by bit. 23rd Jin and Chun Zhao were two extremes. 23rd Jin was an absolute defense, while Chun Zhao was an extreme destructive power. One side could only defend. The result was already decided. No matter how strong the defense was, it would be broken eventually. So, from the beginning to the end, Chun Zhao was undefeatable. It wasn't that 23rd Jin couldn't attack, but her attack spells didn't pose much of a threat to Chun Zhao. This was why 23rd Jin would call for Chun Zhao to stop when her domain was about to be broken. You're the most talented spiritualist I've ever seen. Even if it's a draw, I'll still teach you that spell. Chun Zhao shrugged. Fine, whatever you say. It was fine as long as he got the spell. Except for Mana, who was very unhappy. Chapter 1535. Actually, both Chun Zhao and 23rd knew what the result would be. At their level, after a few exchanges, they would know each other's strengths and weaknesses. Jin 23 was indeed strong, but in this battle, Chun Zhao clearly had the upper hand. Of course, neither Chun Zhao nor 23rd had used their full strength. It was just one crazy attack and the other passive defense. The outcome was already decided. 23rd was too old. She couldn't use her full strength, but Chun Zhao was young enough. Plus, he had an enhanced body. He could do whatever he wanted. Granny, Mana wanted to express her dissatisfaction. 23rd waved his hand. Instantly, the alternate dimension shrank back. Whoosh, Immerse and the two bodyguards came back to their senses in an instant. It was a strange feeling. Immerse was confused. Looking at Chun Zhao, 23rd took out a scroll and handed it to Chun Zhao. Sir, this is for you. Chun Zhao opened the scroll. He couldn't understand it. It wasn't English. What language was this? Grand Duke, what do I think of this? That's your problem. I've already kept my promise. Grandma, that belongs to our family. How can you get to him? Mana Bloody Mary yelled in dissatisfaction. Immerse looked at the scroll in Chun Zhao's hand. She was a normal person. She was an ordinary person, but she knew that 23rd was the Grand Duke of Hungary. His family was even more prominent than the royal family. The scroll that 23rd had given Chun Zhao was inlaid with golden patterns. It didn't look ordinary. It was clearly something used by European royals. She just didn't understand why they would give it to a Chinese. Chun Zhao flipped it around and couldn't find anything. Then he put the scroll away. Fine, have a good meal. Of course, you have to pay for the damage to the restaurant. Chun Zhao wasn't familiar with them, so he wouldn't feign civility. Plus, he didn't think that he had bowed down to them. After all, they didn't have much interaction. As for their noble status, in today's society, it could be called glory. But to say that it really had any use, it didn't seem to have any use. Even if they were compared to the big shots on Wall Street, it was unlikely that those big shots would care about these European nobles. Chun Zhao was the same. In this country, once you had enough money, everyone could enjoy the same treatment. For example, the police chief of the city's police department would not offend the other party for the sake of either a billionaire or a billionaire with a net worth of 10 billion USD. As for the political power, it was a move that would tear off all pretense of cordiality. No one was easy to need. It was impossible for the 23rd generation to fight to the death for such a trivial matter. When he got home, he picked up the phone again. Hey, Wang He, I'm sorry. Due to an unexpected situation today, dinner was ruined. Mr. Chun, it's okay. You didn't do it on purpose. Wang had just checked online and found out the identity of the old lady from before. She was the Grand Duke of Hungary. This made him even more shocked. Just what kind of background did Chun Zhao have to be able to interact with European nobles? Moreover, they were not ordinary nobles, but true nobles. In Europe's aristocratic circle, the Grand Duke was the most powerful noble. Some European countries didn't even have a royal family, and the Grand Duke was the ruler. Of course, the royals and nobles of most countries had already withdrawn from the political circle, but they still had unparalleled political influence. For example, England's Prime Minister still had to be conferred a title by the Queen. For important national decisions, even if they were voted by the Parliament, they still had to go to Buckingham Palace and ask for the Queen's permission. Tell Zhou Yu I'm sorry. Okay, I'll tell him. Oh, how long are you guys staying in LA? Let's arrange another time. Within this week. Then let's do it the day after tomorrow. I'm busy tomorrow. Sure, no problem. Wang had grown a lot in the past year. He knew that all of his qualifications and all of his fame were nothing in the eyes of some big shots. So, when he faced Chun Zhao, he had to be serious and respectful. Acting like a big shot in front of Chun Zhao was undoubtedly the stupidest thing to do. Actually, Chun Zhao's mentality had changed too. He realized that he also needed to develop connections. But he had pitifully few connections. Regardless of whether they were useful or not, maintaining a good relationship wouldn't hurt anyone. If it was 2 years ago, or even a year ago, Chun Zhao wouldn't bother to communicate with people he wasn't familiar with. Fei Lai came down from upstairs. Chun, have you had dinner? Not yet. Did you eat? Me neither. Let's have dinner together. Okay. Chun Zhao took out the scroll and handed it to Fei Lai. Fei Lai, do you recognize this language? Fei Lai took the scroll and looked at it. I don't. There were also letters on it, but they weren't the normal ones. Most of them were similar to letters, and there were some pictograms. The combination of the letters was also very special. It wasn't English at all. Fei Lai opened the scroll and pointed it at the camera in the room. Butler, can you translate this? The camera immediately scanned the words. This is medieval Greek language. It should be used between 500 BC and 300 AD. The system doesn't have any related information. I can link it to the internet. I can translate 20%, but I can't completely recognize or translate it. I can only translate 20%? Chun Zhao was speechless. He'd been tricked by that old woman from the 23rd generation. No wonder she'd given the scroll to him so easily. So, she knew that he wouldn't be able to translate the contents of the scroll. Although Chun Zhao was depressed, there was nothing he could do. He would ask the people in the association later and see if anyone could translate it. The salt and pepper octopus was delicious. Even Fei Lai ate an entire tentacle, ignoring the high-fat content. Recently, Chun Zhao had been working very hard on Fei Lai's body. Moreover, he didn't have any protective measures. He didn't want Fei Lai to go back to work in the coastal rescue team. Chun Zhao hoped that he could make Fei Lai pregnant again in 3 months. Unfortunately, Fei Lai's stomach didn't move. But this wasn't strange. Last time, Fei Lai had gotten pregnant through a wish. Thinking of this, Chun Zhao suddenly slapped his head. He shouldn't have made a wish to make Fei Lai pregnant. He should have made a wish to make Fei Lai's fertility function normal. At night, Chun Zhao sat on the balcony and watched the sparkling sea. Little Larissa was like little Jerlin a year ago. She would wake up a few times at night. Recently, Chun Zhao had insomnia. Yes, he couldn't sleep. He hadn't slept for about 10 days. Chapter 1536. Actually, it was more accurate to say that he didn't feel sleepy at all. It seemed to start from compressing his mana. After calming little Larissa down, Chun Zhao returned to the bedroom to check on Fei Lai. She was fast asleep too. Chun Zhao planned to enter the river diagram and try to compress his mana completely there. As soon as he entered, Chun Zhao felt a pain in his head. Then, the many days of insomnia disappeared without medicine. When Chun Zhao woke up again, it was already 5 days later. Old turtle, are you crazy? You hit me so hard. Chun Zhao held the back of his head. Even after such a long time, Chun Zhao still felt that the back of his head was heavy, as if there was a 100-ton weight hanging on it. Kid, you really dare to mess around. Old Turtle looked at Chun Zhao exasperatedly. What did I do? Chun Zhao looked at Old Turtle, confused. What's with the mana in your left arm? Oh, this is what I came up with. Chun Zhao told her his thoughts and intentions. Old Turtle's gaze toward Chun Zhao changed. It was a gaze of admiration. But Chun Zhao knew that Old Turtle definitely wouldn't admire him. What a joke. How could an elephant admire an ant? Does your family know that you're so awesome? My idea doesn't work. Chun Zhao asked. Since ancient times, I've never seen anyone who dares to cultivate like you. Not even the demons. Anyway, you're the best. That's not right. Back then, you said that you wanted me to create my own method and walk a path that belongs to me. Chun Zhao looked at Old Turtle in surprise. Now that I've thought a method, you're pouring cold water on me? Of course. If you want to create your own method, you need to have a profound foundation in spells and Taoism. Then, through gradual improvement and exploration, you can create a set of cultivation methods. In the end, you didn't create a method and instead went down the wrong path. Wrong path? You're saying that I've gone mad? I don't know, Old Turtle said. If you continue to train and grow like normal, I can teach you. But you've gone down a path that I don't understand at all through compression. I can't teach you anymore. I can't. Isn't it just compressing mana? What's the big deal? Just cultivate the way you should. You think you just compressed your magic power? What else? Chen Zhao didn't think it was a big deal. The mana in your right arm looks like it's real, but it's not. I don't even know what it is, Old Turtle said. That's not right. I don't feel any changes in my mana. Moreover, I didn't feel any changes when I was fighting. Because you're not strong enough, you can't sense anything deeper. However, I can sense that your left arm no longer contains mana. Then what should we do? Should I disperse the magic power? Can you disperse it? Amused, Old Turtle looked at him. With the recovery speed of your little world, you can immediately replenish as much magic power as you lose. Whatever. I made the wrong move. I can't cut off my left arm, right? Chen Zhao was heartless. I'll compress all the mana in my body first. That's fine. It's impossible to reverse the situation anyway. Let me see how you do it. Logically speaking, this kind of compression shouldn't change the structure of magic power. Chen Zhao started to compress his magic power in front of Old Turtle. Chen Zhao had just finished compressing a part of his chest when Old Turtle pointed with his finger. A finger-sized piece of flesh went missing. The pain made Chen Zhao break out in a cold sweat. He cursed, "Old Turtle, why are you so cruel?" Old Turtle poked at the piece of flesh on Chen Zhao's chest with a suspicious expression. That's weird. There doesn't seem to be anything special when you compress your magic power. Why does it taste different after you're done? Chen Zhao waited for his chest to heal before compressing his magic power again. Old Turtle kept studying Chen Zhao's fingernail-sized chest. Chen Zhao didn't know what he was studying. A month passed. Chen Zhao had already compressed all the mana in his body by 90%. However, the small piece of flesh on Old Turtle's finger was still as bright as before. Chen Zhao was about to speak when Old Turtle suddenly tossed the piece of flesh into his mouth. This scared Chen Zhao. Damn, Old Turtle, you're not going to eat me, are you? Fuck off. I'm not in the mood to joke with you. Old Turtle glared at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao's magic compression seemed to have put Old Turtle in a bottleneck. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure out what exactly went wrong. If it was just magic compression, Old Turtle could do it with one finger. But even if Old Turtle compressed the magic power himself, he only changed the quality of the magic power. He didn't change its essence. This change probably came from Chen Zhao himself. Old Turtle, what's wrong? Chen Zhao looked at Old Turtle's worried expression. Maybe you're right. It took Old Turtle a long time to squeeze out this sentence. What do you mean? The river map has been thousands of years. The outside world has changed. I've even forgotten my ambition. Old Turtle, don't be crazy. How about I get you a psychiatrist? Chen Zhao looked at Old Turtle, worried. Fuck off. I'm normal. Old Turtle glared at Chen Zhao. Then what's wrong with you? You've clearly not been normal recently. For cultivation, the East calls it spiritual power, while the West calls it magic power. But in general, there's no difference. Even though I've cultivated for thousands of years in the river map, I still can't change the essence of magic power. The only difference is the amount. But your magic power can't be called magic or spiritual power anymore. Then what should I call it? Chen Zhao didn't understand why Old Turtle was saying this. Divine power? Yes. The West calls it divine power, while the East calls it immortal power. Stop joking. You sound like I'm about to ascend. Chen Zhao's face was full of disdain. I'm not joking, and what you said about ascending is indeed true. It's just that you're still countless times away from ascending. Old Turtle glanced at Chen Zhao. My only chance to leave the river map is to ascend. It seems like the opportunity is on you. Chen Zhao shuddered. I'm not Xuanzang. Old Turtle, don't look at me like that. Fuck off, Old Turtle. I need to understand your secrets. Why does magic power turn into immortal power after you compress it? But what's the point of immortal power? Cleanse the tendons and meridians, awaken supernatural powers, just like the ancient gods. Old Turtle, your words are getting more and more mysterious. I keep feeling like you're not reliable. Chen Zhao was a bit scared. That ancient god should be much older than you. They don't even have a speck of dust left. I'm probably not stronger than them. With your cultivation, you can probably beat them up too. Chapter 1537. Those ancient gods aren't dead, Old Turtle said. They've left the world, breaking through the void, ascending? I don't know, but they're not dead. Just look at Goddess Niwa who suppressed me in the river diagram. Even if I've cultivated for millions of years, I'm still an ant before her, not to mention the thousands of ancient gods. Old Turtle shook his head. Although the ancient gods have left the world, they've left their own dojos. The sects that evolved later are the legacies of the ancient gods. However, after thousands of years of evolution, they've adapted to humans. That's why they've gradually cultivated to become what they are now. Originally, they were cultivating to become immortals, but now they can only cultivate spiritual power. The so-called breaking through the void and ascending to become immortals has become a legend. Now that you've understood this technique, are you planning to follow their footsteps? Chen Zhao asked. I didn't say that I'm following their footsteps. On one hand, I want to pursue a higher realm. Just like how you want to become stronger, so do I. Moreover, if I want to leave the river diagram, there's no other way but to ascend. According to you, I have celestial power in my body now. Does that mean I can also live forever? You're thinking too much. You can increase your lifespan, but you can't live forever. Then what do we do now? That's if you don't think about eating me. Technically, mana and fairy power are a process of energy conversion, Old Turtle said. But I don't know what mechanism your body has to complete the conversion. If I can understand it, I'll be able to ascend to the heavens soon. That's right, Old Turtle said. First, the energy conversion process. Let's make an assumption. That is, magical power is converted to celestial power. First, celestial power is 10 times more powerful than magical power. Of course, at least 10 times. Yes, that should be the case. Old Turtle nodded. Otherwise, your magical power would have changed long ago. Previously, I mainly practiced the... There shouldn't be anything special about this technique. You know the contents of the... Old Turtle nodded again. Although the demon techniques he practiced were different from human techniques, they were all the same. With his experience, he could naturally see the depth of the Qingyi manual. Then there are two possibilities. One is the problem of bloodline. In addition to the human bloodline, I also have the bloodline of the King of Gluttony and the King of Wrath. But in hell, there are millions of demons with these two bloodlines. Even in the human world, there are many hybrids of these two bloodlines. However, they don't have magic power with special characteristics, so this possibility can be ruled out. Old Turtle thought for a moment and nodded. Is there another possibility? It's the key, Chen Zhao said. Old Turtle had heard Chen Zhao mention the key. It must be said that this thing was also a strange item. The Old Turtle had heard of keys before, but he had never seen the real thing. Chen Zhao had once placed the key before him, but he couldn't see it or even feel it. Chen Zhao had five keys. Among them, too, 5 had fused with him. The other 3 keys had always been in his spatial ring and used. He didn't know how to use them either. One of them was a gold key, which had never reacted to magic power. The gold key was a key for the evolution of the body, so this possibility could be ruled out. The second dead key could absorb soul fragments of people with the same type. The dead key's main effect was on the soul. It also wouldn't affect magic power. Then the only thing that could possibly affect magic power was the 0.5 key. It was also the half-finished blood key. This blood key had shattered in the battle. At the center of the altar on Nasamara, everyone had been hit by the explosion. Hallease and her mother, Ava, who had been hit, had their magic power increase. Chen Zhao had also been within the range of the impact, but he hadn't felt any change in magic power. But he could clearly feel that something had entered his body. If he was right, it was the blood-red key. To Nasamara, the blood key was the Agama bridge, the key to the other side. In no Cimmerian civilization, Agama meant heaven. Chen Zhao thought for a moment and told Old Turtle what had happened on Nasamara. Old Turtle also sank in a deep thought. Now, Chen Zhao and Old Turtle could basically confirm it. Chen Zhao's magic power had turned into immortal power because of the blood key. Old Turtle, I have an idea. Tell me. The blood-colored key was refined using the blood essence of hundreds of thousands of people in the Nosimiran civilization. Let's not think about the refining process for now. Let's analyze the final effect of using the blood-colored key. Since the blood-colored key is called the Agama bridge, the key to the other side, its function is to catalyze. Okay, continue. Old Turtle looked at Chun Zhao. The blood key directly affects magic power. I thought it was a half-finished product, but now it seems like it's actually a finished product. It's just that there's a requirement for who it can be used on. For example, me. Stop being so smug and continue, Old Turtle said, glaring at Chun Zhao. From a scientific point of view, we need the blood of hundreds of thousands of people to complete this process. This means that the amount of blood in a single human body is very small. This should be an extraction and purification process. Is there anything in a human body that is very rare? Chun Zhao asked. What is rare in a human body? Of course, there are many rare elements in a human body. No, don't think about the nutrients. Those are trace elements that can be synthesized artificially. I think that something that needs to be refined by killing hundreds of thousands of people must only be in people. Other things or species don't have it. What exactly is it? Magic, Chun Zhao said. Magic? Normal people don't have magic at all. No, normal people have magic too, Chun Zhao said. In my supernatural organization, we've created a magic power standard. It's using a regular person's magic power as one unit of magic power. I also call it one Adu's magic power. You're saying that the ultimate goal of killing hundreds of thousands of people is to obtain hundreds of thousands of magic value? According to the unit of magic power you set, ordinary people may not be able to reach hundreds of thousands of magic power, but your current magic power value has reached that value, and I far exceed this value. Logically speaking, I should have ascended long ago. Please remember this book's domain name, 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 1538. No. Everyone has a unique magical power. It's like a human fingerprint. It's like how, when I absorb other people's magical power through the mouth of gluttony, I have a magical allergy, so I don't think this refinement is just magical power. Then what is it? I think it's the genes of magical power, Chun Zhao said. It's like the evolution of a species, Chun Zhao said. It's the evolution of genes. I think that turning magic power into immortal power is actually a kind of magic power evolution process. So, this refining process is more like extracting the diversity of magic power and then making up for the inadequacies of one's magic power genes to reach perfection and complete the evolution process in the end. Old Turtle raised an eyebrow, as if he'd understood something. I get it, Old Turtle said after a long while. Wait, you get it? What do you get? Chun Zhao looked at Old Turtle, confused. You'll understand when the time is right. Old Turtle looked at Chun Zhao meaningfully. Fuck, I hate people like you. You only say half of a sentence. No, you don't even understand half. What do you mean I'll understand when the time is right? Chun Zhao jumped up and pointed at Old Turtle's nose, cursing. Fuck off. I'm going into seclusion. Come back in 100 years and see me for the last time. 100 years? That's a little more than a month? Chun Zhao's head hurt. Oh, you're going to ascend. Who's going to teach me? I can only grasp the key now. Let's talk in 100 years. Fuck, speak clearly. When I ascend, I'll go to the immortal world to find you. Depressed, Chun Zhao was chased out by Old Turtle. But Old Turtle's words still lingered in Chun Zhao's mind. He was the right one. In other words, he'd accidentally found the right path. Old Turtle had also said that with divine power, he could awaken supernatural powers. But where was the supernatural power? How could he awaken it? He thought about it for the whole night. In the end, he was kicked in the back and fell off the balcony. Looking back, he saw Phalai looking up angrily from the balcony. Why aren't you sleeping? You sat on the balcony for the whole night. Are you tired of me? Chun Zhao broke out in a cold sweat. What was with Phalai's fluent Chinese? Chun Zhao kicked off the ground and jumped onto the balcony of the 3rd floor. Just then, he subconsciously shook his body. The magic power in his body, or rather, the immortal power, sank and stabilized his body. This feeling, This was the feeling of flying freely. It's not the same thing as floating out of control. When all the magic power in his body turned into immortal power, he realized that the quality of immortal power wasn't the same. He could more easily control the quality of his immortal energy, and thus control his flight or landing. Darling, you look different. Fei Lai looked at Chun Zhao, who was flying outside the balcony, in confusion. How is it different? I don't know. Chun Zhao picked up Fei Lai and flew toward the sea. Just as the saying went, he wanted to become an immortal, but he couldn't let go of the mortal world. He didn't even have a chance of becoming an immortal. Chun Zhao didn't fly too fast. Fei Lai couldn't handle high speeds. Chun Zhao only felt that the sunlight was very comfortable. It was as if all the cells in his body had come alive. Fei Lai's head rested on Chun Zhao's shoulder, also bathing in the sunlight. They circled the sea unhurriedly. 2 hours later, Chun Zhao returned home with Fei Lai. Zhilin had already woken up. She was eating breakfast with the help of an inferior demon. Little Larissa was also pecking at her milk bottle. To be honest, Chun Zhao and Fei Lai weren't very good parents. Of course, their love was enough. But in terms of taking care of 2 kids, they couldn't even compare to the inferior demon. Of course, because of the inferior demon, they couldn't hire a nanny or servant. Moreover, paternal and maternal love could not be manifested by doing everything by themselves. After breakfast, Chun Zhao carried Zhilin to Steven's studio. On the phone with Steven yesterday, Steven told Chun Zhao to bring Zhilin when he went to his place this morning. When Chun Zhao arrived at Steven's studio, he could enter and leave freely even without a work card. Most employees in Steven's studio knew Chun Zhao and Zhilin, including the security guard at the door. Miss Yu, is Steven here? Chun Zhao asked Yu Wenwei. Mr. Steven is on his way. He'll be here in 20 minutes, Yu Wenwei answered. Yu Wenwei replied, Mr. Chun, you can wait in Mr. Steven's office first. Would you like some coffee? Not everyone could enter Steven's office, except for Chun Zhao. There was no place in the studio that Chun Zhao couldn't go. Plus, the studio was a mess. Apart from Steven's spacious office, there was nowhere else for Chun Zhao and Zhilin to rest. Do you have tea? Chun Zhao asked. Sure, please wait a moment. A while later, Steven pushed open the door and walked in. He first saw Chun Zhao sitting on his chair with his legs propped up on his desk. His face darkened immediately. Then he saw Zhilin standing on top of the cabinet in the office. The drawers were pulled out layer by layer. Zhilin had climbed to the top of the cabinet by climbing the stairs. Chun, Steven roared in anger. Is this how you look at a child? When Zhilin was at Mirror Lake, she climbed a lot of trees, Chun Zhao said disapprovingly. Actually, if Zhilin fell from the top of the cabinet, Chun Zhao could appear under it instantly. He was very confident in his speed. Fampus walked in, holding Evan's hand. Hi, Chun. Fampus was Steven's bodyguard. She had heard Steven's roar, so she came in to take a look. Then she realized that it was Chun Zhao who had made Steven roar. When, on the other hand, jumped onto the sofa and laid down to rest. Spotted cat. Zhilin's interest was immediately piqued when she saw Evan. It was Zhilin's first time seeing Evan. She immediately wanted to jump down. Steven hurriedly reached out and carried little Zhilin down from the cabinet. Zhilin wasn't afraid of Evan at all. Evan was used to interacting with humans. After all, he came to Steven's studio every day. Everyone in the studio knew him. Fampus, help me take care of Zhilin, Steven said. I have something to discuss with Chun. Okay, Mr. Steven. Chun Zhao and Steven walked out of the office. Steven looked at Chun Zhao. Chun, why did you buy Nafa Twain's copyrights? Do you want to enter Hollywood? No, I just want to be a middleman. Chapter 1539. Chun Zhao didn't want to buy Nafa Twain's movie rights to enter Hollywood. To be honest, unless he invested in Steven's movies, Hollywood's box office profits were very average. A Beyond Grade A movie had an investment of more than $100 million. The filming, production, and release period was 1 to 2 years. It was already a huge profit if the box office profit was tens of millions of US dollars. These tens of millions of US dollars still needed to be cut. It was more likely that the box office alone wouldn't be enough to cover the cost. They needed to earn money through the copyrights of other things, such as games, TV series, and other products. These copyrights and products were basically the exclusive profits of big companies. It was almost impossible for small companies or individual investors to obtain these profits. For people like Chun Zhao, no matter how rich they were, they couldn't really set foot in Hollywood's true profit point. Therefore, Chun Zhao wasn't interested in investing in Hollywood movies at all. Even though Chun Zhao, Steven, and Rasfa had invested in a movie before, it was more out of interest. It would be best if they could earn money. Even if they couldn't, it wouldn't affect their friendship. As for saving Na Fa Twain, Chun Zhao didn't care about his life or death. Chun Zhao only felt that it was profitable, so he took action. That was all. Na Fa Twain and DSN each own 50% of the most valuable copyrights to the Master Thief series. There have been 6 movies in the series so far, and 2 of them have suffered losses at the box office. However, the latest one has grossed $830 million worldwide. Coupled with the sale of the peripherals, DSN's profit from this movie has reached $200 million. Therefore, just this series alone requires at least $500 million for you to be able to buy the copyrights. In addition, Na Fa Twain is the absolute protagonist of this series. Even if the copyrights are sold, he will still have a say in this movie. At that time, he will definitely ask for a higher salary and a share of the box office. Therefore, you will also need an agreement that requires him to not quit in at least the next 3 movies in the Master Thief series, and the salary must not exceed $20 million. Steven knew the rules of Hollywood too well. If Na Fa Twain lost the copyrights to the Thief series, he would definitely ask for an exorbitant amount for the next movie to make up for his loss. As long as Chun Zhao could get this agreement, the value of the thieving series would increase greatly. $500 million. Chun Zhao's expression changed slightly. This number was much higher than he had imagined. The Extraordinary Life is also a movie series, and the first movie has already been released. It suffered a small loss at the box office, but we've already recovered our cost from the surrounding merchandise. In Hollywood, a movie series is the standard for a blockbuster. As long as the production is not bad, the box office will not be bad. The copyright for this movie series is worth at least $200 million, and there are a few other movies that are worth a few million dollars to tens of millions of dollars. In total, it's not more than $30 million. It's just a bonus, Steven said. I don't have that much cash, but the bank should be happy to lend me money. For banks, they were never afraid of people borrowing money. They were only afraid of people not borrowing money. This was especially true for someone like Chun Zhao, who had many high-quality properties under his name. The Mountain Beer brand alone was worth more than $5 billion. Chun Zhao still had most of the shares. Even if he had to borrow a few billion dollars, the banks would fight over it, let alone a few hundred million. With Na Fa Twain's current situation, $650 million should be his bottom line, Steven said. Steven had given a total price. In fact, this kind of copyright negotiation needed to be done one by one. Call your lawyer over, Steven said. I'll explain it to him. Steven was Chun Zhao's advisor, but he would not be involved in the copyright sale. Even did not dare to face DSN directly. As long as one was in Hollywood, one could not ignore the existence of DSN. Only outsiders like Chun Zhao didn't care about DSN at all. DSN couldn't do anything to him. This was also why Na Fa Twain had found Chun Zhao, because Na Fa Twain didn't know how many of the people who contacted him were sent by DSN. Then, Alex came with her team of lawyers to talk to Steven. Alex knew that Chun Zhao and Steven were friends. After all, Alex had been present at Jerlin's birthday. In the afternoon, Chun Zhao and the legal team went to the place they had agreed to meet Na Fa Twain. Na Fa Twain had fallen so much that he did not even have a lawyer. He was holding on. If he continued like this, he would either die in the hands of the loan sharks or compromise with DSN. But now, Chun Zhao had come stop him, so DSN had nothing to do. The negotiation began. Na Fa Twain gave a total price of $800 million. Chun Zhao told the legal team to pack up and leave. What a joke. This guy thought he was a fool. With the initiative in Chun Zhao's hands, the negotiation was easy. Chun Zhao's bottom line for Alex was that the negotiation could fail, but not a single cent more than what she wanted. Chun Zhao was a capitalist. Na Fa Twain was also a capitalist. Talking about feelings between capitalists? What kind of feelings were there to talk about? With Chun Zhao's words, Alex felt much more confident. To Chun Zhao, he would at most earn less money. Chun Zhao could not earn this hard-earned money, but Na Fa Twain could not. If the negotiation failed, he would have to accept DSN's exploitation. DSN's money was not enough to pay off his debt. To him, the bottom line was to pay off the debt. The negotiation was in a stalemate. Both sides had different prices. Of course, it was a stalemate, but Chun Zhao still had the initiative. Alex and the legal team had so many people, so they were more powerful. Na Fa Twain could not do anything alone because Chun Zhao kept his bottom line. His bottom line was about the same as Na Fa Twain's debt, just a bit lower. Mr. Chun, I can sign the agreement, but I hope you can raise the price to $700 million. That's impossible. I can't pay that much. Chun Zhao shook his head. If you're not sincere, then our negotiation ends here. Mr. Chun, as long as I pay off the debt and redeem 30% of Marina's restaurant shares, I'm willing to sell all of them to you at the lowest price, Na Fa Twain said, gritting his teeth. Chun Zhao's heart jumped. If that was the case, he could consider it. If you add 30% of Marina's restaurant shares, I can consider $700 million. Chapter 1540. In addition to the 30% shares of Marina Restaurant, Chun Zhao finally agreed to the $700 million deal. Of course, the money wasn't paid immediately. After signing the contract, Chun Zhao immediately transferred the first $150 million to Na Fa Twain. Then, he would transfer the remaining $550 million to Na Fa Twain in 3 months. This money could help Na Fa Twain solve his urgent problems. He wouldn't be hacked to death on the streets. But in the next 3 months, Chun Zhao had to raise $550 million. As soon as Chun Zhao returned home, he received a call from an unknown number. Hello, are you Mr. Chun? Hello, are you Mr. Chun? I am. Who's this? I'm the executive director of DSN Films. My name is Mark Bonin. Hello, Mr. Mark. How can I help you? Mr. Chun, I heard that you made a deal with Na Fa Twain today and bought all of his copyrights. Mr. Mark, you're really well informed. Chun Zhao had already expected Bonin to contact him. However, he didn't expect him to be so fast. Less than 2 hours after he and Na Fa Twain signed the contract, DSN Films already knew the news. Mark Bonin tried to speak calmly. Mr. Chun, do you know that what you're doing is very immoral? DSN Films had prepared for half a year for those movie copyrights. DSN Films was even involved in Na Fa Twain's debt crisis. Now that they were about to reap the rewards, they were unexpectedly intercepted at the critical moment. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't feel happy. Immoral? Mr. Mark, did I break the law? Chun Zhao sneered. Mr. Chun, I hope you know what kind of opponent you're facing, Mark Bonin threatened. Hiss, Chun Zhao laughed mockingly. It was true that he wasn't on the same level as DSN, but DSN Film and DSN Media weren't in the same system. Chun Zhao and DSN Film and DSN Media weren't in the same industry, so he wasn't afraid of them at all. It was just like how Hollywood wasn't afraid of Wall Street. Even though they weren't on the same level, different industries had their own rules. He might not be invincible in the beer industry, but he was at the top. How could DSN Films deal with him? Even the DSN Media company behind him couldn't do anything to him. Mr. Mark, Chun Zhao said calmly, if you're here to punish me, then we can't talk anymore. Mark Bonin had also used his connections to investigate Chun Zhao's background, but he didn't know the details. He only knew that Chun Zhao was very rich and his bank's credit rating was the highest, even higher than his. Mark Bonin was only a high-level manager. In terms of personal wealth, Chun Zhao couldn't compare to him. This put Mark Bonin in a very difficult position. DSN Films was able to run amok in Hollywood and even acted in a domineering manner with other partners. But once he left Hollywood, he would be helpless. After all, DSN Films was just a film company, not some evil force. But now, the rights to 2 movie series with great potential were in Chun Zhao's hands. This made DSN Films even more helpless. In particular, DSN Films was already preparing for the 7th movie. They'd invested more than $30 million in it. Originally, Mark Bonin wanted to wait until he got the rights to Stealing God and then start filming immediately. But now, Nafa Twain had sold the rights to someone else. This meant that Chun Zhao's authority in this movie series was the same as DSN Films. As long as Chun Zhao didn't agree, the movie series couldn't be filmed. Not only would the $30 million they'd invested go to waste, but even their 50% of the rights would be gone. This was too great a loss. Even as the executive director, he couldn't bear the consequences. His domineering words were actually Mark Bonin's probing method. "Mr. Chun, tell me, what do you want?" "I'm a businessman," Chun Zhao said honestly. "My first priority is to ensure that my interests aren't harmed." "Mr. Chun, do you want to invest in our movie? I can use my authority to give you the right to enter." Chun Zhao laughed. Hollywood was a place that ate people without spitting out their bones. Even if an outsider like Chun Zhao entered, he'd be eaten up without leaving a single bone. Hollywood had its own rules. Even if it was a profitable movie, the studio could make it a loss. It was impossible for Chun Zhao to get money from Hollywood. Chun Zhao had never thought about making money from this. His intention for buying the rights was to become a middleman and make quick money. Mark Bonin cursed silently. Indeed, rich people weren't easy to fool. "Mr. Chun, sell your rights to our company. We'll owe you a favor." What the fuck? A favor from a big company's executive was like a fart. Chun Zhao had to be crazy to accept this favor. "Mr. Mark, let's talk about something more practical. Name your price. If it's suitable, the rights are yours. $400 million. I only want 50% of the rights to Thief. Bye." Chun Zhao hung up. Does this guy think I'm a fool? Even if I let the rights rot in my hands, Chun Zhao wouldn't sell them at a loss. Mark Bonin's expression darkened. He looked at the phone that had already been cut off. The price just now was just a test. In fact, he knew the exact price Chun Zhao had paid for the rights. Nafa Twain didn't plan on hiding it. However, he didn't expect Chun Zhao to hang up so decisively. Mark Bonin called Chun Zhao again. "Mr. Chun, we can talk again. The rights to Thief, $600 million. Not a cent less. If you don't accept it, I'd rather let the rights rot in my hands." "Mr. Chun, $600 million is too high. We can invest in the production together. Sorry, I don't have any confidence in your credibility. Maybe you can make my money go down the drain with a different method." "Why should I trust you?" For example, DSN Films only needed to prepare a bill. The original production cost was $100 million. If Chun Zhao said $300 million, there was nothing he could do. Chapter 1541. Cheating on the production cost was the most basic method. Originally, renting a machine only cost $100,000, but they increased it to $1 million. There were too many loopholes in the plan. For example, they could negotiate with the distributor and make a negative contract. They specialized in tricking outsiders like Chun Zhao. As a middleman, Chun Zhao had a certain amount of risk. If he didn't have enough profit, why would he get involved? Chun Zhao was rich, but he wouldn't say no to money. "I can't decide this alone," Mark Bonin said helplessly. "Then let's discuss," Chun Zhao said nonchalantly. "When there's a result, I'll inform my lawyer." Chun Zhao wasn't in a hurry, but DSN Films was. Chun Zhao used his own money to buy the movie rights. On the other hand, DSN Films' money belonged to the major shareholders. Even the COE of DSN Films couldn't just wave his hand and say that he didn't want the rights anymore, then throw his money into the water. If they did that, the shareholders would criticize them to death. This was the trouble with listed companies. Their decisions would often be influenced by a portion of people. These people might not decide the company's future, but they could decide the COE's future. The problem DSN Films faced now was that they could either buy the rights from Chun Zhao, or they could let the 50% of the rights to Stealing God fall into their own hands. Based on the box office performance of the previous movie in the series and the surrounding performances, after all, not every movie could make $300 million. Even if it was one of the big six, its annual profit might not even reach $300 million US. The shareholders definitely wouldn't allow the rights to Stealing God to fall. Moreover, they'd already invested $30 million in pre-production. The shareholders knew that Chun Zhao didn't just have the 50% rights to Stealing God. He also had the agreement with Na Twain. The value of the agreement wasn't low, and Chen Zhao didn't plan on transferring it. One had to know that for a movie star of Na Twain's level, his salary was 2 plus 1, or even 2 plus 2. 2 plus 1 meant $20 million plus 10% of the box office. This was the pay of a top star. Na Twain might not be considered a top superstar, but he was the soul of the Stealing God series. Therefore, the film company would never replace him unless it was absolutely necessary. Changing the lead was a big taboo in Hollywood. DSN persisted for 2 days before they finally relented and accepted the copyright deal. $660 million USD to buy 50% of the copyright of Stealing God, plus that agreement. Actually, if DSN Films had not been too greedy and insisted on trapping Na Twain to death, Na Twain wouldn't sell the copyright to Chen Zhao either. Come to think of it, it was their own fault. Out of the $700 million US, he had earned back $660 million US. He also had the rights to The Extraordinary Life and a few other smaller movies. Although DSN was still drooling over The Extraordinary Life, they really could not come up with more cash to buy the movie rights of this series, so they could only put it aside for the time being. He had planned to borrow money from the bank, but now he didn't have to. Even if DSN didn't want it, he could sell it to other companies. No matter how he sold it, he wouldn't lose money. It was said that money could make money. At this moment, Chen Zhao clearly felt how easy it was for rich people to make money. Of course, Chen Zhao also had risks. After all, if DSN Films was more forceful, there was nothing Chen Zhao could do. This was actually a process of psychological warfare. They would see who could outlast the other. Chen Zhao's pressure was the bank's loan interest. The longer it dragged on, the lower the value of the copyright. DSN Films' pressure came from their internal shareholders. Chen Zhao had won this round, but it couldn't be said that DSN Films had lost. The real loser was only Na Twain. However, Na Twain had killed himself. Chen Zhao's biggest gain was that he now had all the shares of Marina's restaurant. Wang Xig was currently standing in the center of an ancient hall. There were 3 stone chairs on the wall of the main hall, and 3 old men were sitting on each of the 3 chairs. Wang Xig, you've really disappointed me. Because of your recklessness, we've lost 60 people. Among them, 12 are spiritualists. The old man, sitting in the middle, had a heavy pressure. His eyes were like torches as he stared at Wang Xig. The 3 old men were the 3 elders of the Hunters Guild. They were also the leaders of their respective factions. The 3 elders were named after the Hermit, Judgment, and Wheel of Fortune from tarot cards. Every faction had power struggles, including the Hunters Guild. The Judgment and Wheel of Fortune's factions were obviously fighting. The Hermit was neutral. Wang Xig was from the Judgment faction. She was also the Elder's student. The one who had questioned her was the Wheel of Fortune's elder. His intention was, of course, to suppress Wang Xig and the Judgment faction. This time, Wang Xig had led a team to attack the Turin Ghost ship and caused huge losses. This also gave the Wheel of Fortune's elder a chance to exert pressure. "Do you have anything else to say, my child?" the Hermit elder asked. "My child." Her tone was gentle. She sounded like she was questioning, but also like she was trying to relieve Wang Xig's pressure. "I can't say anything," Wang Xig said. "If that's the case, you should be judged by the guild." "Don't you think so, Punisher?" The Wheel of Fortune's elder looked at the Elder of Judgment. The Elder of Judgment was in charge of the Hunters Guild's internal judgment and punishment. The Wheel of Fortune's elder wanted the Elder of Judgment to punish her student personally. The Elder of Judgment opened his eyes quietly. He saw Wang Xig's proud gaze. Her student didn't seem to admit defeat. 3 elders. I hope I can redeem myself with merit. Huh? How do you plan to redeem yourself? The Elder of Judgment asked. I hope to complete 3 missions from the Scarlet Church. Are you going to bring more people to their deaths again? The Wheel of Fortune's elder sneered. No, just me. You brought so many people and failed. Now you're saying you're alone? Are you sure you're not messing with us? If I fail, just let me die outside, Wang Xig said. The 3 elders were shocked. The Elder of Judgment looked at his beloved student. Wank, are you sure you want to do this? Yes, Elder of Judgment. Just like what the Wheel of Fortune said, I need to be responsible for my actions. Please remember this book's domain name, Nine Heaven's Godly Emperor mobile version. Chapter 1542. After leaving the palace, Wen Kusig followed behind the elder of the judiciary. Teacher, I'm sorry for making you worry. The elder walked silently until he reached the edge of the forest. Wenku, if you just accepted the punishment, you wouldn't be in such a desperate situation. I could at least save your life, but why did you make such a heavy promise in front of everyone? Even if I wanted to help you, I couldn't, the elder of the magic court said in a harsh tone. Wenku, you know that if you just accepted the punishment, you wouldn't be in such a desperate situation. Teacher, I do need your support this time. You know that I don't have many people left. It's not enough to help you complete those missions. No, I need money. The elder of the magic court was stunned. Was his student trying to escape? However, this thought was fleeting, and he laughed at himself in his heart. You want money to hire people? The elder of the magic court asked. Yes. Are you sure you can hire people you can use? For the elder, if this could be solved with money, it wouldn't be a problem at all. After all, the Hunters Guild had existed for 200 to 300 years. Its accumulated wealth had reached a terrifying level. The Grand Elder of the Judgment Realm was considered a super-rich person in the outside world. However, the presiding elder also knew how strong the spiritualists outside were and how strong they were. There were only a few who could fight. Moreover, it was a mission from the Scarlet Church. Every single one of those missions was extremely difficult. Almost every one of them was said to be impossible to complete. Yes, Wen Kusig answered calmly. I know who can help me. How much money do you need? The elder asked. The more, the better. I'll give you 200 million in advance. If it's not enough, you can ask me again. Okay. Chun, I heard that you have a few movie copyrights, right? Rasfa asked, even though he already knew the answer. Chun Zhao pouted. He lay on the beach, not even looking at Rasfa. Just say it. Stop beating around the bush. Sell them all to me, Rasfa said. How much? 300 million, Rasfa said. Get someone to contact my lawyer. He had bought the copyrights for 700 million. In just 3 to 4 days, he had sold them for 960 million. Speaking of which, he really made a lot of money. However, 300 million US dollars was indeed a friendly price. If it were another buyer, Chun Zhao would have asked Alex to bring some people to spar with them and raise the price. However, Rasfa obviously didn't need to go through so much trouble. This was how networking worked. With everyone's friendship, there was no need to fight over a price difference of tens of millions of dollars. Rasfa gave Chun Zhao a profitable price. At the same time, he wouldn't have to pay a lot. This was where Rasfa was smart. He grasped the situation perfectly. By the way, when will our movie be shown? October 1st, at the same time as China, Rasfa said. Oh, Chun Zhao was surprised. He knew that the Chinese market was the second largest film market in the world. However, the fact that the movie was scheduled for the National Day showed how much importance Rasfa and Steven placed on this movie. However, the National Day slot was also an important slot for domestic movies. There would definitely be many heavyweight domestic movies released. As an outsider and not a Super A production, it was impossible for them to compete with domestic movies in terms of movie scheduling. It wasn't easy to fight his way out of the tight encirclement on the National Day. Chun Zhao didn't doubt Steven's ability, but he didn't know if Steven could make a movie that suited the Chinese taste. At least, Chun Zhao knew very well that the most popular movies in the domestic film industry were comedies and Hollywood special effects blockbusters. Hollywood's blockbusters were popular all over the world, let alone special effects blockbusters. As for domestic comedies, they took up almost half of the top 10 domestic movies in the box office every year. The movie that the three of them had invested in and produced was a more traditional police and gangster movie. In the Chinese market, police and gangster movies had always been in the middle. The box office wasn't low, but it wouldn't be high either. At least in the recent years, there had never been a police and gangster movie that could make it into the top 10 of the annual box office. Plus, it was during the highly competitive National Day slot. Chun Zhao really doubted if their movie could make it out of the tight encirclement. Is it your idea, or Steven's? Chun Zhao asked. Chun Zhao wouldn't interfere with any of Rasfa and Steven's decisions regarding the movie. This was the attitude and duty of an outsider investor. Chun Zhao definitely wouldn't think that he could criticize two professionals just because he was an investor. Steven said, "You have an idea," Rasfa said. "Do you have connections in China too?" Rasfa was also very curious about Chun Zhao's idea. Chun Zhao smiled. "That's a secret." Steven didn't reveal the lucky coin. Steven knew very well that it was too rare. If one more person knew about it, he would have one less chance to use it. Chun Zhao also didn't want too many people to know about the lucky coin. Apart from giving the lucky coin to Steven twice, Chun Zhao didn't use it on other money-making things. Money could be earned, but the lucky coin couldn't be duplicated. For example, on the day of Fei Lai's delivery, Chun Zhao had her hold onto a lucky coin. Chun Zhao also used a lucky coin himself. The lucky coin wasn't a dragon. It couldn't fulfill impossible wishes. The lucky coin's function was to let the user do something that they could already do. For example, winning the lottery was about luck, not ability. For example, whether an athlete could break the world record was mostly decided by luck. If an ordinary person stood on the field, he wouldn't be able to win even with the lucky coin. Because he wasn't strong enough, the lucky coin couldn't make up for the difference. A while later, Steven came too. The three of them went out to sea on the Hydra. "Chun, you don't want Mirror Lake anymore, right? Sell it to me," Steven said with a beer belly. He was shirtless and holding a can of beer. "Don't even think about it," Chun Zhao said. "I'm already rebuilding the Mirror Lake mansion. I don't plan on giving it up." Mirror Lake was an important water source for Mountain's beer. The vineyard there was also very important. Chun Zhao wouldn't sell it even at 10 or 100 times the price, let alone tens of millions. Moreover, there were other things in Mirror Lake that couldn't be exposed. Chapter 1543. There are so many lakes around Los Angeles. Do you have to keep staring at my Mirror Lake? Chun Zhao said in annoyance. He lifted the fishing rod in his hand. Roar! A fish took the bait. Steven lifted the rod, and a mackerel was pulled up. However, the fish only seemed to weigh 2 kilograms. Steven easily lifted it onto the deck. "Point me to a lake with a better environment than your Mirror Lake." Steven pursed his lips. "Mirror Lake has a good environment because of my management," Chun Zhao said. "In the beginning, Mirror Lake might not be better than the others. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bought it from me." Steven obviously knew this, but he just wanted to pick up what was already there. However, he also knew that without Chun Zhao's abilities, even if he bought a piece of land like Mirror Lake himself, he probably wouldn't be able to reach Mirror Lake's standard. He didn't really understand, but he could vaguely feel that Mirror Lake wasn't normal. The air in Mirror Lake was already abnormally clean. Steven had done a comparison before. The air quality in Mirror Lake was even better than in New Zealand. The air quality could even reach the level of an uninhabited natural environment. Mirror Lake wasn't completely isolated from the world. Mountain Town was a few kilometers away. Being able to purify the air there to such a pure and natural degree was not something that modern technology could achieve. That was the reason why Steven was so envious. This wasn't the first time Steven had asked Chun Zhao for something. Chun Zhao would tell him to scram every time. "How about we have a bet?" Steven asked. "Let's have a fishing competition." Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. "If I win, you can't ask me for Mirror Lake anymore." "Okay, if I win, you'll sell Mirror Lake to me? I can give it to you directly," Chun Zhao said. "How can I miss out on such an interesting thing?" Rasfa clearly didn't want to be left behind. "Rasfa, your manner is so big. You still want to fight with me for Mirror Lake?" "Chun Bai is giving it to me," Rasfa said matter-of-factly. He also liked Mirror Lake. Of course, it wasn't to the extent that he would steal it. He was just here to join the fun. Chun Zhao chuckled. This was the ocean, his territory. "You haven't even won, and you're already deciding who Mirror Lake belongs to?" Chun Zhao sneered. "I participated in fishing competitions before," Steven said confidently. "I once caught a 300-kilogram bluefin tuna." "Then I'll wait and see," Chun Zhao said indifferently. "Let's begin." Chun Zhao's small world covered the water and the water. He knew everything about their hooks. Chun Zhao secretly controlled the water flow and washed away their bait. At the same time, Chun Zhao used the water flow. Whenever a big fish appeared, he would use the water flow to control it. Then he would hook it, and it would take the bait. Chun Zhao suddenly pulled, and a 30-centimeter long fish was pulled out of the water. Damn, he took the bait so quickly. Stephen and Rasfa's expressions froze. You lost. Chun Zhao grinned. Wait, you didn't mention the time just now. Let's add on now. Within 3 hours, let's see who catches the biggest fish and who catches the most fish. Fine. Chun Zhao shrugged. Chun Zhao cast out the fishing line again, this time in the 20-meter area. At the same time, Chun Zhao secretly ordered the 5 tiger generals to chase the big fish in the nearby waters. Soon, a huge sailfish appeared in the nearby waters. Chun Zhao used the same trick again. He first used the water flow to catch the sailfish. Then he controlled the water flow to guide the hook to the fish. Splash! The sailfish jumped out of the water. Chun Zhao immediately pulled the wheel. A big fish took the bait. The fish was almost 3.5 meters long. It was too big. Humans could barely catch it with fishing. Stephen and Rasfa both looked at Chun Zhao. The fishing rod had already bent into the shape of a full moon. The sailfish kept jumping in the water, trying to break free from the hook and line. Chun Zhao had to use his immortal power to pour into the rod and line. If Chun Zhao didn't use his immortal power, the sailfish would definitely snap the rod or line. This sailfish might have a weight of 400 kilograms, and its strength in the sea could reach a pulling force of 1,000 kilograms. Stephen and Rasfa didn't care about the bet anymore. They all looked at Chun Zhao, watching the battle of strength between a human and a fish. They wanted to help, but there was nothing they could do. Actually, Chun Zhao didn't need their help. Under the infusion of immortal power, the fishing rod and fishing line became extremely tough. Chun Zhao turned the wheel bit by bit and reeled in the line. The sailfish seemed to have an inexhaustible amount of energy as it continued to struggle. But it wasn't facing a human at all. After half an hour of struggle, the sailfish finally couldn't resist anymore. It floated in the sea, occasionally waving its tail. When it was pulled to the edge of the boat, Chun Zhao called, "Rasfa, go get the harpoon." Rasfa immediately found the harpoon. Fishing nets and harpoons were necessary when fishing on the sea. After all, the chances of catching a big fish were higher. Also, a super big fish like this had to be pulled up with a harpoon. Chun Zhao took the harpoon. He held the fishing rod with one hand and stabbed the harpoon into the sailfish's body with the other. The sailfish struggled again, but it was already at death's door. Chun Zhao pulled hard and pulled the sailfish onto the deck. Out of the water, the sailfish jumped around again. All of you back off a little. This guy is very dangerous. The head of a sailfish was like a sword. There were records of sailfish stabbing people to death. Stepping on the sailfish, Chun Zhao took a knife and stabbed it in the head, ending its life. Do you still want to compete? Chun Zhao looked at Stephen and Rasfa. Chun, pull the fish up. I want to take a picture with it. Stephen wasn't thinking about the competition now. He wanted to show off. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. Stephen was really smug. However, this sailfish was really big. At this moment, it was like a perfect piece of art. It lay peacefully on the deck, and the blood had gathered to form a small area. Let's measure its length and weight first, Rasfa said. He also wanted to be one of the contributors to this sailfish. Chun, Rasfa and I caught it, Stephen said shamelessly. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Fine. Chun Zhao didn't plan on competing with them.